Friend, welcome back to Proxima What If, where we bring you unique and exciting Harry Potter What If fanfiction story. I hope you enjoy this alternate journey.
Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was found by Nicholas Flamel at age 6 and mastered the secret of the Sorcerer's Stone. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Alchemist's Discovery. The morning Nicholas Flamel found Harry Potter, he was looking for something else entirely. He'd been tracking the resonance for 7 months, a peculiar harmonic in the ambient magical field that shouldn't exist outside a properly warded laboratory. It sang to him across the English countryside like a tuning fork struck in a distant room, faint but persistent, wrong in a way that made his teeth ache. Someone, somewhere, was performing sustained transmutation without proper containment. The signature was too stable for accident, too pure for amateur work, and too wild for any of the 14 living alchemists whose work Nicholas bothered to monitor. It was also, impossibly, coming from Surrey. Nicholas had lived through the Black Death, the Inquisition, the Wars of the Roses, and both Muggle world wars. He had watched civilizations rise and crumble while he refined his understanding of the universe's fundamental architecture. In 6 centuries of study, he had developed what Parnell charitably called pronounced preferences, and what everyone else called insufferable arrogance about matters of magical geography. Surrey, he would have told anyone who asked, was the arse end of magical Britain. A wasteland of commuter towns and garden centers where magic went to die of boredom. The idea that serious alchemical work might originate there was offensive on an aesthetic level. And yet, he apparat to the outskirts of Little Whinging just after dawn, when the summer air still held the ghost of night's coolness. The street was aggressively ordinary, identical houses with identical lawns, cars gleaming in driveways like beetles in formation, not a single ley line within 3 miles. Nicholas walked slowly, extending his senses, following the resonance like a hound on a scent. It grew stronger as he turned on to Privet Drive. Stronger still as he approached number 4. And when he stopped at the garden wall, staring at the perfectly manicured hedges and the gleaming brass number on the door, the resonance was so powerful it nearly knocked him backward. Not transmutation, he realized. Not deliberate work at all. Compression. Someone, something, was being crushed in that house. Magic folded in on itself, denied expression, building pressure like steam in a sealed vessel. The resonance he'd been tracking wasn't the sound of alchemy. It was the sound of a magical core screaming. Nicholas had seen this before. Twice. Both times, the child had died before reaching adulthood, one in an explosion that took half a village, one in a quiet implosion that left nothing but ash. The magic had to go somewhere. When it couldn't go out, it went in, and eventually, something broke. He should contact the ministry. This was their jurisdiction, their responsibility, their problem to solve with their committees and their procedures and their infinite capacity for making simple things complicated. He should contact Dumbledore. The old meddler had his fingers in everything these days, surely he knew about a child powerful enough to resonate across half of England. Nicholas did neither. Instead, he walked around the house to the back garden, moving with the silence of 600 years' practice, and found the source of the resonance kneeling in the vegetable patch, weeding between rows of runner beans. The boy was small for his age, too small, Nicholas noted with clinical disapproval. His clothes hung off him like flags on a windless day, clearly hand-me-downs from someone twice his size. Dark hair stuck up in wild defiance of whatever attempts had been made to flatten it. He wore round glasses that had been mended with tape, and when he looked up at Nicholas's approach, his eyes were the exact green of unripe apples. And his scar, Nicholas had heard about the scar, of course. Everyone had. The mark left by a killing curse survived, the symbol of you-know-who's defeat, the wound that made Harry Potter the most famous child in magical Britain. What no one had mentioned, what no one could have known unless they possessed Nicholas's peculiar gifts, was that the scar wasn't just a mark. It was a seal. A containment circle. Something was bound beneath it, something dark and fragmented and desperately trying to integrate itself into the boy's magical core. No wonder the child's magic was compressed. It was fighting a war on two fronts, suppressed from without, invaded from within. "You're not supposed to be here," the boy said. His voice was calm, matter-of-fact, carrying none of the fear a normal child might show at finding a stranger in their garden. "The Dursleys don't like visitors." "I imagine they don't." Nicholas crouched to bring himself closer to the boy's level, his old joints protesting the movement. "Do you know who I am?" The boy studied him for a long moment, those green eyes taking in Nicholas's somewhat eccentric appearance, the antique cut of his robes, the silver rings on his fingers, the way the morning light seemed to bend slightly around him. "You're a wizard," the boy said. "Like me?" "Yes. Though I'm rather older than most. My name is Nicholas Flamel." No recognition. Of course, the boy had been raised by Muggles, hidden away from the world that considered him a hero. He wouldn't know Nicholas's name any more than he'd know his own history. "I'm Harry," the boy said. "Harry Potter. Though Aunt Petunia usually just calls me boy." There was no self-pity in the statement. Just fact. "May I show you something, Harry?" Nicholas asked. The boy tilted his head, considering. "Will it get me in trouble?" "Quite possibly." A small smile flickered across Harry's face, there and gone, like a fish rising to the surface. "All right, then." Nicholas pulled a dead flower from his pocket. He'd picked it from a roadside ditch on his way here, a withered dandelion well past any possibility of revival. He held it in his palm and let Harry watch as he worked. The magic wasn't flashy. It wasn't meant to be. Alchemy was never about spectacle. Nicholas simply reached into the flower's structure, found the patterns that made it what it was, and convinced them to remember a different version of themselves. The petals uncurled. The stem straightened. The color returned, yellow and bright, as alive as the moment it had been plucked. Harry's eyes went wide, but he didn't gasp or exclaim. Instead, he leaned closer, studying the flower with an intensity that made Nicholas's heart skip. "That's not magic," Harry said slowly. "Not like when I make things move or float. That's different. That's fixing what's broken." "Yes." "Can you?" The boy stopped, swallowed. His next words came out barely above a whisper. "Can you teach me to put things back together?" Nicholas Flamel had lived for 653 years. He had created the Philosopher's Stone, the greatest alchemical achievement in human history. He had advised kings and trained archmages and stood against dark lords whose names had been forgotten before Voldemort's grandparents were born. In all that time, he had taken exactly 4 students. All had possessed exceptional talent. None had looked at a simple transmutation and immediately understood what made it different from ordinary magic. None had asked, with quiet desperation, to learn healing before anything else. "Yes," Nicholas said, and meant it in ways the boy couldn't yet understand. "I believe I can." The confrontation with the Dursleys was brief. Nicholas had intended to be diplomatic. He'd lived through centuries of delicate negotiations and survived the French Revolution largely through his ability to make himself agreeable to whoever currently held power. He was perfectly capable of charm when charm was required. But when Vernon Dursley answered the door, Nicholas saw the way the man's piggy eyes flickered toward Harry with undisguised disgust. When Petunia Dursley appeared behind her husband, Nicholas saw the fear she tried to hide, not fear of him, but fear of what he represented. Fear of the world that had taken her sister. And when Nicholas asked, politely, whether he might discuss Harry's education with the boy's guardians, Vernon Dursley said, "We don't have anything to discuss about that freak." Nicholas's diplomatic intentions evaporated. "I see," he said quietly. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't draw a wand, he hadn't carried one in 3 centuries. He simply let go of the effort he usually made to appear ordinary, to seem like just another elderly man in slightly unusual clothes, and allowed the Dursleys to see what 600 years of accumulated power looked like when it stopped trying to hide. The temperature in the hallway dropped. The light dimmed. The very air grew thick, as if reality itself was holding its breath. "Harry Potter is coming with me," Nicholas said. His voice echoed strangely, harmonics layering over harmonics, as if spoken by a dozen versions of himself standing in slightly different dimensions. "You will not object. You will not contact the authorities. You will not speak of him to anyone. In fact, you will find that you barely remember he lived here at all. A nephew, wasn't it? Tragic about his parents. Sent to boarding school very young. So sad. Such a relief when he stopped visiting." Vernon's face had gone the color of old cheese. Petunia was trembling, one hand pressed to her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Neither spoke. "If I learn that you've mistreated another magical child, that you've so much as raised your voice to one, I will return. And I will not be polite." Nicholas smiled, and the smile was worse than the power display. "Are we understood?" Vernon managed a nod. Petunia made a sound that might have been assent. Nicholas released them. Color returned to the world. The temperature normalized. The Dursleys sagged against each other like puppets with cut strings. "Harry," Nicholas called over his shoulder, "do you have any possessions you wish to bring?" The boy emerged from the kitchen, where he'd been watching with those unsettling green eyes. He held a ratty stuffed animal in one hand, something that might have once been a dog, and wore a small, fierce smile. "Just this," he said. "Aunt Petunia was going to throw it away. Then we'll take it. Come." Nicholas took Harry's hand and led him out of number 4 Privet Drive. Behind them, the door swung shut with a sound like a coffin lid closing. The Flamel estate in Devon didn't look like much from the outside. A modest farmhouse, whitewashed walls, climbing roses around the door, the sort of place a modestly successful country gentleman might have owned in the previous century. The wards that surrounded it, invisible and absolute, were another matter. Nicholas had spent 200 years layering protections on this soil, and the result was a pocket of space that existed slightly outside the normal flow of reality. Perenelle was waiting in the garden when they apparat onto the lawn. She looked, as always, like a woman in her vigorous 50s, silver-streaked dark hair, laugh lines around her eyes, an apron dusted with flour from whatever she'd been baking. The apron was a lie, Perenelle hadn't baked in decades. But she maintained the pretense because it amused her, and after 6 centuries of marriage, Nicholas had learned not to question his wife's amusements. "Oh," Perenelle said, looking at the small boy who stood blinking in the unfamiliar sunlight. "Oh, Nicholas. What have you done?" "I found the resonance." "That's a child. The resonance is coming from him. His magic has been suppressed so severely it was audible from reading." Nicholas guided Harry forward gently. "Harry, this is my wife, Perenelle. Perenelle, this is Harry Potter." Perenelle's eyes widened. Her gaze flickered to Harry's forehead, to the scar barely visible beneath his messy hair, and her expression shifted through a rapid series of calculations that Nicholas recognized. She was seeing what he had seen. The seal. The fragment. The war being waged within the boy's spirit. "Does Albus know?" she asked quietly. "Not yet. Nicholas. I know." Perenelle looked at him for a long moment, 6 centuries of partnership communicating in silence. Then she sighed, knelt down to Harry's level, and smiled. "Hello, Harry. You look hungry. Would you like some breakfast?" Harry's composure, maintained so admirably through everything, finally cracked. His lower lip trembled. His eyes grew bright. "Yes, please," he whispered. "Yes, please, ma'am." Perenelle made a sound low in her throat, grief and fury compressed into a single note, and gathered the boy into her arms. Harry went rigid for a moment, unfamiliar with the touch, and then melted against her with the desperate relief of someone who'd been drowning without knowing it. Over his head, Perenelle met Nicholas's eyes. "We're keeping him," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Nicholas agreed. "I rather think we are." The first week was difficult. Harry didn't know how to be cared for. He flinched when adults moved too quickly. He hoarded food in his pockets, convinced each meal might be his last. He woke before dawn to do chores that didn't exist, and when Perenelle told him to relax, he stared at her as if she'd spoken a foreign language. Nicholas recognized the pattern. He'd seen it in survivors of war, in refugees from oppression, in anyone who'd learned that safety was temporary and kindness came with conditions. Healing would take time. Some damage might never fully mend. But there were hopeful signs too. Harry devoured books with an appetite that made Perenelle laugh and Nicholas fret about eye strain. He asked questions constantly, not the idle curiosity of most children, but focused, purposeful inquiries that built on each other like a staircase toward understanding. Within 3 days, he'd grasped the basic principles of magical theory that Nicholas had taken months to learn as a youth. And he practiced. Endlessly, obsessively, with a determination that bordered on unsettling. Nicholas had given him a simple exercise, moving a marble across a table without touching it, and Harry had spent 4 hours at it, failing and failing and failing until suddenly he succeeded. The marble didn't roll across the table. It rose, spinning, and floated in a perfect circle around Harry's head before settling gently back on the wood. "I thought about it differently," Harry explained when Nicholas asked how he'd done it. "You said magic is about will and focus. But that wasn't working. So I tried thinking about what the marble wanted to do, and then I just agreed with it." Nicholas stared at him. "That's not how it's taught," he said carefully. "That's not how most wizards think about magic at all." "Is it wrong?" "No. It's an alchemical approach. Transmutation works by understanding the nature of things and guiding them toward a different expression of that nature. You've intuited a principle that most people study for decades to grasp." Harry's brow furrowed. "So I can learn to fix things? Like you did with the flower?" "Yes," Nicholas said. "In time, you can learn a great deal more than that." The boy's smile, when it came, was like watching the sun rise. Summer faded into autumn, and autumn into winter. Harry's 6th birthday passed with more celebration than he'd ever known. Perenelle baked an actual cake, and Nicholas gave him a journal bound in leather that would never wear out, enchanted to organize itself according to whatever system Harry preferred. They kept him secret. This was easier than it might have been. The Flamels had been keeping secrets for centuries, and their estate was hidden from nearly every form of magical detection. But it required care. Nicholas couldn't simply enroll Harry in tutoring programs or introduce him to other magical children. Their household became the boy's entire world, a bubble of safety floating separate from the society that believed Harry Potter was still with his Muggle relatives. Perenelle handled his general education, reading, writing, arithmetic, history, the basics of magical theory. She taught him French and Latin, languages that would be essential for reading older texts. She made him run laps around the garden and swim in the pond, building strength into a body that had been neglected for too long. Nicholas taught alchemy. Magic, he explained during their first formal lesson, is typically understood as the imposition of will upon reality. A wizard wants something to happen, channels power through a focus like a wand, and forces the world to comply. This works. It's effective. For most purposes, it's sufficient. He gestured to the workshop around them, centuries of accumulated tools and texts, shelves of ingredients in carefully labeled jars, the great stone workbench that had witnessed more discoveries than most universities. Alchemy is different. We don't force. We understand. Every substance in the universe exists in a particular state, following particular rules, expressing a particular nature. The alchemist's work is to comprehend that nature so completely that we can suggest alternatives. Not, this must become gold, but, this understands that it could be gold, and chooses to be. Harry listened with the intensity that had become familiar. So it's like asking permission. More like offering a gift. We show matter a better version of itself and invite it to transform. Sometimes it accepts. Sometimes it doesn't. The skill lies in making offers that are genuinely appealing. What if you want to change something that doesn't want to change? Nicholas smiled. Then you're not practicing alchemy. You're practicing ordinary magic with extra steps. The lessons proceeded slowly, carefully. Nicholas had learned from past mistakes. His first student, brilliant, promising, dead of exhaustion before 30, had burned himself out trying to progress too fast. His second had grown frustrated with the pace and abandoned the work for more immediately satisfying pursuits. His third and fourth had completed their training, had even contributed meaningfully to the field, but neither had possessed the spark of true genius. Harry possessed the spark. Nicholas saw it in every lesson, every question, every small success. The boy thought like an alchemist naturally, instinctively, approaching magic as a conversation rather than a command. But Nicholas had learned patience. Genius without foundation was just another way to die young. First principles first, he told Harry. Before you can transform anything, you must understand what things are. We'll start with the 4 elements, not the Muggle version, the true version. Fire, water, earth, air. Salt, sulfur, mercury. The 7 planetary metals. The 12 alchemical processes. Years of study before you touch a crucible. Harry nodded, accepting the timeline without complaint. He was used to waiting for things. He'd learned to be patient in a cupboard under the stairs. One more thing, Nicholas added. Never forget that what we do is dangerous. Every transmutation carries risk. Every change can go wrong. The universe permits alteration, but it demands respect. Those who treat alchemy as a shortcut to power, they don't last long. I understand, Harry said. And the strange thing was, Nicholas believed him. In Nurmengard, winter arrived with a bitterness that cut through stone. Gellert Grindelwald sat in his cell, watching frost form on the walls, and contemplated the nature of patience. 66 years. He'd been imprisoned here for 66 years, in the tower he'd built himself, surrounded by wards he'd designed to be inescapable. The irony would have been amusing if it weren't so tiresome. But 66 years was nothing. Grindelwald had always taken the long view. The greater good required sacrifice. Decades of his life were a small price for what he had learned, what he still believed, what would one day come to pass. He didn't know, precisely, what had happened last summer. His connection to the outside world was limited to the whispers of those few followers who still remembered, still believed, still found ways to smuggle information past his jailers. But he'd felt something. A shift in the magical fabric of the world. A new note in the cosmic symphony. Someone had been born with the potential to master death. Or, more accurately, someone had finally begun awakening to that potential. Grindelwald had sought the Deathly Hallows his entire life. The Elder Wand had been his, until Dumbledore took it. The Resurrection Stone and the Cloak of Invisibility had eluded him despite decades of searching. But he'd never stopped studying, never stopped theorizing, never stopped believing that the 3 Hallows were part of something larger. The Philosopher's Stone, he had concluded centuries into his research, was connected to the Hallows in ways its creator had never understood. Nicholas Flamel had sought immortality through transmutation of the flesh, a crude solution, effective but incomplete. The true secret, the one Grindelwald had glimpsed in ancient texts and half-forgotten legends, was that mortality itself was merely a state. And states could be changed. The master of death would be someone who understood this. Who could stand at the intersection of the Hallows' power and the stone's wisdom and recognize that both were pointing toward the same truth? Who could transform not just matter, but the fundamental relationship between life and death? Such a person, properly guided, could reshape the world. Grindelwald closed his eyes and reached out with senses that had nothing to do with the physical. His body was imprisoned, yes. His magic was bound, mostly. But the mind had always been his greatest weapon, and minds were difficult to chain. He searched for the new presence, the awakening power he'd sensed. It took weeks. The world was vast and his reach was limited. But eventually, finally, he found it. A child. A boy, not yet 7 years old, burning with potential like a star learning to shine. And living, of all places, with Nicholas Flamel. Grindelwald laughed. The sound echoed off the frozen walls of his cell, harsh and delighted. "Oh, Nicholas," he murmured. "What have you found? And how long before you realize you can't contain it?" He settled back against the cold stone, patient as winter, and began to plan. Harry turned 7 on a bright morning in July, and Nicholas gave him the workshop. Not the entire workshop, the main laboratory remained Nicholas's domain, filled with centuries of research and experiments too dangerous for anyone but their creator to touch. But a corner of it, a section that Nicholas had cleared and warded and equipped specifically for Harry's use. "Your space," Nicholas said, watching the boy explore with barely contained excitement. "Your tools. Your work. What you do here is yours alone. I won't interfere unless you ask me to, and I won't judge your failures. This is where you learn by doing." Harry ran his fingers over the small workbench, the rack of basic instruments, the jars of elementary materials. "Really? It's really mine. Really?" Perenelle appeared in the doorway, smiling. "Happy birthday, sweetheart. Nicholas tells me you've been asking about practical experiments." "I want to understand how things connect," Harry said. "The theory makes sense, but I need to see it. Feel it." Nicholas and Perenelle exchanged a glance. The boy's eagerness was wonderful, but it was also a concern. He pushed himself too hard, expected too much too soon, and neither of them had figured out how to teach him gentleness with himself. "The first project," Nicholas said carefully, "is to decompose a stone. Not transform it, just break it down into its constituent elements and understand each one." "That sounds basic." "It is. Deliberately so. You'll do basic exercises until you can perform them without thought, without effort, without the slightest uncertainty. Foundations first, Harry. Always foundations first." Harry's jaw tightened, the stubbornness that lived behind his careful composure briefly visible. But he nodded, accepting the instruction. "Yes, sir." He worked at it for a month. Most students, Nicholas knew, would have given up after a week. Decomposition was tedious work, hours of concentration yielding incremental progress, the constant temptation to force results rather than wait for understanding. But Harry sat at his bench each day, patient and persistent, doing the same exercise over and over until his control was flawless. On the 32nd day, Nicholas came to check on him and found the boy staring at a pile of grey powder with an expression of frustrated bewilderment. "I broke it down," Harry said without looking up. "Every element, separated perfectly. But when I tried to put it back together..." He gestured at the powder. "It won't become a stone again. The pieces are right, but they won't fit." Nicholas sat down across from him, studying the failed reassembly. "Tell me what you did." "I identified each element. Earth predominant, traces of mineral salts, a crystalline structure that formed over time. I separated them according to the 12 processes, held them in distinct states, and then tried to reverse the order to reconstitute the original. And the elements combined, but not correctly. The stone is dead. Before, it had a kind of coherence. A pattern that held it together. Now it's just ingredients." "Yes." Nicholas leaned back, pleased despite himself. "Do you understand why?" Harry's brow furrowed. He stared at the powder for a long time, thinking, and Nicholas watched him work through the problem. It was a test, of sorts, one that separated those who would become true alchemists from those who would only ever be technicians. "The pattern," Harry said slowly. "The thing that made it a stone instead of a pile of elements. I destroyed that when I broke it down, and I don't know how to recreate it. Very good. What is that pattern called? I don't know. Is it in the books? It's in none of the books you've read so far. The pattern is called the essentia, the essential nature of a thing. It's not a physical component, it's the principle of organization that makes matter into something specific. A stone has stone essentia. A flower has flower essentia. Remove it, and you're left with raw ingredients. Destroy it, and no amount of recombination will restore what you've lost. Harry looked stricken. So I can never fix this? Not this particular stone, no. But, Nicholas raised a finger, emphasizing the point. You've learned something invaluable. True alchemy doesn't just manipulate matter. It works with essentia, preserving it through transformation, allowing the new form to carry the original nature forward. That's why my flower didn't just look alive, it was alive. I didn't create a fake. I restored the flower's essentia to a state where it could express itself again. How do I learn to see essentia? Practice. Years of it. But now you know what you're looking for, which puts you ahead of where I was at your age. Nicholas stood, resting a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder. Don't mourn the stone, Harry. Learn from it. That's what science demands. Harry nodded slowly, but his eyes remained on the grey powder. Something in his expression suggested he was already thinking beyond the lesson, already formulating questions that wouldn't have answers for years. Nicholas recognized that look. He'd seen it in his own mirror, once. It was the look of someone who would never be satisfied with partial understanding. The incident with the birds happened in autumn, when Harry was still 7. Perenelle kept chickens, not for eggs, which she could conjure easily enough, but because she enjoyed their company. The flock had been with her for centuries, their lineage stretching back to the original birds she'd raised in France, preserved through careful magical intervention against the depredations of time. One morning, a fox got into the coop. By the time Perenelle arrived, 3 of the birds were dead. She dispatched the fox with a flick of her wand and stood among the feathers and blood, tears streaming down her face. Harry found her there. Can't you fix them? He asked, his voice small. Like Nicholas fixed the flower? No, sweetheart. Perenelle wiped her eyes, trying to compose herself. There are limits. The flower had only just died, its essentia was still present, just dormant. These birds, their essentia is gone. Fled. Death took it. Where did it go? No one knows. Through the veil, perhaps. To whatever lies beyond. Harry stared at the bodies, his face unreadable. Then he knelt beside them, placing his hands over the nearest bird with the careful precision Nicholas had drilled into him. Harry, please don't. It won't, I know, he said. I just want to try something. He closed his eyes. Perenelle watched, expecting nothing, waiting for the gentle disappointment that would teach him humility. What she saw instead made her call for Nicholas at the top of her lungs. Harry's hands glowed. Not with magical light, with something else, something that Perenelle had only seen once before, in a chamber beneath their home where the philosopher's stone was kept. The glow was golden, pulsing with a rhythm that matched Harry's heartbeat, and as it intensified, the dead bird's feathers began to stir. Not with life. Not with restoration. But with something. The essentia, impossibly, was returning. Faint, fragmentary, called back from wherever it had gone by a pull that shouldn't exist. The bird wasn't alive, its body was too damaged, too long dead, but itself was present again, hovering above the corpse like a ghost made of memory. Harry opened his eyes and gasped. The glow vanished. The essentia dissolved. I almost had it, he whispered. I could feel it. I just couldn't hold on. Nicholas arrived at a run, wand drawn against an unknown threat. He took in the scene, the dead birds, his crying wife, Harry kneeling with an expression of frustrated exhaustion, and felt his blood run cold. What did he do? Nicholas asked. He called it back, Perenelle said. The essentia. He called it back from beyond the veil. Nicholas stared at the boy, his mind racing through 6 centuries of accumulated knowledge. What Harry had done wasn't possible. It violated every principle of alchemical theory. Death was a transformation, yes, but it was a one-way transformation. The essentia left the body and became something else, something that couldn't be reached by mortal means. Except Harry had reached it. Briefly, imperfectly, but undeniably. How did you know to try that? Nicholas asked, keeping his voice carefully neutral. I didn't know. Harry's face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead. I just thought about what the chicken was, before the fox came. I held that picture in my mind and wanted it to be true again. And something answered. Something answered, Nicholas repeated. Yes. Like the flower's essentia was sleeping, and I woke it up. But the chicken's essentia was far away, and I called it. Only I wasn't strong enough to keep it here. Nicholas looked at Perenelle. 600 years of partnership allowed entire conversations in a glance. This is beyond me, his expression said. Beyond anything I've seen. Then we guide it, hers replied. We don't suppress it. We don't run from it. We help him understand. Nicholas knelt beside Harry, taking the boy's hands in his own. Listen to me, he said quietly. What you just did is remarkable. It's also dangerous. You reached through a barrier that exists for good reasons. It separates the living from the dead, the present from the past. Crossing it carelessly can damage you in ways that are very hard to repair. I wasn't trying to cross anything. I was just, I know. Your instincts led you there without conscious effort. That's exactly what concerns me. Nicholas squeezed Harry's hands gently. You have a gift, Harry. Perhaps the greatest gift I've ever encountered. But gifts like this must be cultivated with care. Will you promise me something? Harry nodded, his green eyes wide. Promise me you won't try that again, not until I've taught you what you need to know to do it safely. Not until you understand what the barriers are for and how to navigate them without harm. Can you promise me that? I promise, Harry said. He meant it. Nicholas could see he meant it. And Nicholas wished, desperately, that he believed promises were enough to contain what was growing inside this child. That night, Nicholas stood in the chamber beneath the estate, staring at the philosopher's stone. It sat on a pedestal of granite, unassuming in appearance, a rough red crystal, barely larger than a chicken's egg. 600 years of his life had gone into creating it. Centuries of refinement had improved it. And still, looking at it now, Nicholas felt he had barely scratched the surface of what it represented. The stone granted immortality. That was its fame, its reputation, its legend. Drink the elixir of life it produced, and you would not age, would not sicken, would not die unless killed by violence or deliberate cessation. But the stone's true nature was something else entirely. It was a bridge. A point of connection between states of being that should not connect. The stone touched death and refused it, touched decay and reversed it, touched endings and converted them to continuations. Nicholas had never fully understood how it worked, only how to make it work. Harry, today, had done something similar without any tool at all. You're afraid of him, Perenelle said from the doorway. I'm afraid for him. Nicholas didn't turn around. Do you know what he did? He reached through the veil with raw will. No training, no protection, no understanding of what he was touching. It's as if a child picked up a sword and cut down a grown man, impressive, yes, but also terrifying. What happens when he reaches further? What happens when something on the other side reaches back? Perenelle crossed the chamber to stand beside him. Then we teach him. As you said. Some things can't be taught. Some things are only learned by doing, and the doing might kill him. Or it might not. Perenelle took his arm, leaning against him with familiar warmth. Nicholas, we've lived for 6 centuries by being cautious. By hiding from the world's troubles, by protecting our secrets, by letting others fight the battles we could have joined. I've never regretted that. Our survival has been worth preserving. But perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps we've been preserving ourselves for this. For him. For whatever it is he's meant to become. Nicholas turned to look at her. In the red gold light of the stone, her face was beautiful and ancient and utterly determined. You truly believe that? I believe in him, she said simply. The same way someone believed in you, once. The same way you took a chance on a boy no one else cared about. Perhaps that's what we're for, now. Not to create more stones or discover more secrets. Just to help one extraordinary child find his way. Nicholas sighed, decades of worry flowing out with the breath. When did you become the optimist in this marriage? When you became too cautious to remember how to hope. She kissed his cheek. Come to bed, old man. Tomorrow we start teaching him in earnest. The years that followed were the happiest of Harry's young life. He didn't know they were happy, not really. Happiness was too unfamiliar a state for him to recognize clearly. But he knew that he woke each morning eager for the day. He knew that his teachers praised him and challenged him and never, ever made him feel worthless. He knew that when he succeeded at a difficult task, Perenelle hugged him, and when he failed, Nicholas helped him understand why. He learned alchemy's foundations, the 7 metals and their planetary correspondences, the 12 processes of transformation, the 4 elements in their true forms, the 3 principles that underlay all material existence. He learned to see essentia, that organizing pattern that made things what they were, and to work with it rather than against it. He learned ordinary magic too. Perenelle insisted on this, despite Nicholas's initial reluctance. He can't live entirely in our world, she argued. Someday he'll go out there, meet other wizards, attend a school perhaps. He needs to understand how they think, what they do, what passes for normal. Otherwise he'll be completely isolated. So Harry learned to use a wand, purchased through discreet channels, never registered with the ministry. He learned the standard first-year spells that children his age would be practicing at home if their families were magical. He learned the history of the wizarding world, its conflicts and heroes, its monsters and triumphs. He learned who he was supposed to be. Harry Potter, he said one evening, looking at an old copy of the Daily Prophet that featured his baby picture. The boy who lived. They really call me that? They do, Perenelle confirmed. You're famous, sweetheart. When you were a baby, a very dark wizard named Voldemort, you can say his name. We never learned to fear it. Nicholas and I were in France during the war, it didn't touch us directly. But most British wizards won't speak it even now, years after his defeat. Because I defeated him. When I was a baby. Harry's voice carried a skepticism beyond his years. I don't remember doing anything. No one knows exactly what happened that night. The killing curse struck you and rebounded onto Voldemort, destroying him. Your mother's sacrifice, my mother died for me. Yes. Harry was quiet for a long moment. And my father? Tried to hold Voldemort off while your mother escaped with you. He failed. He died first. They died so I could live. Harry set down the newspaper, his expression unreadable. That's a large thing to owe. You don't owe anything, Nicholas said firmly. They made their choice out of love, not to create a debt. Parents protect their children, it's the most natural thing in the world. But I should try to be worthy of it. Of what they gave up. Neither Nicholas nor Perenelle had an answer to that. What could they say? The boy was right, but he was also too young to carry such weight, and too stubborn to let them take it from him. Harry was 8 when he understood the stone for the first time. Not mastered it, understanding and mastery were entirely different things. But Nicholas had finally permitted him to observe while the stone was used, to watch the process of elixir creation, and something in the observation had crystallized Harry's years of theoretical study. "It's not really making gold," Harry said afterward, sitting in his workshop with his journal open before him. "Or even really making the elixir. It's translating. The stone is a translator between what things are and what they could be." Nicholas, who had been reading in the corner, looked up sharply. "Go on." "Everything exists in a state. Stone state, gold state, alive state, dead state. The stone lets you speak to matter in a language that transcends its current state, shows it possibilities it couldn't see on its own. The elixir isn't a potion, it's a translation of the body into a version of itself that doesn't include decay." "And the limitations?" Harry hesitated, thinking it through. "The translation has to be possible. You can show lead that it could be gold, because gold is a neighbor, chemically speaking. You can show a living body that it could be a living body that doesn't age. But you can't show a stone that it could be a dragon, because the translation is too complex. The stone doesn't have enough vocabulary." Nicholas set down his book. His hands were trembling slightly. "Harry," he said carefully, "who taught you that?" "No one. It's just obvious, isn't it? Once you understand what the stone does, the limitations follow logically. The question is whether a better translator could have more vocabulary. And could it? I don't know yet." Harry made a note in his journal, his handwriting precise and small. "But I'm going to find out." He said it so casually, so matter-of-factly, as if the project he was proposing wasn't the work of a lifetime. As if improving on Nicholas Flamel's greatest creation was simply the next item on his to-do list. Nicholas felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time, genuine, bone-deep fear. Not of Harry. Never of Harry. But of what the universe might do to a child who thought this way, who saw this clearly, who might actually be capable of achieving what he so casually proposed. "We should discuss this," Nicholas said. "Before you pursue it further." "Of course." Harry looked up, his green eyes bright with the excitement of discovery. "I'll need your notes on the original creation process. And Parnell's observations from the early trials. And access to your correspondence with, not yet." Nicholas raised a hand. "Not because I don't trust you, Harry. Because some knowledge carries weight that you're not ready to bear. When you're older, how much older? When I judge you're ready." Harry's jaw tightened. For a moment, rebellion flickered in his expression, the same stubborn determination that drove him to excellence, now aimed at an obstacle he couldn't simply work through. Then the moment passed. Harry nodded, accepting the limitation, and returned to his journal. But something had changed between them. The easy trust of teacher and student had developed a new tension, and Nicholas knew with weary certainty that this was only the beginning. The dreams began on Harry's 9th birthday. At first they were just fragments, images that dissolved upon waking, leaving only vague impressions. A triangular symbol. 3 brothers on a road. A wand that crackled with power. Harry mentioned them to Nicholas, casually, over breakfast one morning. Nicholas went absolutely still. "Describe the symbol again," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "A triangle with a circle inside, bisected by a vertical line. I see it in the dream, and then I feel like I'm supposed to recognize it. Like it means something important. Does anyone speak to you? In the dreams? No. Just images. Why? What does it mean?" Nicholas forced himself to relax, to smile, to dissemble in a way he hated. "Old symbolism. I'll look into it. Probably nothing." But that night, he warded Harry's bedroom with every protection he knew. And he wrote a letter to Albus Dumbledore, the first communication between them in over a decade, asking whether anything unusual had been detected emanating from Nermangard. Dumbledore's reply came a week later, "Nothing unusual." "What concerns you, old friend?" Nicholas didn't respond. Perhaps he was being paranoid. Perhaps the dreams were merely coincidence, Harry's powerful mind generating random imagery, nothing more. But he remembered Gellert Grindelwald. Remembered the young man's brilliance, his charisma, his absolute conviction that he was right about everything. Remembered how that conviction had calcified into madness, and how the madness had nearly destroyed the world. The Deathly Hallows had been Grindelwald's obsession. The triangle symbol was their mark. And now that symbol was appearing in the dreams of a child Grindelwald should have no way of knowing existed. On a cold evening in December, Harry found a book that shouldn't exist. He was browsing Nicholas's library, permitted, as long as he stayed in the lower sections where the safe texts were kept. But a book had fallen from a high shelf, landing at his feet with a thump that seemed deliberate. It was old. Older than the Flamel estate, older than Nicholas himself, bound in leather that felt like skin and clasped with silver that didn't tarnish. The title was stamped in Latin that Harry could barely read, De Tribus Reliquiis Mortis. On the 3 relics of death. Harry knew he should put it back. Nicholas had forbidden him from reading anything without explicit permission, and this book radiated a warning that even an untrained child could sense. But the cover bore a symbol he recognized. Triangle. Circle. Line. He opened it. The knowledge came in fragments over the following weeks. Harry read the book in stolen moments, hiding it in his workshop when not in use, and slowly pieced together a story that made his blood run cold. 3 brothers. A bridge over a treacherous river. Death, personified and cheated. 3 gifts given, or perhaps taken, that granted power over mortality itself. The Elder Wand, unbeatable in combat. The Resurrection Stone, capable of calling back the dead. The Cloak of Invisibility, able to hide from death itself. 3 Hallows. And a legend that said whoever united them would become the master of death. Harry thought about the bird he'd almost saved, the essentia he'd almost called back. He thought about the stone in the chamber below, translating between states of being. He thought about the fragment in his scar, the dark thing Nicholas thought he didn't know about, the piece of someone else that had lodged in his soul the night his parents died. And he thought, for the first time, about what kind of person he might become. The book was dangerous. The ideas in it were seductive. And the voice that seemed to whisper from between the lines, patient, reasonable, offering rather than demanding, was not Nicholas's voice or Perenelle's or anyone Harry knew. Ask about them, the voice seemed to say. Ask your mentors what they're hiding. Ask why they fear what you could become. Ask, and see how they lie. Harry closed the book. He put it away. He tried to forget. But he didn't tell Nicholas he'd found it. And that, perhaps, was the first step on a road that would change everything. 1 year later, on Harry's 10th birthday, a letter arrived. Not through Owl, no owl could find the Flamel estate, but through an old network of magical correspondence that Nicholas hadn't used in decades. The letter materialized on the breakfast table, addressed in elegant copperplate to Mr. Harry Potter, wherever he may be. Nicholas reached for it, intending to check it for curses before letting Harry see. Harry was faster. It's from Hogwarts, he said, reading the seal on the envelope. The acceptance letter. 1 year early. Early acceptances are rare, Nicholas said carefully. Usually reserved for unusual circumstances. I am unusual. Yes. You are. Nicholas sighed. Open it, then. Harry did. Dear Mr. Potter, the letter read, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Given your unique circumstances, the headmaster requests a meeting at your earliest convenience to discuss your educational needs. A second sheet of parchment fell out, not the standard book list and instructions, but a personal note. Harry, it said, I knew your parents. I've watched over you from afar since that terrible night, and I confess I did not watch closely enough. Nicholas Flamel is a good man, but he is not equipped to prepare you for what lies ahead. Please come to Hogwarts. Let me help you as I could not help them. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the note twice. Then he looked up at Nicholas, and for the first time, he allowed some of his suspicion to show. He says you're not equipped to prepare me. What does he think lies ahead? Nicholas took the note, scanned it, and his expression darkened. Albus has always believed he knows best. He's been wrong before. That's not an answer. No. It isn't. Nicholas set down the letter, meeting Harry's eyes squarely. There are things I haven't told you, Harry. Things about that night, about the wizard who killed your parents, about what his defeat means for your future. I've kept them from you because I believed you weren't ready. Perhaps that was wrong. Perhaps it's time you knew. Tell me. So Nicholas told him. Voldemort. The prophecy, the one that marked Harry as either Voldemort's destroyer or his final victim. The Horcruxes, pieces of soul split off through murder, anchoring the Dark Lord to life even after his body was destroyed. The scar on Harry's forehead, which was almost certainly one of those pieces. And the stone, currently resting in Nicholas's vault, which Voldemort had once sought and might one day seek again. Harry listened without interrupting. When Nicholas finished, he sat in silence for a long moment. So I'm carrying a piece of his soul, Harry finally said. That's what I felt, when I was young. The dark thing fighting my magic. Yes. And Dumbledore knows this? He suspects. He doesn't know for certain. Why didn't you tell me? Because knowing changes nothing. Nicholas leaned forward, intensity burning in his ancient eyes. Harry, listen to me. The Horcrux is a parasite. It's weak, fragmented, barely conscious. Your magic has contained it since you were a baby, kept it from spreading, prevented it from influencing you. Telling you about it wouldn't have helped you fight it. It might even have made things worse. How? Fear. Shame. The belief that you were contaminated, that there was something wrong with you that could never be fixed. I've seen what that kind of knowledge does to people. I didn't want it for you. Harry considered this. It was, he had to admit, not unreasonable. Nicholas was cautious, protective, sometimes to a fault, but he wasn't malicious. He wouldn't have kept secrets out of cruelty. And Dumbledore? Harry asked. What does he want? To guide you. To shape you into the weapon he needs to destroy Voldemort permanently. Nicholas's voice held an edge of bitterness. Albus sees the world as a chessboard. Every piece has a role. He's been positioning them for decades, preparing for the Dark Lord's return. He thinks Voldemort will return. The Horcruxes ensure it. As long as even one survives, Voldemort cannot truly die. He's out there somewhere, a wraith, a shadow, waiting for his chance to rise again. And when he does, I'll have to face him. Perhaps. That's what Dumbledore believes. But prophecies are not certainties, Harry. They're possibilities. And I refuse to accept that your only purpose is to serve as a weapon in someone else's war. Harry thought about the book hidden in his workshop. The symbol. The voice that whispered of power and transformation. I want to go to Hogwarts, he said. Not this year, I'm not ready. But next year, when I'm 11. I want to see what Dumbledore has to offer. I want to understand the world I'm supposed to be part of. And you'll remember what I've taught you. Always. Nicholas nodded slowly. Then we have a year to prepare. And a meeting with Dumbledore to arrange. He paused, something flickering in his expression. Harry, promise me you'll be careful. Dumbledore is not an enemy, but he's not truly a friend either. He cares about the greater good, not about individuals. I know someone else who thinks that way, Harry said quietly. I've been reading about him. The words hung in the air between them. Nicholas went pale. What do you mean? Harry said nothing. But his eyes, those ancient young eyes that saw too much, held Nicholas's gaze without flinching. The silence stretched. And in that silence, something shifted, a balance of power, a redistribution of secrets, the first acknowledgement that Harry was no longer simply a student. He was becoming something else entirely. On a summer evening, when Harry's 11th birthday approached and the confrontation with Hogwarts loomed, he stood alone in his workshop. Before him on the bench lay his journal, filled with 5 years of notes. The stone hidden in Nicholas's vault. The Hallows scattered across the world. The fragment of Voldemort coiled in his scar. The voice that whispered in his dreams, offering knowledge his mentors refused to share. And his own work, the project he'd never mentioned, the framework he'd been building since he was 8 years old. Not a stone, exactly. Something different. Something that didn't just translate between states, but asked whether certain translations were deserved. He called it the philosopher's question. It was incomplete. It might take decades to finish. It might be impossible. But looking at it now, seeing how far he'd come from the starving boy in the cupboard, Harry allowed himself a small, fierce smile. I will understand this, he thought. All of it. The stone. The Hallows. The boundary between life and death. I will understand, and then I will choose what to do with that understanding. The summer light faded. The workshop grew dim. And somewhere far to the north, in a tower he had built himself, Gellert Grindelwald felt the shift in magical potential and smiled. Soon, Harry, he murmured to the darkness. Very soon now. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Secret of the Stone. The argument began, as most arguments did, over breakfast. Harry was 9 years old, and he had spent the previous night studying Nicholas's early journals, the ones from the 14th century, written in a French dialect so archaic that even fluent speakers struggled with it. Nicholas had given him access to these texts 6 months ago, part of the gradual deepening of his education, and Harry had consumed them with the voracity that characterized everything he did. Now he sat across the breakfast table from his mentor, a piece of toast forgotten in his hand, and said the words that would change their relationship forever. The stone is incomplete. Nicholas's cup paused halfway to his lips. Perenelle, entering with a fresh pot of tea, stopped in the doorway. I beg your pardon. Nicholas said carefully. The philosopher's stone. Your greatest creation. It's incomplete. Harry set down his toast, his green eyes bright with the particular intensity that meant he'd been thinking about something for far too long. The elixir of life preserves the body perfectly, but it does nothing for the soul. You've been alive for 6 centuries, Nicholas, and you're tired. Not physically, the elixir handles that. But something in you has been ready to move on for a very long time. The silence that followed was absolute. Perenelle crossed to stand behind her husband, one hand resting on his shoulder. Her expression was unreadable, but her fingers pressed firmly against his coat, anchoring him. How long have you been thinking about this? Nicholas asked. Since I understood what the stone actually does. The translation between states, you taught me that. But you never mentioned that some translations are incomplete. That you can show a body how to remain young without showing the soul how to remain invested in living. Harry, I'm not criticizing you. Harry leaned forward, earnest and relentless. I'm saying there's more work to be done. The stone is the greatest alchemical achievement in history, but it's not the final one. There has to be a way to make the translation complete. To align body and soul so that immortality isn't just survival, but genuine continuation. Nicholas set down his cup with exaggerated care. His hands, Harry noticed, were trembling slightly. You're 9 years old, Nicholas said. 9. And you're proposing to improve on work that took me decades to complete and centuries to refine. I'm not proposing to do it now. I'm proposing to work toward it. To make it the goal of my studies instead of just mastering what already exists. And if the goal is impossible, then I'll have spent my life trying to achieve something meaningful. Harry shrugged, a gesture that seemed too old for his small frame. What else would I do? Become an Auror? Work at the ministry? I'm not built for ordinary things, Nicholas. You know that better than anyone. Perenelle spoke for the first time. He's right, you know. Nicholas turned to look at her, startled. Not about the stone being incomplete, though that's worth considering. But about his nature. She moved around the table to sit beside Harry, taking his hand in hers. We've raised an extraordinary child, Nicholas. We can't expect him to be satisfied with ordinary ambitions. I'm not trying to limit his ambitions. I'm trying to protect him from what? Harry interrupted. From reaching too far. From failing. I've already failed more times than I can count, and I've learned from every one. That's what you taught me. Nicholas was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, touched with something that might have been fear. There are costs to this work, Harry. Costs you can't imagine. The stone didn't come from pure theory and clean experimentation. There were prices paid. Mistakes made. Consequences that still haunt me. Tell me about them. No. Why not? Because you're not ready. Nicholas stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. Because some knowledge is a burden I won't place on a child, even one as remarkable as you. When you're older, you keep saying that. Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes had gone cold in a way that made Perenelle's grip on his hand tighten. When I'm older. When I'm ready. When you decide I can handle it. But you won't tell me what ready looks like or how I'm supposed to get there while you're hiding the information I need. It's exactly what you're doing. Harry pulled his hand free from Perenelle's grasp and stood to face Nicholas directly. Despite the height difference, despite the centuries of experience and power that separated them, something in the boy's stance made the confrontation feel almost equal. I'm not a child you found in a garden anymore. I'm your student. Your heir, you called me once. If that means anything, it has to mean trusting me with the truth. Nicholas opened his mouth to respond, but no words came. He looked at Perenelle, helpless, and saw in her expression the same conflict he felt, love and fear and pride and worry, all tangled together into something that had no clean resolution. Give us time, Perenelle said finally. Harry, please. This isn't a simple decision. Some of what Nicholas knows, it's not just about protecting you. It's about protecting others. Secrets that could cause tremendous harm if they were known. Harry's expression softened slightly. He trusted Perenelle in ways he didn't quite trust Nicholas, her warmth had never failed him, her honesty had never wavered. How much time? A year, Nicholas said. Study what I've already given you. Master it completely. Prove that you can handle complexity without rushing toward conclusions. And when you turn 10, we'll revisit this conversation. And you'll actually tell me then? Not find another reason to delay? Nicholas met his eyes squarely. I give you my word. Harry held the gaze for a long moment, weighing the promise. Then he nodded, once, and sat back down. A year, he agreed. But I'm going to spend that year earning the right to know. I want you to understand that. He picked up his toast and resumed eating as if nothing had happened. Nicholas watched him, feeling something shift in his chest, pride and terror in equal measure. The boy was going to surpass him. It wasn't a question of if, but when. And Nicholas still wasn't sure whether that was wonderful or catastrophic. The training intensified after that morning. Perenelle took the lead on combat instruction, something she'd resisted for years. Harry was 9, too young, she'd argued, to learn the arts of battle. But Nicholas had pointed out, correctly, that the world outside their wards was dangerous, and Harry couldn't stay hidden forever. Better to prepare him now than leave him vulnerable later. They started in the garden, under a pale autumn sky that threatened rain. Magic in combat is nothing like magic in the laboratory, Perenelle said, circling Harry slowly. She dressed for the lesson in practical clothes, her silver-streaked hair bound back, her wand loose in her hand. In the lab, you have time to think. You plan, you prepare, you execute carefully. In a fight, you have seconds. Sometimes less. So I need to be faster. Speed helps. But what you really need is instinct. Responses so deeply trained that they fire before conscious thought. She stopped circling, facing him directly. We're going to build those instincts. It won't be pleasant. Harry raised his own wand, oak and phoenix feather, purchased through discreet channels years ago. I'm ready. Perenelle smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. Her first spell hit him before he saw her move. One moment she was standing relaxed, almost casual, the next, a jet of red light caught him square in the chest and sent him tumbling across the grass. Too slow, she said as he struggled to his feet. Again. The second spell knocked him down harder. The third actually hurt, a stinging hex that left his arm numb for several minutes. The fourth, fifth, and sixth were progressively worse. By the end of the first session, Harry was bruised, exhausted, and humiliated. He'd landed exactly one spell, a shield that had crumbled instantly under Perenelle's follow-up attack. You're thinking too much, she said, helping him to his feet. I can see you calculating, planning your response. That's good in some contexts. In combat, it's fatal. Then how do I stop? Practice. Repetition. Pain. She handed him a potion vial, something for the bruises. We'll do this every day for a month. By the end, you'll react without thinking or you'll be too battered to continue. Harry drank the potion, feeling warmth spread through his aching muscles. And after the month? Then we introduce live targets. Animated constructs that hit back. And after that, if you're still standing, we start on the really dangerous spells. She said it matter-of-factly, without drama, but Harry heard the warning underneath. This wasn't a game. She was preparing him for a world where people would try to kill him, and she was doing it by teaching him how to survive. Thank you, he said. Perenelle blinked, surprised. For beating you senseless. For taking it seriously. For not pretending I'll be safe forever. He met her eyes, and something in his gaze made her breath catch. I know what's coming, Perenelle. The piece of Voldemort in my scar, the prophecy, all of it. Nicholas thinks I don't understand the stakes, but I do. I'm going to have to fight someday. I'd rather be ready. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she pulled him into a hug, fierce and protective, her chin resting on top of his unruly hair. You shouldn't have to carry this, she murmured. You're just a child. I know. Harry's arms wrapped around her, returning the embrace. But I do have to carry it. So I will. The combat training continued alongside Harry's academic studies, and both accelerated as the months passed. Nicholas, perhaps goaded by Harry's challenge, began teaching at a pace that would have overwhelmed most adult students. The 7 planetary metals became not just theory but practice. Harry spent weeks learning to sense the difference between lead and gold, between iron and copper, between mercury and tin. He learned to read the language of matter, to hear the whispers of essentia that ordinary wizards couldn't perceive. Everything wants to be something, Nicholas explained one afternoon in the workshop. That's the fundamental insight of alchemy. Matter isn't passive, it has preferences, tendencies, desires of a sort. The alchemist's job is to understand those desires and work with them. What does gold want? Gold wants to be eternal. It's the most stable of the metals, the most resistant to change. That's why it's associated with the sun, constancy, permanence, the unchanging light. And lead? Lead wants to transform. It's heavy, sluggish, burdened by its own weight. Deep in its nature, lead knows it could be something else, something lighter, brighter, more refined. That's why lead to gold is the classic transmutation. You're not forcing Lead to become something alien. You're helping it become what it secretly wishes to be. Harry absorbed this, adding it to the growing architecture of understanding in his mind. What about living things? What do they want? Nicholas hesitated. This was the edge of territory he'd been avoiding, the place where alchemy touched on questions that had no safe answers. Living things want to continue, he said finally. To persist. To maintain their pattern against the forces of entropy. That's the drive behind all life, the refusal to dissolve, to scatter, to become undifferentiated matter again. Is that why the elixir works? It gives the body what it wants. In essence, yes. The elixir translates the body's desire for continuation into actual physical persistence. It removes the limits that would otherwise cause decay. But not the soul's limits. Nicholas's expression tightened. We've discussed this. I'm not pushing for answers you won't give. I'm just noting the inconsistency. Harry picked up a piece of iron ore from the workbench, turning it over in his hands. The body and soul are connected, that's basic alchemical theory. If you change one without changing the other, you create an imbalance. Over time, that imbalance grows. The body stays young while the soul gets tired. They drift apart. Your analysis is correct. Nicholas's voice was flat, controlled. So the solution would be to address both simultaneously. Make a translation that includes soul as well as body. Align their desires, so that the soul wants to continue as much as the body does. And how would you do that? Harry set down the ore. I don't know yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But I think the answer has something to do with worth, with making the continuation feel earned rather than given. The elixir sustains you whether or not you deserve to be sustained. What if there was a version that only worked for people who were still growing, still contributing, still becoming more than they were? Nicholas stared at him for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was strange, hushed, almost reverent. That's remarkably close to something I theorized centuries ago. Something I abandoned because I couldn't see a path to implementation. Why did you abandon it? Because the mechanics were beyond me. To assess worth, to judge whether a soul deserves continuation, would require an intelligence I couldn't create and criteria I couldn't define. Who decides what counts as worthy? Who determines the threshold? The potential for abuse was too great. Harry nodded slowly. Unless the subject decides for themselves. Unless the translation includes a kind of self-assessment. The soul evaluates its own worth, honestly and completely, and the elixir only works if that evaluation is genuinely positive. And if the subject lies to themselves? If they believe they're worthy when they're not? Then the stone would have to be able to detect the lie. To see through self-deception. Harry's eyes had gone distant, the way they did when he was working through a complex problem. Which means it would need something like consciousness. Not full awareness, necessarily, but enough perception to distinguish authentic self-assessment from comfortable fiction. The silence stretched. Nicholas felt his heart pounding against his ribs, felt the strange mixture of terror and exhilaration that came from watching someone navigate territory he'd marked as impassable. You're 9 years old, he said finally. You're talking about creating a conscious artifact capable of moral judgment. I'm not saying I can do it. I'm saying it's the logical direction. Harry looked up, meeting Nicholas's gaze. You asked me to prove I can handle complexity without rushing toward conclusions. That's what I'm doing. I'm mapping the territory, not claiming I've reached the destination. And if the destination is unreachable, then I'll know that when I get there. Not before. Nicholas let out a long, slow breath. He'd spent 6 centuries learning patience, but this boy tested it constantly, not through defiance, but through sheer intellectual velocity. Very well, he said. Continue your mapping. But Harry. Promise me you won't attempt anything practical until we've discussed it thoroughly. Some experiments can't be undone. I promise. The words came easily, sincerely. But later that night, lying in his bed and staring at the ceiling, Harry wondered how long he could keep that promise. Some questions demanded answers. And some answers could only be found through action. Winter came early that year, bringing snow that blanketed the Devon countryside in white. Harry spent the short days studying languages, the original tongues of alchemical knowledge, preserved in texts that predated printing. Latin came easily, he'd started it years ago. Greek was harder, Arabic harder still. But the Flamels had collected manuscripts from every corner of the world, and Harry devoured them with an appetite that showed no signs of diminishing. One evening, browsing the library's upper shelves, he found a text that made him pause. It was bound in leather that felt oddly warm to the touch, clasped with silver that seemed to shift slightly in the lamplight. The title was stamped in a script he didn't recognize, not Latin, not Greek, not Arabic, not any of the languages he'd studied. But the symbol on the cover was familiar. Triangle. Circle. Line. Harry stood very still, holding the book without opening it. He'd seen this symbol before, in the strange volume that had appeared months ago, the one he'd hidden in his workshop, the one that whispered of the Deathly Hallows and the Master of Death. This was different, though. That book had felt seductive, almost hungry. This one felt neutral. Observational. As if it was waiting to see what he would do. He opened it. The text inside was handwritten in elegant copperplate, switching between languages apparently at random. Some pages were Latin, some Greek, some a bastardized mixture of several tongues at once. And scattered throughout were diagrams, complex, intricate, showing relationships between concepts that Harry couldn't quite grasp. But he could read enough to understand the subject matter. The three Hallows. Their origins, their powers, their connections to each other. And, most intriguingly, their relationship to a fourth artifact, one that predated the Hallows themselves. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry sat down on the floor of the library, his back against a shelf, and began to read in earnest. The text argued that the Peverell brothers hadn't created the Hallows, they'd inherited them. The artifacts were far older than the medieval legend suggested, dating back to an era before recorded magical history. And their true purpose wasn't to defeat death, but to understand it. Death, the text read, is not an enemy to be conquered. Death is a threshold to be navigated. The Hallows were created as tools for that navigation, the wand to command the forces that guard the threshold, the stone to communicate with those who have crossed it, the cloak to pass through unseen. But the Hallows alone are insufficient. They require a key, something that can open the threshold itself. This key is the Philosopher's Stone, properly understood. Not a generator of gold or elixir, but a translator between states of existence. Life and death are not opposites, they are dialects of the same language. The stone speaks both fluently. Together, the four artifacts form a complete system. The stone opens the door. The wand controls what waits beyond. The cloak hides the traveler. The resurrection stone guides the way. One who mastered all four would not merely survive death, they would move freely between existence and its absence, choosing when and how to occupy either state. This is the true meaning of Master of Death. Not immortality. Sovereignty. Harry closed the book slowly. His hands were shaking. This couldn't be real. It had to be speculation, theory, wishful thinking disguised as scholarship. The connection between the Philosopher's Stone and the Deathly Hallows, if such a connection existed, Nicholas would know. Nicholas would have told him. Unless Nicholas didn't know. Or unless Nicholas had chosen not to tell. Harry thought about the conversation he'd overheard months ago, when Nicholas believed him asleep. A fragment of murmured discussion with Perenelle, worry in both their voices. Worried about Grindelwald. The dreams Harry mentioned, the symbol, it could be coincidence. Harry's imagination is vivid. And if it's not? If Gellert has found a way to reach him? At the time, Harry hadn't understood. He'd filed the name away for later research, never finding a good opportunity to pursue it. But now, holding this book with its impossible revelations, he wondered. Who was Grindelwald? What did he want with Harry? And why had Nicholas seemed so afraid? Harry put the book back on the shelf, exactly where he'd found it. He would need time to process what he'd read, to fit it into the framework of understanding he was building. But he didn't tell Nicholas he'd found it. And that secret, added to the others he was keeping, began to feel like a weight he'd eventually have to set down. Spring brought a visitor. Harry was in the garden, practicing the combat forms Perenelle had drilled into him, when he felt someone watching. The sensation was distinct, not the comfortable awareness of Nicholas or Perenelle nearby, but something stranger. More intent. He turned, wand rising automatically, and found himself facing a young woman. She was perhaps 20, with dark hair cut short and eyes that were an unusual shade of amber. Her robes were travel-worn, her boots muddy from the lane outside the estate. She stood just inside the ward boundary, hands raised in a gesture of non-threat, and smiled as Harry's wand pointed at her heart. "Good reflexes," she said. Her voice carried a faint accent, German, perhaps, or Austrian. "Nicholas has taught you well. Who are you? How did you get through the wards?" "My name is Liesel. I'm a student of alchemy, one of the few remaining. I've come to petition Master Flamel for guidance." Harry didn't lower his wand. "The wards should have stopped you. They would have, if I meant any harm. But I'm here as a supplicant, not a threat. The wards recognize my intent and permitted entry." She gestured toward the house. "May I speak with him? I've traveled a very long way." Something about her manner put Harry on edge. She was too calm, too controlled, for someone who'd just been met at one point by a child. Her eyes moved constantly, cataloging details, assessing. "Wait here," he said. "I'll get Nicholas." He backed away slowly, keeping her in sight until he reached the house. Only then did he turn and run inside, calling for his mentor. Nicholas listened to Harry's description with a frown that deepened as the details accumulated. When Harry finished, he moved to the window and studied the young woman still standing in the garden. "Liesel," he murmured. "I don't recognize the name. But the approach, seeking entry by demonstrating pure intent, that's a technique from the old traditions. Few know it today. Should I send her away?" "No." Nicholas's expression was thoughtful. "Let's hear what she has to say. Stay close, Harry. Watch and learn." They went out together, Nicholas in front, Harry a step behind with his wand still ready. The young woman, Liesel, smiled as they approached. "Master Flamel. Thank you for receiving me. I haven't received you yet. You've simply penetrated my defenses, which is either impressive or alarming depending on your purpose." Nicholas stopped several feet away, arms folded. "State your business." "I wish to learn." Her voice was earnest, almost pleading. "True alchemy, not the degraded forms taught in the schools. I've studied the histories, read everything I could find, but the practical knowledge has been lost. You're the only living master who could teach me. Many have made similar requests over the centuries. I've declined them all. I know. But I'm different. Everyone believes they're different." Liesel's smile flickered, frustration briefly visible beneath the careful composure. "Then let me prove it. Test me. Ask me anything. I've prepared for years, why?" Harry interrupted. Both adults turned to look at him. Liesel's amber eyes fixed on him with sudden intensity, as if truly seeing him for the first time. "Why what? Why do you want to learn alchemy? Not the noble reasons, not the philosophical justifications. The real reason. What are you actually trying to accomplish?" The question hung in the air. Liesel's composure wavered, something complicated moving behind her expression. "I want to understand death, she said finally. I want to know what it is, why it happens, whether it can be navigated differently. I've lost people. People I loved. And I can't accept that they're simply gone. Harry nodded slowly. He understood that motivation. He'd felt it himself, kneeling beside Perenelle's dead chickens, trying to call back what had been lost. Grief is a poor foundation for alchemy, Nicholas said. It clouds judgment, encourages shortcuts, leads to disaster. I know. That's why I'm here instead of trying to teach myself. I need guidance. I need someone to help me find a path that doesn't end in destruction. Nicholas studied her for a long moment. Then he shook his head. I'm sorry. My answer is no. Liesel's face fell, but she recovered quickly. May I ask why? Because I see in you the same hunger that led Gellert Grindelwald down his path. The same desperation, the same willingness to pay any price. I've lived long enough to recognize the signs. Nicholas's voice softened slightly. You're not evil, child. But you're dangerous, to yourself and others. I won't contribute to that danger. The name, Grindelwald, hit Harry like a physical blow. He watched Liesel's reaction carefully, saw the flinch she couldn't quite suppress. You know that name, he said. Grindelwald. You've heard of him. Everyone has heard of him. Her voice was too quick, too defensive. The dark wizard Dumbledore defeated. The monster of Nurmengard. But you know more than that. Something personal. Liesel's composure cracked. For just a moment, something desperate and frightened showed through. He was my grandfather's teacher, she said quietly. Before the war. Before everything went wrong. My grandfather believed in him, believed in the greater good, believed they could change the world for the better. And when it all collapsed, when Grindelwald was exposed as what he truly was, my grandfather was destroyed. He died ashamed of everything he'd devoted his life to. And you? Nicholas asked. I'm trying to understand. Tears glistened in Liesel's eyes, though they didn't fall. I'm trying to find the line between ambition and madness, between vision and destruction. My grandfather wasn't evil, I knew him, before he died. He was kind and gentle and he believed he was doing right. How did that turn into what Grindelwald became? How do good intentions lead to such horror? The question resonated with something in Harry's chest. He thought about his own ambitions, his dream of improving the stone, his certainty that he could succeed where others had failed. Was he so different from Liesel's grandfather? Was the line between noble aspiration and dangerous obsession as clear as he wanted to believe? Nicholas sighed. Wait here. I need to speak with my wife. He went inside, leaving Harry alone with the visitor. Liesel wiped her eyes, composing herself, and managed a weak smile. You're his student. The one who's been living here for years, according to the rumors. There are rumors about me. In certain circles. Alchemical scholars who track such things. A child found by the Flamels, being trained in the old ways. Some think you're a prodigy. Others think you're a myth. Which do you think? I think. Liesel looked at him carefully, amber eyes assessing. I think you asked exactly the right question. Why? Most people would have asked what, or how. You went straight to motivation. That suggests you understand something important about how people work. I've had good teachers. Yes. You have. She paused, glancing toward the house. Can I give you some advice? Student to student. Harry nodded slowly. Be careful what you learn. Knowledge isn't neutral, it changes you, shapes you, pushes you in directions you might not choose if you could see clearly. My grandfather read things, studied things, opened doors that should have stayed closed. By the time he realized where he was heading, it was too late to turn back. And you think that could happen to me? I think it could happen to anyone. Even someone as talented as you clearly are. Liesel's expression was earnest, almost urgent. Promise me you'll question everything. Even the things that feel true. Especially those. Before Harry could respond, Nicholas returned. His expression was unreadable. My wife and I have discussed your request. We won't take you as a student, that decision stands. But we'll offer you something else. What? 3 months access to our library. The theoretical sections, not the practical ones. You may study, take notes, ask questions. At the end of 3 months, we'll assess whether you've learned anything that might help you find the balance you're seeking. Liesel's eyes widened. That's incredibly generous. It's a risk. Nicholas's voice was stern. A calculated one. If we see any sign that you're pursuing knowledge for destructive purposes, you'll be expelled immediately and permanently. Do you understand? Yes. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Nicholas nodded curtly. Harry will show you to the guest quarters. Dinner is at 7. He turned and walked away without another word. Harry watched him go, feeling the weight of unasked questions pressing against his lips. Grindelwald. The dark wizard imprisoned in Nurmengard. A man who had believed in the greater good, who had twisted noble ideals into monstrous actions. And whose symbol, triangle, circle, line, kept appearing in Harry's dreams. Liesel stayed for exactly 3 months. During that time, she became something like the older sister Harry had never had. She studied constantly, filling notebooks with cramped handwriting, asking questions that ranged from basic theory to abstruse metaphysics. But she also made time for Harry, helping with his combat practice, sharing stories from her travels, teaching him card games and drinking songs in half a dozen languages. You're different from what I expected, she said one evening, sitting with him in the garden as the sun set. The rumors made you sound like some kind of prodigy, cold, clinical, more interested in books than people. The rumors were partially right. Maybe. But you're also lonely. I recognize it because I'm lonely too. She bumped her shoulder against his. It's strange, isn't it? We're surrounded by knowledge, by opportunity, by things most people can only dream of. And none of it fixes the fundamental problem. What problem? That we're separate. That there's always a gap between ourselves and others. Even the people we love, the people who understand us best, there's still a barrier. We can't really reach them. Not completely. Harry thought about Nicholas and Perenelle, about the conversations that always seemed to stop just short of full honesty. About the secrets he was keeping, the questions he wasn't asking, the growing distance between what he knew and what they believed he knew. Is that why your grandfather followed Grindelwald? He was trying to bridge that gap. Liesel was quiet for a long moment. Maybe. I think Grindelwald offered something that ordinary society couldn't, a sense of belonging to something larger. A cause that made individual loneliness feel meaningful. My grandfather said that when he was with the movement, he felt connected in a way he never had before. Like he'd finally found his people. And then it all fell apart. Yes. When the truth came out, the murders, the experiments, the casual brutality, my grandfather couldn't reconcile it with the community he'd loved. He kept looking for excuses, for explanations, for some way to believe that the good he'd experienced was real and the evil was aberration. In the end, he couldn't find one. What happened to him? He lived another 40 years. Quietly, anonymously, trying to make amends in small ways. He never talked about those years until right before he died. Then he told me everything, the hope and the horror, the beauty and the blood. Liesel's voice dropped. He said the worst part wasn't the guilt. It was knowing that even now, even after everything, part of him still missed it. Still missed the belonging, the purpose, the certainty. He'd given his whole self to something monstrous, and he couldn't get it all back. Harry absorbed this in silence. He thought about the voice in his dreams, the one that whispered of power and transformation, that offered knowledge Nicholas refused to share. He'd resisted it so far, but the resistance wasn't effortless. Part of him was curious. Part of him wanted to know what the voice had to offer. Was that how it started? A small curiosity, a minor compromise, a door opened just a crack. "Thank you for telling me," he said finally. "Thank you for listening." Liesel stood, stretching. "I should get back to my studies. Only 3 weeks left, and I've barely scratched the surface." She walked away, leaving Harry alone with the darkening sky and his troubled thoughts. The discovery came in Liesel's final week. Harry found her in the restricted section of the library, the area Nicholas had explicitly forbidden her to access. She was holding an old journal, one Harry recognized immediately. It was the record of Nicholas's earliest experiments with the stone. The ones he'd refused to discuss, the ones that contained the costs and consequences he'd hidden from everyone. "You shouldn't be here," Harry said quietly. Liesel spun, the journal clutched to her chest. Her amber eyes were wide, but not with fear, with something else. Triumph, perhaps. Or hunger. "Harry. I didn't hear you come in. Put it back. Whatever you were looking for, you won't find it that way. You don't understand." She held out the journal, her hands trembling. "This is everything. The techniques he used, the principles he discovered, the failures that taught him how to succeed. This is the path to the stone. I know what it is. I've read it. Then you know what it means. With this knowledge, anyone could recreate his work. Could achieve what he achieved. Could make the same mistakes he made." Harry stepped closer, his voice soft but firm. "Liesel, you said you wanted to find the line between ambition and madness. This is where that line runs. Right here. Right now." For a moment, he thought she might listen. Her expression wavered, conflict visible in every line of her face. Then something shifted behind her eyes. A hardening, a closing off. "I'm sorry, Harry. I truly am. But I can't leave empty-handed. Not after everything I've sacrificed to get here." She raised her wand, and Harry raised his in response. They faced each other across the dusty shelves, surrounded by centuries of accumulated knowledge, and for the first time Harry understood what Perenelle had been training him for. "You can't win this," he said. "Nicholas and Perenelle are in the house. The wards will alert them the moment you try to leave. The wards won't stop me. I've been studying them for months, finding the weaknesses, preparing the counters. I'll be gone before they know I've moved. And then what? You'll recreate the stone. Use it for your own purposes. I'll continue my grandfather's work. The work Grindelwald corrupted but didn't invent. The greater good isn't a lie, Harry, it was just pursued by the wrong person, with the wrong methods. I can do better." The words hit Harry like ice water. "You're one of them. One of Grindelwald's followers. I'm his heir." Liesel's voice rang with sudden passion. "Not by blood, but by vision. He made mistakes, terrible mistakes, but his fundamental insight was correct. Magic shouldn't be hoarded by the privileged few. The secrets of life and death shouldn't be controlled by gatekeepers like Flamel. Everyone deserves access to the knowledge that could transform their existence. Even if that knowledge is dangerous. Even if it leads to destruction. Destruction is inevitable when power is concentrated in too few hands. Spread it widely enough, and the danger diminishes. That's what the greater good means, liberation, not tyranny." Harry shook his head slowly. "You sound exactly like what Nicholas warned me about. Someone so certain they're right that they can't see what they're becoming. And you sound like a child too sheltered to understand the real world." Liesel's wand hand steadied. "I'm leaving now, Harry. You can try to stop me, or you can let me go and tell Nicholas the first escaped before you could react. One way, people get hurt. The other way, we both walk away from this with our dignity intact." Harry considered the options. He was 9 years old, barely trained, facing an adult who'd been preparing for this moment for months. The rational choice was clear. But something in him rebelled against it. Against the idea of backing down, of letting a threat walk away unchallenged. Against the notion that he was too young, too weak, too unprepared to make a difference. He thought about the bird he'd almost saved. The essentia he'd almost called back. "I'm sorry," he said. And he attacked. Not with combat spells. Liesel was right that he couldn't win a straight fight. Instead, he reached for the skill he'd discovered years ago in the chicken coop. The ability to touch essentia, to speak to the fundamental nature of things. The journal in Liesel's arms began to glow. She gasped, trying to drop it, but the glow had already spread to her hands, not burning, but binding, anchoring her in place. The journal's essentia was responding to Harry's call, recognizing his intent, refusing to be stolen. What are you doing? The journal doesn't want to leave," Harry said. His voice sounded strange in his own ears, resonant with harmonics he didn't fully understand. "It knows it belongs here. You can fight me, but you can't fight what it is." Liesel struggled, pulling at the invisible bonds, but the journal held her fast. The glow was spreading, climbing her arms, reaching for her chest. "Stop. You'll kill me." "No." Harry's concentration wavered, the glow flickering. He was pushing himself too hard, reaching for power he hadn't learned to control. "I'm just holding you until." His vision blurred. The resonance in his voice cracked, broke, vanished. The glow died, and Liesel stumbled backward, finally free. For a moment, they stared at each other, both breathing hard, both shaken by what had just happened. Then Nicholas's voice thundered through the library. "Enough." He stood in the doorway, wand raised, power crackling around him like visible lightning. Beside him, Perenelle wore an expression that promised violence. Liesel looked at them, looked at Harry, and made her choice. She dropped the journal and ran, not for the door but for a window, diving through the glass and vanishing into the night. Nicholas started after her, but Perenelle caught his arm. "Let her go. She's not the priority right now." She crossed to Harry, who had collapsed against a bookshelf, and gathered him in her arms. "You foolish, brave, impossible child," she murmured, stroking his hair. "What did you do?" "I held her," Harry whispered. His voice was barely audible, his strength almost gone. "I asked the journal for help, and it listened." Nicholas stood over them, his expression a complicated mixture of anger and awe. "You reached for essentia binding. Without training. Without preparation. You could have killed yourself." "I know." Harry managed a weak smile. "But I didn't." Nicholas closed his eyes, breathing deeply. When he opened them again, something had changed in his face. "1 month," he said. "You were going to wait a year to earn the truth. You've just shortened that to 1 month. Why?" "Because you've demonstrated that you'll take risks whether I prepare you for them or not. And because," Nicholas's voice caught. "Because what you did tonight shouldn't be possible. Essentia binding typically requires decades of study. You did it instinctively, under pressure, at age 9. Is that bad? It's unprecedented." Nicholas knelt beside him, taking Harry's face in his hands. "Harry, listen to me. What you are, what you're becoming, is something the world hasn't seen in a very long time. Perhaps ever. I've been trying to slow your development, to let you grow at a natural pace. But I'm starting to think that natural doesn't apply to you." "What does that mean?" "It means we need to talk. About everything. About the stone's true nature, about Grindelwald, about the fragment in your scar. About what I believe you might be capable of, and what I fear about what comes next." Harry nodded, exhaustion pulling at him. "Tomorrow. Tomorrow." Nicholas rose, helping Perenelle lift Harry to his feet. "Tonight, you rest. You've earned it. They carried him to his room, put him to bed, and sat with him until he fell asleep. And in his dreams, the voice that had been whispering for years spoke clearly for the first time. Well done, Harry. You're stronger than they know. Stronger than you know. When you're ready to learn what they won't teach you, I'll be waiting. Harry didn't answer. But he remembered every word. The month of waiting felt like a year. Harry recovered quickly from his exertion, youth and magical resilience working together to restore him. But the questions wouldn't rest. Every day, he thought about what Nicholas had promised. Every night, the dreams came, more vivid than before. He saw the symbol constantly now, triangle, circle, line, not just in sleep but in waking moments. Traced in the frost on windows. Formed by the arrangement of stars. Suggested by the pattern of leaves falling from trees. And always, always, the voice. It didn't demand anything. Didn't threaten or coerce. It simply offered. Knowledge. Understanding. The answers Nicholas kept locked away. Your mentor loves you, the voice said. That's his weakness. He wants to protect you from truths that might hurt. But protection stunts growth. You can't become what you're meant to be while wrapped in cotton. Go away, Harry thought back. I don't want what you're offering. Not yet. But you will. When the questions become unbearable. When you realize that even the people who love you are willing to let you stay ignorant. Then you'll remember that I was the one who told you the truth, while they told you pretty lies. The month ended on a grey November morning. Harry sat across from Nicholas in the workshop, the stone between them on its granite pedestal, and waited to learn everything. Nicholas looked old. Not physically, the elixir prevented that, but in some deeper sense. The weight of 6 centuries pressed down on him, visible in his eyes. What I'm about to tell you, he said, I've never told anyone. Not the full truth. Perenelle knows parts of it. Dumbledore suspects. But no one has heard the complete story. I'm listening. The Philosopher's Stone was not my first attempt to achieve immortality. Nicholas paused, gathering himself. It was my third. The first 2 failed. In ways that still haunt me. Harry waited, silent. The first was a potion. An elixir, though not the one you know. It was designed to halt aging by stopping time within the drinker's body. Freezing them at a single moment, preserved forever. Nicholas's hands clenched on the table. It worked. Briefly. The subject, a young woman who volunteered, who believed in my vision, stopped aging completely. For 3 days, she was essentially immortal. What happened on the 4th day? Time caught up. All at once. 3 days of stopped time collapsed into a single instant. She aged, rapidly. Completely. By the time the process finished, there was nothing left but dust. Harry's stomach turned. He thought about the calculations, the theory, the way Nicholas had taught him to check and double-check before attempting anything practical. The second attempt was worse. Nicholas's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. I tried to remove death from the equation entirely. To create a state of existence that simply didn't include the possibility of ending. I called it eternal stasis, a kind of living that couldn't transition into dying, no matter what happened. That doesn't sound possible. It wasn't. What I created instead was undeath. A subject who couldn't die but also couldn't truly live. Trapped between states, aware and suffering, unable to move forward or back. Nicholas closed his eyes. He begged me to kill him. For years, he begged. And I couldn't. Nothing I tried could end what I'd started. Eventually, I found a way. But the cost was terrible, and the guilt has never left me. Harry absorbed this in silence. The picture it painted was far from the serene master he'd known. This was someone who had stumbled, who had caused immense suffering, who had learned his art through failure and horror. The stone, Nicholas continued, was my attempt to find a middle path. Not stopping time. Not removing death. Just, postponing it. Translating the body into a state of perpetual youth while accepting that the transition to death would eventually come. It worked. It's been working for 6 centuries. But you were right, Harry, in what you said at breakfast all those months ago. About the soul. Yes. The stone preserves the body, but the soul knows it's borrowing time. Every year that passes, the disconnect grows. Perenelle and I, we love each other. We've loved each other for 600 years. But we're also tired in ways the elixir can't fix. Ready to rest, unable to do so. Why haven't you stopped? You said the transition to death was accepted. You could just, stop taking the elixir. Nicholas's smile was sad. We could. And someday we will. But there's always something more to do. Someone who needs our help. A piece of knowledge that might be lost. A student who might. He trailed off, looking at Harry with an expression that was almost pleading. You, Harry. You're why we've continued. The chance to pass on what we've learned, to help you become what you might be. And now you're afraid of what I might become. Yes. The word came out raw, honest. Because you're not like my previous students. You're not like anyone I've ever known. The Essentia binding you performed last month, that was a technique I didn't master until I was in my 70s. You're 9 years old, and you did it instinctively. Is that why you've been holding back? Because you're scared of my potential? Partly. But also because I've seen what happens when potential is pushed too fast. The woman who turned to dust. The man trapped in undeath. They were both talented, both eager, both certain they could handle what I offered. They were wrong. I don't want you to be wrong, Harry. I couldn't bear it. Harry stood and walked to the stone, placing his hand on its rough surface. It hummed under his touch, familiar and welcoming, the frequency of creation itself, singing in resonance with something deep in his core. I understand why you've been cautious, he said quietly. And I understand why you're afraid. But you have to understand something too. What? I'm not going to stop. I can't stop. This, he gestured at the stone, at the workshop, at everything around them, this is who I am. I was born for this, or made for it, or destined for it, I don't know which and it doesn't matter. What matters is that I can't pretend to be ordinary. I can't pretend to be satisfied with mastering what already exists. He turned to face Nicholas, and the old alchemist saw something in the boy's eyes that made his heart stop. He's not a child anymore, Nicholas realized. Perhaps he never was. Teach me everything, Harry said. Not just the successes, but the failures. Not just the techniques, but the mistakes. I need to understand the whole picture, the costs and consequences, the prices you paid, the lessons you learned in blood. Give me that, and I'll make you a promise in return. What promise? That I won't rush. That I'll check my work, question my assumptions, accept correction when I'm wrong. That I'll remember the people who turned to dust and the man trapped in undeath, and let their suffering make me careful. Harry's voice was steady, certain. I can't promise to be safe. But I can promise to be wise. Nicholas looked at him for a long time. The workshop was silent except for the faint hum of the stone. You're asking me to trust you with knowledge that could destroy the world. Yes. You're 9 years old. Yes. And if I refuse? Then I'll find another way. I'll search for the information myself, or accept what the voice in my dreams keeps offering, or stumble toward the truth through trial and error. One way or another, Nicholas, I'm going to learn. The only question is whether you're there to guide me. The mention of the voice made Nicholas flinch. You've been hearing, for months. Maybe years. I've resisted it so far, but I can feel the temptation growing. It offers what you won't. It promises answers you keep locked away. Harry's expression was unflinching. I'd rather learn from you. But I won't stay ignorant forever. Not even for people I love. Nicholas closed his eyes. He thought about everything he'd built, everything he'd protected, everything he'd feared. He thought about the child he'd rescued from a cupboard, the student who had surpassed his every expectation, the young man who now stood before him demanding nothing less than everything. "All right," he said finally. "All right, Harry. You win." He rose, crossed to a cabinet in the corner of the workshop, and retrieved a stack of journals, older than the ones Harry had already read, bound in leather that seemed to absorb light. "These are my true records. The complete history of the stone's creation, including the failures, the costs, the prices paid. Read them. Study them. Learn from them." Harry took the journals, feeling their weight in his hands. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet." Nicholas's expression was grim. "You wanted to know about Grindelwald. About the voice in your dreams. About what you might be becoming." "Yes." "Then finish the journals first. And after that, I'll tell you about the Deathly Hallows. And why I believe you're the one person in history who might actually unite them." The journals took Harry 2 months to finish. They were not easy reading. Nicholas had been ruthlessly honest in his records, documenting every failure, every death, every moment of doubt and despair. The woman who turned to dust had a name, Marie. She had been Nicholas's first love, before Perenelle. She had believed in his vision completely, had volunteered eagerly for the experiment that killed her. The man trapped in undeath was named Thibaut. He had been Nicholas's closest friend, a fellow alchemist who had helped develop the early theories that would eventually lead to the stone. His years of suffering, and the eventual mercy that ended them, had nearly destroyed Nicholas. And there were others. Subjects who had experienced partial transformations, who had lived for months or years in states of flux before their bodies or minds gave out. Assistants who had been exposed to unstable compounds and suffered consequences ranging from madness to slow dissolution. The cost of the stone, measured in human lives, was far higher than Harry had imagined. But there was hope too. Learning. Each failure had taught Nicholas something essential, had pointed toward the path that eventually succeeded. The stone wasn't just an achievement, it was a monument to everyone who had died in its creation. Their sacrifices, however unwilling some of them had been, had made immortality possible. Harry finished the last journal on a cold February night, snow falling outside his window. He sat in his workshop, surrounded by the tools Nicholas had given him, and thought about what he'd learned. The stone was imperfect. Nicholas had known this from the beginning, had been working to improve it for centuries. But the improvements had been incremental, refinements to the elixir, extensions of its effects, nothing that addressed the fundamental flaw Harry had identified. And the reason was now clear. Nicholas was afraid. Afraid of repeating his failures, of creating new Marie and Thibauts, of paying prices he couldn't bear. He'd rather live with a flawed stone than risk making it worse. Harry understood that fear. He respected it. But he couldn't share it. "I'm not going to let fear stop me," he thought. "I'm going to find a better way. A way that doesn't require sacrifice, that doesn't create suffering, that actually solves the problem instead of just managing it." It was an arrogant thought. He knew that. But it was also sincere. He closed the journals, stacked them neatly on his desk, and went to find Nicholas. "The Deathly Hallows," Nicholas said, "are real." They sat in the garden, beneath a sky thick with stars. Perenelle was there too, her hand in Nicholas's, providing silent support. "I suspected as much," Harry said. "The book I found, the dreams I've had, they pointed to the same conclusion." "The book was bait," Nicholas said heavily. "We didn't place it there. Someone else did, someone who wanted you to find it, wanted you to start asking questions. We believe that someone is Grindelwald." But he's imprisoned. Has been for decades. His body is imprisoned. His mind, we're less certain about. Grindelwald spent 50 years studying mental magic before his defeat. He learned to project his consciousness, to influence dreams, to reach across distances that should be impassable. His prison was designed to contain his physical form and magical power. Whether it contains his thoughts. Nicholas shrugged. We don't know. And the Hallows? What are they really? Perenelle spoke for the first time. The legend says they were created by death itself, as gifts to the three Peverell brothers. The truth is more complicated. The Hallows are ancient artifacts, older than recorded magical history. They were likely created by someone, or something, with knowledge far beyond anything we possess today. But they're not just objects. They're keys, of a sort. Pieces of a larger puzzle. A puzzle that leads to mastery over death. Perhaps. Or perhaps something else entirely. We don't know what happens when the Hallows are united. It's never been achieved. Nicholas hesitated. Well. Almost never. Grindelwald. He possessed the Elder Wand for years. He sought the other two Hallows obsessively, believing that uniting them would give him power over death itself. He never found them. Nicholas met Harry's eyes. But he theorized, and I've come to believe he was right, that the Hallows are connected to the Philosopher's Stone in ways I didn't understand when I created it. Harry remembered the book he'd found, the one that had explained this very connection. The stone is the key. The translator that makes the Hallows work together. That's his theory. And I'm afraid it might be correct. Nicholas's expression was haunted. If Grindelwald is reaching for you, if he's been planting books and speaking in your dreams, it's because he believes you can do what he couldn't. Unite the Hallows. Master death itself. Achieve what he spent his life pursuing. And you're worried I might listen to him. Yes. Harry considered this. The voice in his dreams had been seductive, persuasive, offering exactly what he wanted most. But now that he knew its source. I won't, he said firmly. I don't care what knowledge he offers. I've read your journals, Nicholas. I know what happens when people pursue power without wisdom. I won't become another Grindelwald. I believe you believe that. Perenelle's voice was gentle. But Grindelwald was once a young man who said similar things. He believed in justice, in equality, in breaking down the barriers between magical and mundane. His vision was noble. It was only the execution that became monstrous. Then I'll have to do better than he did. Harry's voice was calm, certain. I'll have to find a way to pursue what I'm after without losing sight of what matters. And what matters to you, Harry? People. The answer came without hesitation. Not abstractions, not principles, not grand visions of the greater good. Individual people, in all their messy particularity. Marie and Thibaut mattered. The subjects who suffered in your experiments mattered. If I forget that, if I start seeing people as means to ends, then I've already failed, no matter what I achieve. Nicholas and Perenelle looked at each other. Something passed between them, a silent conversation, a decision reached. Then we have more to teach you, Nicholas said finally. More than just alchemy. More than just the stone. There are other arts, older arts, that address the soul as directly as alchemy addresses matter. I've avoided them for centuries, considering them too dangerous. But if you're going to face what I think you're going to face. What are they? The disciplines of the mind. Legilimency and occlumency, reading thoughts and shielding them. But also deeper practices, ones that let you examine your own soul, understand its structure, perhaps even modify it. Harry's breath caught. You could help me with the fragment. The piece of Voldemort in my scar. Possibly. With time and training, you might be able to isolate it. Contain it more effectively. Perhaps eventually expel it entirely, though that would be extremely dangerous. Teach me. I intend to. But not tonight. Nicholas rose, pulling Perenelle up with him. Tonight, you rest. You've learned more in the last few months than most people learn in a lifetime. Give yourself time to process it. Harry wanted to argue, but exhaustion was already pulling at him. When do we start? Tomorrow. And every day after that, until you leave for Hogwarts. Hogwarts? You're 11 next summer. The letter will come, whether we want it to or not. Dumbledore has been patient, but his patience has limits. You'll need to face the wider wizarding world eventually. Nicholas paused at the garden gate, looking back. I just want to make sure you're ready when that time comes. Harry nodded slowly. I'll be ready. He watched them walk back to the house, hand in hand after 6 centuries of partnership. Then he turned to look up at the stars, thinking about everything he'd learned. The stone. The Hallows. Grindelwald's whispered temptations. The fragment of Voldemort coiled in his scar. The path he was walking, leading towards something he couldn't quite see. I'll be ready, he thought again. Whatever comes, I'll be ready. But deep in his mind, in the place where the voice waited and the fragment stirred, something stirred in response. Yes, a cold presence whispered. You will be. The months that followed were the most intensive of Harry's life. Nicholas taught him to meditate first, not the simple relaxation exercises most people called meditation, but a rigorous discipline of mental focus. Hours each day, sitting motionless, learning to quiet the constant chatter of thoughts and reach the silence beneath. The mind is like a city, Nicholas explained. Busy, noisy, full of activity. But beneath the city, there are foundations. Structures that support everything above. That's where the real work happens. Harry found the process frustrating at first. His thoughts wouldn't quiet, if anything, sitting still seemed to make them louder. Every worry, every question, every fragment of a dream came rushing to the surface, demanding attention. But gradually, with practice, he learned to let them pass. To acknowledge the thoughts without engaging them, to watch them rise and fall like waves on a distant shore. The silence came in moments at first, brief gaps between thoughts, fleeting glimpses of something deeper. Then the moments stretched, becoming seconds, minutes, eventually hours. In the silence, he found the fragment. It was exactly where he'd always sensed it, behind his scar, coiled around the core of his magic like a parasite feeding on its host. But now he could see it clearly, a dark twisted thing, broken and desperate, clinging to existence through its connection to Harry's life force. The first time he touched it with his consciousness, it recoiled. Tried to hide. But Harry had learned patience in his meditation, and he followed it gently, relentlessly, until he could study it fully. What he found was almost pathetic. This was Voldemort. This fragment of a fragment, this remnant of a remnant. It was barely conscious, a bundle of fear and rage and hunger without enough coherence to form actual thoughts. It knew it was incomplete, knew it was dependent, knew that if Harry ever managed to expel it, it would simply cease. You're afraid of me, Harry thought to it, not with words but with the pure communication of mind to mind. You've been afraid of me since the night you tried to kill me. The fragment didn't respond in language, but its emotions were clear. Yes. It was afraid. It had been afraid for 10 years, ever since the night when the infant Harry's accidental magic had turned its own curse back upon it. What are you? Harry pressed. What were you, before you ended up in me? Images came, disjointed and fragmentary. A young man, handsome and cruel. A diary, holding secrets. A ring, a cup, a locket, a diadem, a snake. Pieces of a whole, scattered across the world, each one an anchor keeping the young man tethered to life even after death should have claimed him. Horcruxes. Harry recognized the concept from Nicholas's journals, objects that held pieces of a wizard's soul, created through murder, granting immortality at the cost of mutilation. So that's what you are, Harry thought. A piece of his soul. A piece of Voldemort, stuck in me by accident when his curse rebounded. The fragment flinched at the name. Even here, even in this reduced state, it retained its creator's fear of the identity he'd built and lost. I'm not going to destroy you, Harry said carefully. Not yet. I don't know how, and I don't want to damage myself in the process. But I'm not going to let you hurt me either. You're going to stay exactly where you are, contained and controlled, until I figure out what to do with you. He wrapped his consciousness around the fragment, gentle but firm, like hands cradling a frightened animal. The fragment struggled briefly, then subsided, accepting its captivity. When Harry emerged from his meditation, 3 hours had passed. Nicholas was waiting, his expression caught between pride and worry. You found it, he said. It wasn't a question. I contained it. For now. Harry stretched, working out the stiffness from sitting so long. It's weaker than I expected. I thought it would fight harder. It's been weakened by years of suppression. Your magic has been keeping it in check since you were a baby. Nicholas handed him a glass of water. But don't underestimate it. Horcruxes are insidious. They influence their hosts gradually, subtly, pushing them toward thoughts and actions that serve the original soul's purposes. Has it been influencing me? I don't know. Possibly. The anger you sometimes feel, the darkness that flickers behind your eyes when you're challenged, those might be its influence. Or they might simply be normal human emotions that anyone in your situation would feel. Harry considered this. How do I tell the difference? That's the hardest part. You can't, always. But you can be aware of the possibility, and you can question yourself when you feel strongly about something. Ask whether the feeling is truly yours, or whether it might be coming from somewhere else. And if it's coming from somewhere else, then you choose whether to act on it or not. The fragment can suggest, but it can't compel. You're the one in control. Harry nodded slowly. It was a strange kind of comfort, knowing that even the darkest parts of his nature might not truly be his, that he could distance himself from impulses that disturbed him. But it was also unsettling. How much of who he thought he was might be the fragment's influence, absorbed so gradually he couldn't distinguish it from his own personality. I'll be careful, he said. See that you are. Nicholas rose, gesturing toward the workshop. Now. Let's see how your alchemical studies are progressing. If you can contain a Horcrux, you should be ready for more advanced work. The advanced work was everything Harry had hoped for and more. Nicholas began teaching him the true secrets of transmutation, not the simple transformations he'd practiced for years, but the deep changes that altered Essentia itself. Gold from lead was just the beginning. Nicholas showed him how to purify base metals into their ideal forms, how to cleanse poisons into medicines, how to take broken things and make them whole in ways that ordinary magic couldn't match. Everything has a perfect state, Nicholas explained, supervising as Harry worked on transmuting a piece of copper. An ideal version of itself that it's always reaching toward. The alchemist's job is to help it get there, to remove the impurities, the accidents of formation, the limitations that prevent it from being what it could be. And living things. Do they have perfect states too? That's more complicated. Living things are constantly changing, constantly becoming. Their perfect state isn't a destination, it's a process. The best version of a person isn't a fixed point, it's a trajectory. So the elixir of life works by maintaining the trajectory. Keeping the body moving toward health instead of decay. Exactly. You're translating the body's journey, redirecting it away from the path that leads to dissolution. Harry finished his transmutation, holding up the resulting piece of metal. It was still copper, but the surface gleamed with a purity that ordinary copper never achieved, every impurity removed, every flaw corrected. What if the trajectory leads somewhere bad, he asked. What if the perfect state of a person is something monstrous? Nicholas was quiet for a long moment. That's the question Grindelwald asked. He believed that some people, wizards, specifically, had trajectories that led toward greatness, while others, muggles, the magically weak, had trajectories that led toward mediocrity or worse. He thought the greater good required accelerating the great and suppressing the small. And you? What do you believe? I believe that everyone's trajectory has value. That there's no such thing as a person whose best self is worthless. Nicholas took the purified copper from Harry's hands, examining it. But I also believe that some trajectories can go wrong. That people can be corrupted, turned away from their better selves towards something darker. When that happens. Nicholas met his eyes. When that happens, someone has to stop them. Not by destroying them, that would be admitting that their trajectory can't be corrected. But by intervening, redirecting, giving them another chance to find their way back. Is that what Dumbledore tried to do with Grindelwald? Yes. And he succeeded, in a sense. Grindelwald was stopped, imprisoned, prevented from doing more harm. But whether he was truly corrected, whether his trajectory actually changed, is something only Grindelwald himself knows. Harry thought about the voice in his dreams, the seductive whisper that promised knowledge and power. I don't think he's changed. I think he's still reaching for the same goals. Just by different means. I fear you're right. Nicholas set down the copper. Which is why you need to be ready when he makes his next move. He won't stop with dreams and planted books. Eventually, he'll try something more direct. What should I do? Learn everything I can teach you. Become strong enough that his temptations don't appeal. And when you go to Hogwarts next year, be very careful who you trust. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. It was exactly as he'd expected, the same parchment, the same emerald ink, the same seal bearing the school's crest. But this time, there was no accompanying note from Dumbledore. Just the standard acceptance letter and list of supplies. He's learned patience, Perenelle observed, reading over Harry's shoulder. The man I remember would have included 3 pages of cryptic hints and meaningful silences. He knows where I've been, Harry said. He knows what I've learned. The letter is just a formality. And will you go? Harry looked at her, surprised. Did you think I wouldn't? I didn't know. You've become so focused on your work here, so committed to the alchemical path. I wondered if you might choose to continue your studies rather than attending a school that can't teach you much. Hogwarts can teach me plenty. Just not about alchemy. Harry folded the letter carefully. I need to know the wider magical world. I need to understand how ordinary wizards think, what they can do, what their limitations are. And I need to meet the people I'll be dealing with for the rest of my life. Including Dumbledore. Especially Dumbledore. Harry met her eyes squarely. He's been planning something for years, a strategy for dealing with Voldemort when he returns. I need to know what that strategy is, and whether I'm part of it. Nicholas entered the room, carrying a tray with tea and cakes. I've contacted Dumbledore. He's agreed to meet with us before the term begins, to discuss your unique circumstances, as he put it. When? Next week. He'll come here, to our estate. It seemed safer than meeting at Hogwarts, where we'd have less control over the conversation. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been waiting for this meeting for years, ever since he'd first learned who Dumbledore was and what role the headmaster had planned for him. Now that it was finally happening, he felt calm. Ready. I have conditions, he said. Things I need to know before I agree to anything. Such as the prophecy. The full text, not just the summary you gave me. The location of Voldemort's other Horcruxes, or at least Dumbledore's best guesses. The truth about what happened the night my parents died, from someone who actually investigated. Nicholas and Perenelle exchanged glances. Those are significant demands. They're necessary ones. I can't plan effectively without information. And I won't be used as a weapon in someone else's chess game. Dumbledore may not agree to share all of that. Then I'll know something important about him. Harry's expression was calm but unyielding. I'm not asking to be treated as an adult. I know I'm 11. But I'm also the person who has to face Voldemort eventually, me, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not anyone else. I have a right to know what I'm facing. Nicholas smiled slowly. You've grown, Harry. When I found you in that garden, you were afraid to ask for a glass of water. Now you're demanding the secrets of the wizarding world's greatest leaders. I had good teachers. That you did. Nicholas set down the tea tray, growing serious. But be careful with Dumbledore. He's not evil, far from it. But he plays a longer game than anyone else alive. His goals may align with yours, but his methods might disturb you. I understand. I hope you do. Nicholas poured the tea, handing cups to Harry and Perenelle. Now. We have a week to prepare you for this meeting. Let's make sure you're ready. The week passed quickly, filled with rehearsals and preparations. Nicholas coached Harry on what to expect from Dumbledore, the penetrating gaze, the gentle questioning that was actually interrogation, the way he used silence to make people fill gaps with information they hadn't intended to share. Perenelle taught him to shield his mind more effectively, strengthening the occlumency barriers he'd been developing. Dumbledore is one of the greatest legilimens alive, she warned. He won't try to break through your defenses directly, that would be rude, but he'll probe gently, looking for weaknesses. Don't let him in. And Harry prepared himself mentally, meditating for hours each day, reinforcing his sense of who he was and what he wanted. The fragment in his scar stirred occasionally, reacting to his heightened focus, but it didn't try to escape its containment. The morning of the meeting, Harry woke before dawn. He dressed carefully, choosing clothes that were neither too formal nor too casual, robes that acknowledged his magical heritage without the ornamentation that would suggest arrogance. He studied himself in the mirror, seeing a young man he barely recognized, pale and sharp-featured, with his mother's eyes and his father's unruly hair, and something else behind both, a watchfulness, an intensity, that hadn't been there when he was 6. This is who I am now, he thought. This is who I'm becoming. The fragment stirred again, and Harry felt a whisper of emotion that wasn't his own, anticipation. The piece of Voldemort was looking forward to this meeting too, though Harry couldn't tell why. He suppressed it firmly and went downstairs to wait. Dumbledore arrived exactly on time, appearing at the edge of the wards with a soft pop of displaced air. He was exactly as the photograph suggested, tall, thin, with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. His robes were a shade of purple that should have been absurd but somehow worked. And his eyes. His eyes were blue and piercing and seemed to see everything at once. Harry felt them settle on him like the beam of a lighthouse, illuminating and assessing in a single sweep. Harry, Dumbledore said warmly. How wonderful to finally meet you properly. Professor Dumbledore. Harry inclined his head respectfully. Thank you for coming. Nicholas. Perenelle. Dumbledore's gaze moved to the Flamels, and something complicated flickered in his expression. It's been too long. It has, Nicholas agreed. Perhaps next time you should simply ask to visit, rather than waiting for circumstances to force a meeting. Perhaps I should. But circumstances have a way of forcing most things, in the end. Dumbledore smiled, the expression both warm and somehow distant. Shall we go inside? I believe we have much to discuss. They walked to the house together, Harry between the Flamels, Dumbledore following a step behind. The arrangement felt deliberate, a subtle statement about alliances and protections. Once inside, settled in the drawing room with tea and biscuits, the conversation began. I'll be direct, Dumbledore said, his eyes on Harry. I've known where you were for several years. I chose not to intervene because I believed Nicholas could offer you training I could not, and because I trusted his judgment about your development. I hope that trust was not misplaced. You'll have to decide that for yourself, Harry said. But I have questions of my own. Ask them. The prophecy. The one about me and Voldemort. I want to hear the full text. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. That's a significant request. The prophecy is guarded by the Ministry, accessible only to those it concerns. Then you can quote it from memory. You were there when it was made, I've researched that much. A long pause. Nicholas and Perenelle watched silently, neither interfering. Very well, Dumbledore said finally. And he spoke the words that Harry had wondered about for years, the prediction that had shaped his entire life. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Either must die at the hand of the other, Harry repeated softly. So I have to kill him. Or he kills me. That is how most interpret it, yes. But there might be other interpretations. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You have a curious mind. Yes, prophecies are notoriously ambiguous. Die at the hand of the other might not mean literal death. Neither can live while the other survives might not mean what it seems to. But the safest interpretation, the one most likely to be accurate, is the direct one. One of us has to kill the other. Yes. Harry absorbed this. He'd known it already, in a sense. Nicholas had told him about the prophecy months ago. But hearing the actual words, the cold precision of fate's pronouncement, was different. And the power the Dark Lord knows not. I have theories, but no certainties. Your mother's sacrifice, which still protects you. Your ability to love, which Voldemort has never understood. Your alchemical training, which represents a form of magic he never explored. Dumbledore paused. Or something else entirely. Powers have a way of revealing themselves when they're needed. I have another question. I expected you might. The Horcruxes. How many are there, and where? This time, Dumbledore's expression did change, a slight tightening around his eyes. You know about the Horcruxes? I know that Voldemort split his soul multiple times, creating anchors that keep him tethered to life even after his body was destroyed. I know that I'm carrying a piece of him, created accidentally the night he tried to kill me. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze squarely. What I don't know is how many other pieces exist, or where they might be hidden. The silence stretched. Nicholas shifted slightly in his chair, watching the exchange with an expression that Harry couldn't read. You're asking me to share information that could be extremely dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands, Dumbledore said finally. I'm asking you to trust me with information that directly concerns my survival. The prophecy says I have to be the one to defeat Voldemort. How can I do that if I don't know what I'm facing? By letting me guide you. By allowing me to reveal what you need to know, when you need to know it. And if you're wrong about the timing? If you keep something from me that I needed, and I die because of it? Harry's voice remained calm, but his eyes were hard. Nicholas showed me his journals. I know what happens when people try to protect others by keeping secrets. Usually, the protection fails and the secrets come out anyway, but too late to matter. Dumbledore looked at Nicholas, something complicated passing between them. He has his father's stubbornness, Dumbledore said quietly. And his mother's clarity of sight, Nicholas replied. He sees what you're doing, Albus. The question is whether you'll respect him enough to be honest. Another long pause. Then Dumbledore sighed, looking suddenly older. There are 6 Horcruxes, as far as I can determine. A diary, hidden by Lucius Malfoy. A ring, which I believe to be at the Gaunt family home. A locket, currently in the possession of a house elf at Grimmauld Place. A cup, in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. A diadem, hidden at Hogwarts itself. And you? And Voldemort doesn't know about me? He may suspect, but he doesn't know for certain. When he returns, and he will return, he'll want to confirm whether the piece of his soul in you still exists. So I'm both a target and an asset. He wants to kill me, but he also wants to protect the Horcrux I'm carrying. Precisely. Dumbledore leaned forward, his expression intent. Which is why the fragment must be dealt with carefully. Destroying it might damage you as well, perhaps fatally. But leaving it in place gives Voldemort a connection to you, a window into your mind and emotions. I've contained it, Harry said. Nicholas taught me the mental disciplines. The fragment is isolated, walled off from my consciousness. An impressive accomplishment. But containment is not destruction. And eventually, the fragment will have to be removed. I know. I'm working on it. This surprised Dumbledore. Working on it? How? That's my business. Harry rose, signaling that this part of the conversation was over. I'll attend Hogwarts, Professor. I'll learn what you have to teach. But I won't be your weapon. I won't follow your plans blindly. And I won't pretend that your judgment is better than mine on matters that concern my own life. He walked to the window, looking out at the garden where Nicholas had first found him 5 years ago. I'm grateful for everything you've done. Placing me with the Dursleys was a mistake, but I understand why you thought it was necessary. Everything since then, watching from a distance, letting Nicholas train me, waiting until I was ready, that was wise. But I'm ready now. And I'm going to face this on my own terms. When he turned back, Dumbledore was smiling, not the warm, grandfatherly smile Harry had expected, but something sharper, more genuine. You really are Lily's son, Dumbledore said softly. She would have said exactly the same thing. James would have tried to punch me. I considered it. I know. Dumbledore rose as well, moving with surprising grace for someone who appeared so elderly. Very well, Harry. Your terms are acceptable. I'll share what I know, answer your questions honestly, and treat you as a partner rather than a pawn. In return, I ask only that you keep me informed of your progress. Not your plans, I recognize you'll have secrets. But your progress. Let me know if you learn something important, or if you need resources I can provide. Harry considered this. Agreed. They shook hands. It was a strange moment, an 11-year-old and a wizard who had been alive for over a century, meeting as something like equals. One more thing, Dumbledore said as he prepared to leave. The voice in your dreams. The one that offers knowledge. Harry went still. You know about that? I suspected. Grindelwald has been reaching out for decades, looking for someone capable of achieving what he couldn't. It seems he's found you. Dumbledore's expression was grave. He'll be more persuasive than you can imagine. He'll offer truth wrapped in lies, wisdom mixed with poison. He'll try to make you think he's the only one who understands you, the only one who sees your potential. I know. I've resisted so far. Good. Keep resisting. Whatever he promises, whatever he claims to offer, it's not worth the price. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. And Harry? If you ever do speak to him, really speak, not just listen, tell me. Not because I'll judge you, but because I might be able to help. I will. Dumbledore nodded once, and then he was gone, leaving Harry alone with the Flamels and the weight of everything he'd learned. That night, Harry sat in his workshop, staring at the framework he'd been building for years. The philosopher's question, he called it, his attempt to solve the problem that Nicholas had never addressed. A way to make immortality earned rather than given, to align body and soul, to transform continuation into something meaningful. It was still incomplete. Might always be incomplete. But now, after everything he'd learned, he could see new possibilities. The Horcrux in his scar. The Deathly Hallows scattered across the world. The stone that Nicholas had created and Harry was beginning to understand. All of them were pieces of the same puzzle, different approaches to the same fundamental question. What was the relationship between life and death? And could that relationship be changed? Harry picked up his tools and began to work. In the corner of his mind, contained but aware, the fragment of Voldemort watched with something that might have been fear. And far away, in a tower built by his own hands, Gellert Grindelwald smiled and whispered to the darkness, "Soon, Harry. Very soon now." Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Sorting of Secrets. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the morning light, steam billowing from its engine like dragon's breath. Platform 9 3/4 churned with the controlled chaos of hundreds of families saying goodbye, parents offering last-minute advice, siblings trading insults and hugs, owls hooting indignantly from their cages. Harry stood apart from it all, watching. He'd arrived alone. Nicholas and Perenelle had said their farewells at the estate, understanding without being told that Harry needed to enter this new world on his own terms. The goodbye had been brief but sincere, Perenelle's fierce hug, Nicholas's hand on his shoulder and quiet words of encouragement. "Remember who you are," Nicholas had said. "Not who they expect you to be." Now, surrounded by strangers, Harry felt the weight of that advice. He was famous here. The boy who lived. Every witch and wizard on this platform knew his name, his story, his scar. They thought they knew him. They knew nothing. He hefted his trunk, featherlight charmed, containing 5 years of accumulated knowledge, and made his way toward the train. Heads turned as he passed. Whispers followed like ripples in still water. "Is that the scar? Did you see, Harry Potter? It's really..." He ignored them all, climbing aboard the first car and finding an empty compartment near the back. The leather seats were worn but comfortable, the windows looked out on the bustling platform, and for a moment, Harry allowed himself to simply breathe. This was real. He was actually doing this. The compartment door slid open. "Sorry, is anyone, oh." The girl who stood in the doorway had bushy brown hair, front teeth slightly too large for her face, and an expression that suggested she'd been running all morning. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, a thick book tucked under one arm. "Oh, you're Harry Potter." "I am. I've read all about you." "Well, not all, obviously, because most of what's written is probably speculation or outright fabrication, but the historical accounts of that night are fascinating from a magical theory perspective. The curse rebounding like that shouldn't have been possible according to standard." She stopped herself, flushing slightly. "Sorry. I'm Hermione. Hermione Granger. I talk too much when I'm nervous." Harry felt something ease in his chest. This girl wasn't staring at his scar like a holy relic. She was treating him like a puzzle to be understood. "Sit down," he said, gesturing to the seat across from him. "What book?" Hermione's flush deepened, but she slid into the compartment and closed the door behind her. "Hogwarts, a history. 3rd time through. I want to be prepared." "Sensible." Harry studied her with new interest. "You said the curse rebounding shouldn't have been possible. Why not?" "The killing curse is defined by its absoluteness. It doesn't bounce, it doesn't reflect, it doesn't fail. Every documented instance shows the same pattern: the curse strikes, the target dies, there's no defense." Hermione opened her book as if to reference a passage, then apparently decided she didn't need it. "So when it hit you and rebounded onto you-know-who, something happened that contradicts everything we know about how that magic works. Either our understanding is wrong, or something unique about that situation created an exception to normally inviolable rules. What do you think happened?" "I think," she hesitated, glancing at the door as if afraid of being overheard. "I think there's a lot about magic that the standard texts don't cover. Hidden knowledge. Deeper principles. Things that would explain anomalies like your survival." Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression, more like recognition of a kindred spirit. "You're right. There is. The texts they teach from are simplified for mass consumption. The real principles are older and considerably more complex. Hermione's eyes widened. You've studied them? The older principles. 4 or 5 years. Under Nicholas Flamel. The name hit her like a physical force. She actually grabbed the edge of her seat, knuckles going white. Nicholas Flamel. The alchemist. The creator of the philosopher's stone. That Nicholas Flamel. That one. But the books say he's a recluse, that he hasn't taken a student in centuries, that his methods are lost to. She stopped, visibly collecting herself. You studied alchemy. Real alchemy. With the only living master. I did. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Harry watched her process the information, could almost see the questions multiplying behind her eyes. When she spoke again, her voice was careful. Why are you coming to Hogwarts? If you've already studied with Flamel, what could this school possibly teach you? It was the right question. Harry's estimation of her rose another notch. The wider magical world, he said. The people I'll have to deal with eventually. And, he paused, considering how much to reveal. There are things Flamel couldn't teach me. Arts that require formal instruction, resources that only an institution like Hogwarts possesses. I'm not here because I need to learn basic transfiguration. I'm here because this is where the pieces of my puzzle are located. What puzzle? That, Harry said, would take considerably longer to explain than we have before the train leaves. The whistle blew, sharp and commanding. Outside the window, final embraces were exchanged, and the platform began to clear. Hermione looked at him with an expression caught between frustration and fascination. Will you tell me eventually? About the puzzle? Possibly. If you prove you can be trusted with it. And how would I prove that? By showing me who you are. Not who you want people to think you are, who you actually are, underneath the performance. Hermione blinked. What makes you think I'm performing? Everyone performs. The question is whether they know they're doing it, and whether they can stop when it matters. The train lurched into motion. Through the window, Harry watched the platform slide away, replaced by the outskirts of London and then open countryside. A new chapter beginning. Hermione was still staring at him, her book forgotten in her lap. You're not what I expected, she said finally. I know. Everyone talks about you like you're a symbol. The boy who lived, the hero, the savior. But you're not, are you? You're a person. A strange one. Strange? You talk like you're older than you are. You look at people like you're evaluating them. And you mentioned your puzzle like it's the most important thing in the world, but you won't explain what it is. She frowned. It's unsettling. Good. Harry leaned back in his seat, allowing himself a genuine smile. Unsettling means you're paying attention. Most people aren't. The door slid open again before Hermione could respond. This time it was a boy, round-faced, anxious, clutching a toad that seemed determined to escape his grip. He looked between Harry and Hermione with the expression of someone who'd been searching for something and found something else entirely. Sorry, have you seen oh, you've got him, Trevor, stay still. The boy managed to get a better grip on the toad, which croaked resentfully. Sorry. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. I've been looking for Trevor all over the train. Join us, Harry said. Before he escapes again. Neville hesitated, then seemed to decide that sitting down was better than continuing his toad chase. He settled into the seat beside Hermione, keeping a firm hold on Trevor. Thanks. I'm hopeless with him, honestly. Gran says I'll be hopeless with everything, but I think toads are particularly. He stopped, finally registering who he was talking to. Oh. You're Harry Potter. I am. Gran's talked about you. About that night. She says my parents were. He stopped again, his face contorting with something that looked like old pain. Never mind. It's not important. But Harry had caught something in the boy's voice. A resonance that felt familiar. Your parents, he said carefully. What happened to them? Neville looked away. They're alive. Sort of. They were hurt. During the war. The Lestranges tortured them until they went mad. They don't recognize me. They never have. The compartment went quiet. Hermione's expression softened with sympathy. Harry felt something else, recognition. He'd seen this before. Not the specific circumstances, but the result, the compressed magic, the suppressed potential, the weight of loss pressing down until it distorted everything underneath. Neville radiated the same frequency Harry had carried when Nicholas first found him. Give me your hand, Harry said. Neville blinked. What? Your hand. Just for a moment. Neville glanced at Hermione, who shrugged slightly. Cautiously, he extended his free hand, the one not clutching Trevor. Harry took it, closed his eyes, and reached for the sight Nicholas had taught him. There. Beneath the surface, wrapped around Neville's magical core, was a layer of dense, compressed energy. Not external, like the suppression the Dursleys had imposed on Harry. Internal. Generated by Neville himself, born from grief and fear and the desperate conviction that he wasn't good enough. You've been holding yourself back, Harry said, opening his eyes. Probably since you were very young. Every time you tried to do magic and it didn't work, you became more convinced that something was wrong with you. And that conviction became self-fulfilling. Neville pulled his hand back, his face pale. How did you? I can see it. The way your magic is bound up in knots around your core. It's not that you're weak, Neville. It's that you're strangling yourself. That's not, I'm not, Neville's voice shook. My gran says I'm a squib, practically. She says I'm nothing like my parents. Your gran is wrong. Harry's voice was flat, certain. You have at least as much raw power as I do. Possibly more. But it's locked away, and you're the one holding the key. Hermione was staring at him. You can see someone's magical core. That's not supposed to be possible without specialized diagnostic spells. It's not a spell. It's a perception technique. Alchemical training. Harry kept his focus on Neville. I can help you. Not fix it myself, that has to come from you. But I can teach you exercises that will help you release what you're suppressing. Neville looked terrified and hopeful in equal measure. Why would you do that? Because I know what it feels like. To be trapped in a place that's crushing you, surrounded by people who think you're worthless. I was there too, before the Flamels found me. Harry held Neville's gaze steadily. Someone helped me. I'd like to pass that on. For a long moment, Neville just stared. Then, slowly, his expression firmed. Okay, he said. I'll try. Whatever exercises you want to teach me, I'll try. Good. Harry sat back. We'll start tonight, after the feast. Find me after we're sorted. The train rumbled on, carrying them north toward Scotland, toward the castle that would become their home for the next 7 years. And in the compartment at the back, 3 students who would become something more than friends began to understand that their lives had just changed in ways they couldn't yet imagine. The Scottish Highlands stretched to the horizon, wild and ancient, as the train wound its way toward Hogsmeade Station. Harry watched the landscape with the appreciation of someone who'd spent 5 years in Devon's gentle countryside. This was different, rawer, more elemental. The land itself seemed to hum with old magic, ley lines threading through the rock and heather like veins through a living body. First years. First years over here. The call came from a massive man holding a lantern, Hagrid, Harry knew from his briefings with Nicholas. Half-giant, Hogwarts gamekeeper, utterly loyal to Dumbledore. Not dangerous to Harry, but not necessarily trustworthy either. For to a boat. Hagrid bellowed. No more N4. The boats were traditional, charmed to navigate themselves. Harry, Hermione, and Neville climbed into one, and were joined by a blonde girl who looked around with an expression of dreamy unconcern. "The water is full of thoughts," she said, trailing her fingers over the side. "They're moving very slowly. The cold makes them sleepy." Harry glanced at her with interest. Most people wouldn't notice the ambient magical field, much less describe it in such intuitive terms. "Luna Lovegood," the girl said, apparently sensing his attention. "My father runs the Quibbler. You're Harry Potter. The rackspurts around your head are unusually dense." "Rackspurts?" "Invisible creatures. They float into your ears and make your brain go fuzzy." Luna smiled serenely. "You have a lot of them because you think too hard. It attracts them." Hermione looked skeptical, but Harry considered the description. If rackspurts were real, or even metaphorically accurate, Luna might be perceiving the same kind of magical sensitivity that Harry had developed through training. "I'll try to think less," he said. "Oh, don't do that. You need to think. You just need to let some of the thoughts go occasionally. Like fish. You can't keep them all, or your bucket overflows." The boats rounded a bend in the lake, and conversation ceased. Hogwarts rose above them like something out of legend. Towers and turrets, lit windows glowing gold against the darkening sky, the whole structure seeming to grow organically from the cliff it rested upon. Even Harry, who'd seen the Flamel estate's considerable defenses, felt his breath catch. This wasn't just a school. It was a monument. "It's beautiful," Hermione whispered. "It's alive," Luna said. "Can't you feel it breathing?" Harry could, actually. The castle's wards were far more complex than anything he'd encountered, layers upon layers of ancient magic, woven together over centuries. And beneath them, something even older. The bedrock itself was saturated with power. What was here before the castle? He wondered. What is the castle built upon? Questions for later. For now, they had a sorting to survive. The great hall exceeded even Harry's expectations. Floating candles by the hundred. An enchanted ceiling showing the star-scattered sky. For long tables stretching toward a raised dais where the teachers sat. And at the center of the head table, watching the incoming first years with eyes that missed nothing, Albus Dumbledore. Their gazes met briefly. Dumbledore inclined his head fractionally, acknowledgement, perhaps greeting. Harry returned the gesture, then turned his attention to the front of the hall. Professor McGonagall stood beside a three-legged stool, upon which rested a battered old hat. Harry had read about the sorting hat, but seeing it in person was different. The thing positively radiated magical consciousness. The hat opened its brim and began to sing. Harry listened with half his attention, the other half scanning the room. The students at the four tables were watching the first years with varying degrees of interest, Slytherin calculating, Ravenclaw analytical, Hufflepuff welcoming, Gryffindor eager. The teachers ranged from McGonagall's stern attention to a black-haired wizard's barely concealed disdain. Snape. It had to be. The potions master who'd known Harry's parents, who'd loved his mother and hated his father, who was either a loyal spy for Dumbledore or a treacherous servant of Voldemort depending on who you asked. Harry would need to figure out which. The song ended. McGonagall produced a scroll. "When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat. Abbott, Hannah." The sorting proceeded alphabetically. Harry watched each placement, noting patterns. The hat sometimes decided instantly, sometimes took minutes. Some students looked relieved by their placement, others surprised, a few disappointed. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with visible nervousness, her steps too quick. The hat dropped over her eyes. A long pause. Longer than most. Harry could see Hermione's lips moving, she was arguing with it. Gryffindor. Hermione took off the hat, looking slightly dazed, and made her way to the Gryffindor table. She caught Harry's eye as she sat and gave him a small, uncertain smile. Longbottom, Neville. Neville tripped on his way to the stool, caught himself, and managed to sit without further incident. The hat fell over his ears. Another long pause. Neville's hands were clenched in his lap, knuckles white. Gryffindor. The relief on Neville's face was palpable. He practically ran to the Gryffindor table, forgetting to return the hat until McGonagall called after him. Love good, Luna. Luna drifted to the stool as if gravity was merely a suggestion. The hat barely touched her head before announcing, Ravenclaw. She smiled serenely and wandered to her table, pausing twice to examine things no one else could see. Malfoy, Draco. The blond boy who strutted to the stool had been pointed out to Harry on the train, heir to one of the wealthiest pureblood families, son of a man who'd been a Death Eater and escaped Azkaban through claims of the Imperious Curse. His expression suggested he considered the sorting a formality. Slytherin. Malfoy smirked as he joined his table, immediately falling into conversation with two large boys who flanked him like bodyguards. The list continued. Harry waited, watching, learning. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Every head turned. Whispers erupted, rippling through the crowd like wind through wheat. Potter? Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Can you see the scar? Harry walked to the stool with measured steps. He sat, back straight, and felt the hat descend over his eyes. Well, well. The voice in his mind was old and knowing. What do we have here? You tell me, Harry thought back. Oh, you're a difficult one. I've seen thousands of minds, Mr. Potter, but very few like yours. The organization, the discipline, the sheer depth of what you've already learned. The hat paused. And what's this? A passenger? Harry felt the hat's attention shift toward the contained fragment in his scar. Don't touch it. I wasn't going to. Nasty piece of work, that. Horcrux, if I'm not mistaken. Does Dumbledore know? He suspects. Well, it's certainly not your fault. Let's focus on you, shall we? The hat's presence moved through Harry's mind, not invasive, more like a librarian browsing shelves. Remarkable courage, clearly. Loyalty to those who've earned it. A mind that could match Ravenclaw's best. And ambition, oh yes, considerable ambition, though not for the usual things. Where would you put me? That's the question, isn't it? You could thrive in any house. Slytherin would sharpen your cunning. Ravenclaw would nurture your intellect. Hufflepuff would remind you to care for others. And Gryffindor? The hat's presence seemed to shift, becoming more serious. Gryffindor would force you to face what you're running from. I'm not running from anything. Everyone runs from something, Mr. Potter. You run from your own darkness, the fear that the fragment in your scar might be more than a parasite, might be a mirror. Gryffindor values courage above all else, and there's no courage greater than confronting the parts of yourself you'd rather not see. Harry was quiet for a moment. The hat waited. Put me where I'll grow the most. A wise request. Very well, the hat's voice rang out for the whole hall to hear. Gryffindor. Harry took off the hat and walked to the Gryffindor table amid thunderous applause. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." And students he'd never met were reaching out to shake his hand, pat his back, welcome him to the house. He slid into the seat beside Hermione, across from Neville, and let the noise wash over him. Face what you're running from, the hat had said. Harry thought about the fragment, contained but aware. He thought about the voice in his dreams, patient and seductive. He thought about the prophecy that promised either his death or Voldemort's. All right, he thought. I'll face it. But on my own terms. The feast was overwhelming in the best way, food appearing on golden plates, conversations buzzing from every direction, the castle itself seeming to pulse with welcoming warmth. Harry ate sparingly, his attention split between the meal and his observations of the head table. Dumbledore caught his eye occasionally, the exchanges brief and unreadable. Snape avoided looking at him entirely, which was itself informative. The other professors ranged from openly curious to professionally neutral. And at the end of the table, barely visible behind a larger professor's shoulder, sat a man in a purple turban. Quirrell. Harry recognized him from Dumbledore's briefing. The man who carried Voldemort. Even from this distance, Harry could sense the wrongness. Two magical signatures where there should be one, the foreign presence wrapped around Quirrell's core like a strangling vine. The man wasn't possessed in the traditional sense, it was more like two people trying to occupy the same space, each one distorting the other. Harry looked away before Quirrell could notice his attention. But he filed the observation away for later. The feast ended. Prefects gathered the first years. Harry followed the Gryffindor group through corridors and up staircases that moved without warning, past portraits that gossiped about the new arrivals, through a door hidden behind a painting of a fat lady in a pink dress. "Password is, Caput Draconis," the prefect announced. "Don't forget it, don't share it with other houses." The common room was comfortable in a lived-in way, overstuffed armchairs, roaring fire, scattered books, and chess sets. Harry let the older students claim the best spots and found a corner where he could observe without being conspicuous. Hermione appeared beside him after a few minutes. "Did you notice the man in the turban?" Quirrell. Defense against the dark arts professor. "He smelled wrong." Hermione frowned. "That sounds strange when I say it out loud, but there was something off about the air around him." Harry studied her with new interest. "You could sense that?" "I don't know what I sensed. Just that something was different about him compared to the other teachers. More layers, somehow." She shook her head. "I'm probably imagining things." "You're not." Harry lowered his voice. "There's something attached to him. Something parasitic. I can't tell what it is from this distance, but it's definitely real." "How do you know?" "Alchemical sight. I can perceive magical fields directly, without spells." "What you sensed was leakage from whatever's wrapped around him." Hermione's eyes widened. You can just see magic. Whenever you want. With practice. Lots of practice." Harry paused, considering. "I could teach you the basics, if you're interested. You obviously have some natural aptitude." Yes. Yes, I'd like that very much." She hesitated. "Does this have something to do with your puzzle?" "Everything has something to do with my puzzle." Harry smiled slightly. "But we'll start with fundamentals. Tomorrow, after classes. Meet me in the library." Neville approached before Hermione could respond, looking anxious. "You said to find you after the feast. About the exercises?" "Right." Harry glanced around the common room, too crowded, too many potential observers. "Let's find somewhere private. Both of you." The three of them slipped out of the common room, Harry navigating by memory of the castle's layout he'd studied in Flamel's library. They found an empty classroom on the third floor, dusty and unused, and Harry warded the door with a simple privacy charm. "This won't take long," he told Neville. "I just want to show you the first step." He guided Neville through a basic breathing exercise, the same one Nicholas had started him with years ago. Slow inhales, slower exhales, attention focused on the body rather than the chattering mind. "Now," Harry said, "I want you to find the place where your magic lives. Not to use it, just to feel it." Neville closed his eyes, face scrunched in concentration. Minutes passed. His breathing gradually steadied. "I can't," he started. "Don't try so hard. Magic doesn't respond well to force. Just invite it to show itself." "More time." Harry waited patiently, aware of Hermione watching from the corner with intense curiosity. Then Neville gasped. I feel it. There's so much of it. Why couldn't I feel it before? Because you were so convinced it wasn't there that you couldn't perceive it. The suppression was mental as much as magical. Harry leaned forward. Now, very gently, I want you to ask it to move. Not command, ask. Like you're inviting a shy animal to come closer. Neville's hand trembled. A faint golden glow flickered around his fingers. I see it, he whispered. I can actually see it. That's your magic becoming visible. When the inner pressure releases, it manifests externally. Usually temporarily, but it's a good sign. Harry sat back. We'll work on this every night. Within a month, you'll be performing at the level you should have been all along. Neville opened his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. I thought I was broken. For years, I thought there was something fundamentally wrong with me. There wasn't. There isn't. You just needed someone to show you what was already there. Hermione had pulled out a small notebook and was writing furiously. This is incredible. The theory behind it, if suppressed magic can be released through guided meditation, that suggests the mind-magic interface is more malleable than standard texts indicate. We'll discuss theory later. Harry stood, stretching. For now, we all need sleep. Tomorrow's going to be complicated. They made their way back to Gryffindor Tower, 3 first years carrying secrets that most adults would find impossible. And in an office high above the Great Hall, Albus Dumbledore stood at his window, watching stars that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. He's everything I hoped, the headmaster murmured. And everything I feared. The phoenix on its perch trilled a questioning note. No, Fawkes. I don't think I can guide him. I think, Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking his age. I think he's going to guide himself. The question is where he ends up. The first week of classes confirmed Harry's expectations. The material was elementary, concepts he'd mastered years ago, spells he could perform wandlessly if pressed. He forced himself to participate at an appropriate level, making believable mistakes, appearing to struggle just enough to avoid suspicion. It was exhausting. Hermione noticed, of course. You're holding back, she said after their third transfiguration class, where Harry had managed to turn his match into a passably needle-shaped piece of metal. I saw your face when Professor McGonagall demonstrated the spell. You weren't confused, you were waiting. I can't perform at my actual level. People would ask questions I don't want to answer. But you're wasting time. All these classes, all this repetition of things you already know, not wasted. Harry collected his books as the other students filed out. I'm observing. Learning how people here think, how the institution works, who the important players are. That's education too. That's politics. Politics is just applied understanding of human nature. I'll need it eventually. Hermione frowned but didn't argue. She'd been reading the books Harry recommended, alchemical texts hidden in the depths of the Hogwarts library, theoretical works that most students didn't know existed. Her progress was remarkable. Within days, she was grasping concepts that took most students months. You have an unusual mind, Harry told her. You don't just memorize, you integrate. Everything you learn becomes part of a larger structure. That's how I've always studied. I thought everyone did it that way. They don't. Most people learn facts as isolated units, never connecting them into patterns. You're a natural systems thinker. It's rare. Hermione's flush of pleasure was quickly suppressed. You're just saying that to make me feel better. I'm saying it because it's true. I don't waste time on empty compliments. Their tutoring sessions became nightly rituals, Harry and Hermione in the library, Neville joining when his dorm mates wouldn't notice his absence. Harry taught them perception techniques, meditation practices, the fundamentals of how magic actually functioned beneath the surface of spells and wands. Neville's transformation was the most dramatic. As the compression around his core slowly released, his natural abilities emerged. Within 2 weeks, his practical work had improved so much that even his skeptical grandmother sent a letter of amazed congratulation. "I actually got an outstanding on my charms essay," Neville said, staring at the graded parchment as if it might be a hallucination. "That's never happened before. That's literally never happened." "It's going to keep happening," Harry said. "Now that you know what you're capable of, there's nothing holding you back." The word seemed to land somewhere deep in Neville's chest. He straightened slightly, his habitual hunch beginning to fade. "Thank you," he said. "I mean it, Harry. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, I'm there." "I know." Harry clasped his shoulder briefly. "That's why I chose you." The words slipped out without thought, and Harry saw Neville register them with surprise and then acceptance. Chose, not helped. But Neville didn't question it. He simply nodded and turned back to his homework. The first confrontation came at the end of September. Harry had known it was coming. Draco Malfoy had been watching him since the sorting, pale eyes tracking his movements across the Great Hall, through corridors, during shared classes. The boy was evaluating, calculating, trying to understand what Harry Potter represented and how it affected his own position. Now, finally, he made his move. Potter. Harry turned. He was alone in a corridor near the library, having stayed late to research something that had caught his attention. Malfoy stood 20 feet away, flanked by his ever-present bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle. "Malfoy. Something you need?" "I've been watching you." Malfoy walked closer, his stride confident despite the undertone of uncertainty in his voice. "You're not what people say you are." "What do people say I am?" "A hero. A legend. The boy who defeated the Dark Lord as an infant." Malfoy's lips curled. "But that's not what I see. I see someone who's hiding. Someone who's pretending to be ordinary when he's anything but." Harry regarded him silently. The boy was more perceptive than expected. "I see someone who calculates every word, every gesture, every relationship," Malfoy continued. "Someone who's playing a game the rest of us don't understand. You collected Longbottom and Granger like chess pieces. You're cultivating them for something. Interesting theory." "It's not a theory. It's an observation." Malfoy stepped closer, close enough that his bodyguards shifted nervously. "I want to know what you're planning. And I want to know if there's a place for me in it." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Why would you want a place in anything I'm doing?" "Your father considers me an enemy. My father considers everyone either a tool or an obstacle. He's not wrong about the world, just about specific people." Malfoy's expression flickered with something that might have been frustration. "I've been told my entire life what to think, who to hate, which people are worthy and which aren't. I'm 11 years old and my path is already laid out: Slytherin, marriage to a pure-blood, Death Eater when the Dark Lord returns. And you don't want that?" "I want," Malfoy stopped, visibly struggling. "I want to make my own choices. About who I am. About what I become." Harry studied him for a long moment. Behind the arrogance and the condescension, he could see something familiar, a child trapped by circumstances he didn't choose, trying to find a way out that didn't destroy him. "Walk with me," Harry said. They left Crabbe and Goyle behind, the two larger boys looking confused but not daring to follow. Harry led Malfoy through corridors and upstairs until they reached an empty classroom. "I'm not going to tell you what I'm planning," Harry said, leaning against a desk. "Not because I don't trust you, though I don't, not yet, but because you're not ready to hear it. What I will tell you is this: your father's world is ending. The old pureblood supremacy, the assumed superiority of ancient bloodlines, it's a dying system. The question isn't whether it falls, but what replaces it. And you know what will replace it? I'm going to help build it. Something better. Something that doesn't require oppressing people to function." Malfoy's expression was skeptical. "You sound like Dumbledore." Dumbledore preserves the current system with minor adjustments. I want to transform it fundamentally. The difference is significant. Transform it how? By understanding things no one else understands. By becoming capable of things no one else is capable of. And by gathering people who are willing to grow beyond what they were taught to be. Harry met Malfoy's eyes. That's the opportunity I'm offering. Not a place in my plans, a chance to become someone who can help shape them. And if I'm not interested? Then we part as neutral parties. I don't need enemies, Malfoy. I've got enough of those already. The silence stretched. Malfoy's face was unreadable. I'll think about it, he said finally. Do that. Harry straightened. And Draco? Whatever you decide, be careful who you tell about this conversation. Some people wouldn't understand. He walked away, leaving Malfoy alone with his thoughts. It was a risk, he knew. The boy could run straight to his father, could report everything to Slytherin House, could become an active enemy instead of a potential ally. But Harry had seen something in Draco Malfoy that others missed. Beneath the pureblood arrogance and the practiced cruelty was a child who wanted desperately to be more than what he'd been made. That was worth a risk. October brought Halloween, and Halloween brought disaster. Harry felt it before anyone else, a surge of hostile magic somewhere in the castle, followed by the unmistakable resonance of a troll's magical signature. He was at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall when the defense professor burst through the doors. Troll! Troll in the dungeon! Quirrell screamed. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a theatrical faint. The hall erupted in chaos. Harry was already moving, slipping away from the crowd as prefects tried to herd students toward their common rooms. He reached out with his alchemical senses, tracking the troll's signature through the castle. It wasn't in the dungeons. It was on the 3rd floor. Moving toward the girls' bathroom. Where Hermione had gone 20 minutes ago, upset after an argument with Ron Weasley about her know-it-all attitude. Harry ran. The castle seemed to shift around him, corridors bending to speed his passage as if the building itself was helping. He crashed through the bathroom door and found chaos. The troll was massive, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, carrying a club the size of a small tree. It had already smashed most of the sinks, and Hermione was backed against the far wall, frozen with terror. Harry didn't hesitate. He reached for the air in the troll's lungs, the same technique he'd used instinctively against Liesel years ago, and pushed. Transmuting oxygen into something inert, something that couldn't sustain life. The troll staggered. Its eyes went wide, confusion replacing rage as its lungs stopped working. It collapsed like a falling mountain, shaking the floor, and didn't move again. Hermione was staring at him. Her face was white, her hands trembling. What did you, later? Harry crossed to her, checking for injuries. Are you hurt? No. What did you do to it? Transmuted the air in its lungs. It's not dead, just unconscious. The effect will wear off in a few minutes. But that's not a spell. I didn't see you cast anything. I didn't. Hermione opened her mouth to ask more questions, but footsteps were approaching. McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst through the door, wands raised. They stopped, staring at the unconscious troll. What in Merlin's name? McGonagall started. I handled it, Harry said. Miss Granger was trapped. The troll is incapacitated. No one's injured. Snape's eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on hostile. How exactly did you handle a fully grown mountain troll, Potter? With great difficulty, Professor. Harry kept his voice neutral. I'd rather not discuss the specifics in front of my classmate. She's had enough stress for one evening. McGonagall seemed to recover. Quite right. Miss Granger, are you well enough to return to your dormitory? Yes, Professor. Hermione's voice was steadier now, though her hands still shook. "I'd like to go to bed." 5 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said, for sheer dumb luck, and she glanced at the troll. "Whatever you did, Mr. Potter. Now get to your common room, both of you." Harry took Hermione's arm and guided her out before anyone could ask more questions. As they left, he caught Quirrell's expression, not the vapid confusion the professor usually displayed, but something sharper. More calculating. Voldemort knew what Harry had done. And he was very, very interested. "You killed it." They were in an empty classroom again, Hermione pacing while Harry sat on a desk and watched. "I knocked it unconscious. By removing the air from its lungs. That's the same principle as suffocation. If you'd held it longer, I didn't. But you could have." Hermione's voice cracked. "You could have killed it without thinking, without any apparent effort. What else can you do?" Harry considered the question. "Many things. Not all of them gentle. And you were going to teach me? Teach me to do that? I was going to teach you to perceive, not to kill. The combat applications are separate." Harry leaned forward. "Hermione, listen to me. Magic is power. All magic, not just the dark arts. The difference between a healing spell and a curse is often just intent and application. I didn't teach you anything dangerous, I taught you to see clearly. What you do with that clarity is your choice. But I didn't know you could." She stopped pacing, facing him. "What I saw tonight terrified me. Not the troll. You. The way you handled it, like it was nothing. Like killing was just another tool. I didn't kill it. But you would have. If you had to." Without hesitation. Harry met her eyes. "Yes. I would have. If you were going to die and killing the troll was the only way to save you, I would have killed it. Does that disturb you?" Hermione was quiet for a long moment. "It should. It should disturb me more than it does." "And why doesn't it?" "Because," she struggled with the words. "Because I was going to die. That thing was going to crush me, and you stopped it, and I'm alive because of what you did. How am I supposed to condemn something that saved my life?" "You're not supposed to condemn it. You're supposed to understand it." Harry slid off the desk, approaching her slowly. "Magic isn't good or evil. It's a tool, like a knife. You can use a knife to murder someone or to prepare a meal. The knife doesn't care, it just cuts. What matters is the hand that holds it and the mind that guides it. That sounds like justification for doing terrible things. It sounds like reality. The killing curse is unforgivable, but a mundane rifle would accomplish the same result. Is the rifle evil? Is the bullet? Or is it the person who chooses to use them that we should judge?" Hermione's expression shifted, some of the fear fading into the intellectual engagement that defined her. "You're saying we should focus on intent rather than method. I'm saying method is morally neutral. Intent is everything. Tonight, my intent was to save you. The method was extreme, but the purpose was good. And what if someone has good intentions but their methods cause harm anyway? Then they're careless, or ignorant, or unlucky. That's why training matters, so you can accomplish your intent without unintended consequences." Harry paused. "That's what I'm trying to teach you. Not just perception, but precision. The ability to do exactly what you mean to do, nothing more and nothing less." Hermione was quiet, thinking it through. Harry waited. "I want to continue learning," she said finally. "But I want to understand more about your intentions. Not just tonight, overall. What are you trying to accomplish? Why are you really at Hogwarts? I told you. Pieces of a puzzle. That's not an answer. That's evasion." Harry smiled slightly. "You're right. It is." He moved to the window, looking out at the grounds. "The full answer is complicated, and I'm not sure you're ready to hear it. Try me." All right. Harry turned back to face her. There's a prophecy that says I have to kill Voldemort or die trying. There's a piece of his soul embedded in my scar, trying to influence me. There's an ancient dark wizard reaching for me through my dreams, offering power in exchange for allegiance. And there's a conspiracy at the heart of the wizarding world that's been shaping events for centuries. Hermione stared at him. I'm at Hogwarts because this is where the threads converge. The stone that Dumbledore is hiding in the castle, yes, I know about it, is connected to everything else I'm investigating. So is the professor who carries Voldemort's spirit on the back of his head. So are the Hallows, the Horcruxes, the fundamental nature of life and death itself. I don't. Hermione sat down heavily in a nearby chair. That's a lot. I warned you. You said the stone is here. The philosopher's stone. Nicholas Flamel's stone. Dumbledore is using it as bait. He expects Voldemort to make an attempt to steal it. But why would? Hermione's eyes widened. The troll. It was a distraction. Someone let it in to draw attention away from whatever they're really after. Almost certainly. Quirrell, if I had to guess. The stuttering professor. He fainted when he saw the troll. He faked a faint. He's carrying Voldemort, I can see the foreign signature wrapped around his core. They're working together, though I doubt Quirrell is doing so willingly. Hermione pressed her hands to her temples. This is insane. This is completely, utterly insane. We're 11 years old. Age is somewhat irrelevant in these circumstances. Either I deal with what's in front of me, or it deals with me. There's no third option. And the piece of Voldemort in your scar, is that why you can do what you do? Is it giving you power? No. If anything, it's a drain on my resources. What I can do comes from training, not from Voldemort's fragment. Harry's voice hardened slightly. That's important. Nothing I am comes from him. He's a parasite, not a source. But you said he tries to influence you. Tries. Doesn't succeed. Harry touched his scar absently. I've contained him. He's trapped, aware but powerless. Eventually I'll find a way to remove him entirely. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. When you say, remove. I mean remove. Extract the fragment, destroy it, leave me whole. It's possible, I just haven't figured out the mechanism yet. And if the mechanism doesn't exist? If there's no way to remove it without? Then I'll create a way. That's what alchemists do. We don't accept limitations, we transcend them. Hermione looked at him, and something in her expression shifted. The fear was still there, but it was mixed now with something else. Wonder, perhaps. Or respect. You really believe you can do all of this, she said. Defeat Voldemort, solve the puzzle, transform the wizarding world. You're not just hoping, you actually believe it. I have to. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. Because the alternative is giving up. And I don't know how to do that. The silence stretched between them. Outside the window, the moon had risen, casting silver light across the grounds. I want to help, Hermione said finally. Whatever you're planning, whatever you need, I want to be part of it. Even knowing how dangerous it is. Especially knowing that. She stood, meeting his eyes squarely. I've spent my whole life feeling like I didn't belong anywhere. Too smart for muggles, too muggle-born for wizards. But this, what you're describing, it's bigger than those categories. It's about something that matters. It could get you killed. It nearly got me killed tonight. But you saved me. And now I know what's at stake. Her expression firmed. I'm in, Harry. Completely in. Harry studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. All right. Then we have work to do. November brought cold winds and harder questions. The incident with the troll had spread through the school in various forms, most of them wildly inaccurate. The official story was that Harry had distracted the creature long enough for professors to arrive. The unofficial stories ranged from Harry fighting the troll hand-to-hand to Harry using some form of dark magic that turned the creature inside out. Harry let the rumors circulate. They served as useful camouflage. More importantly, his relationship with Quirrell had changed. The professor watched him now, not obviously, but consistently. Harry could feel the weight of that attention in every class, every meal, every encounter in the corridors. The fragment in his scar stirred occasionally, responding to the proximity of its master's main consciousness. He knows something, the fragment seemed to whisper. He's afraid of you. Harry didn't respond to the fragment's communications. But he filed the observation away. Meanwhile, he continued his investigation of the castle's secrets. The third-floor corridor was protected by a three-headed dog. Harry had known this since September, having explored during his first week. Beyond the dog lay a series of challenges, each designed by a different professor. He'd mapped most of them through careful observation and occasional reconnaissance. The final chamber held the stone. And the stone, Harry had come to understand, was the key to everything. Not because he wanted to use it for immortality. Not because he wanted to create gold. But because the stone represented a principle that connected to the Hallows, to the Horcruxes, to the fundamental nature of magical existence itself. The translator between states, the mysterious book had called it. The key that could open the door between life and death. Harry wasn't sure what that meant yet. But he intended to find out. One evening in late November, he sat alone in the library, surrounded by books on alchemical theory. Most of them said nothing he didn't already know. But one, an ancient text in a language he barely recognized, contained a passage that made him go still. The stone does not create immortality, it read. The stone reveals that mortality is a choice. Life and death are not opposites but poles of a spectrum, and the enlightened soul may travel that spectrum at will. But this is not mastery of death. This is partnership with it. The true master of death is not one who defeats the end, but one who understands that there is no end, only transformation. Harry read the passage 3 times. Then he closed the book and sat in silence. Transformation, he thought. Not conquest. Not domination. Transformation. It was consistent with what Nicholas had taught him. Alchemy didn't force change, it invited it. The highest transmutations were partnerships between alchemist and matter, collaborations that produced results neither could achieve alone. What if the same principle applied to death itself? The fragment in his scar stirred, disturbed by the direction of his thoughts. Harry ignored it. I'm not going to fight death, he realized. I'm going to understand it. And then, maybe, I'm going to change what it means. The library was very quiet. The candles had burned low. And for the first time, Harry Potter glimpsed the shape of his true purpose. Not to defeat Voldemort. Not to survive the prophecy. Not even to master the Hallows or transcend the stone. To transform the relationship between life and death for everyone. It was impossibly ambitious. It was probably impossible, period. But Harry had never known how to aim low. Christmas came, and with it, an unexpected gift. Harry had planned to stay at Hogwarts over the holiday. The Flamels had encouraged him to experience the castle in its quieter mode, and he had researched to continue. But on Christmas morning, he found a package at the foot of his bed that wasn't from Nicholas and Perenelle. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, with no card attached. Inside was a cloak of fabric so fine it seemed to flow like water. Harry knew what it was before he even touched it. Your father left this in my possession before he died, a note inside read. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. No signature. But Harry recognized Dumbledore's handwriting. The Cloak of Invisibility. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows. And now it was his. Harry sat on his bed, holding the cloak in his hands, feeling its magic hum against his skin. It was different from the stone, different from the wards and charms that surrounded him. This was old magic, deeper, stranger, connected to something beyond the ordinary run of spells. The cloak hides the traveler, the mysterious book had said. It allows passage through the threshold unseen. What threshold? Death itself? Harry wrapped the cloak around his shoulders and watched his body disappear. He looked down at where his hands should be and saw only the floor. But more than that, he felt a change in his perception. The world around him seemed slightly different, as if he was seeing it from a new angle. The shadows were deeper. The light was sharper. And behind everything, barely perceptible, was a presence. Death. Not as an enemy or a force, but as a awareness. Something ancient and patient, watching from just beyond the edge of sight. I see you, it seemed to say. I know what you're becoming. Harry removed the cloak. The presence faded. He sat for a long time, thinking about what this meant. Dumbledore had given him a hallow. Why? Was it a test? A gesture of trust? Or something more strategic? And now that he had the cloak, what should he do with it? The answer came quickly: investigate. That night, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower, invisible beneath his father's cloak. He walked the castle's corridors, feeling its ancient magic pulse around him, and made his way to the third-floor corridor. The three-headed dog was sleeping, its massive snores echoing off the stone walls. Harry stepped past it carefully, dropping through the trapdoor into the darkness below. The challenges were easier than he'd expected. The devil's snare he burned with conjured fire. The flying keys he retrieved with a summoning charm. The chess game he bypassed entirely, convincing the pieces that he was already on their side through a careful manipulation of the enchantment's essentia. The troll was already dead, evidence of Quirrell's earlier passage, perhaps. The logic puzzle was trivial. And then he stood before the final chamber. The door was locked, but not warded against his particular skills. Harry touched the lock, felt its mechanism, and convinced it to open. Inside was a mirror. Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry recognized the inscription, I show not your face but your heart's desire. The mirror of Erised. Dumbledore had mentioned it during their meeting before school began. Harry approached the mirror slowly, curious about what he would see. His reflection looked back at him, unchanged at first, just his ordinary features in the dim light. But then the image shifted. He saw himself, older, perhaps 20, perhaps more. His eyes held knowledge, his bearing spoke of power. And in his hands he held something that blazed with golden light. Not the philosopher's stone. Something else. A sphere of pure transformation, containing everything he'd worked toward. Not just immortality. Not just the mastery of death. But the reconciliation of opposites, life and death, body and soul, the changing and the unchanging. The stone he would create. The work of his life, completed. Behind him in the mirror stood figures he recognized, Hermione, Neville, even Draco Malfoy, aged alongside him, standing as allies. And beside them, spectral but present, were faces he'd only seen in photographs. James and Lily Potter. Proud of the son they'd died to protect. Harry stood before the mirror for a long time, memorizing every detail of the vision. Then he tore himself away. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He knew what he wanted now. He'd always known, at some level. But seeing it laid out so clearly, so precisely, crystallized something in his soul. This is who I will become, he thought. This is what I will achieve. The fragment in his scar writhed, disturbed by the certainty in his mind. Harry smiled and walked away from the mirror. He had a long way to go. But for the first time, he could see the destination clearly. The confrontation came in June. Harry had known it was coming, had planned for it, prepared for it, shaped events to bring it about on his terms rather than Quirrell's. When the professor finally made his move on the stone, Harry was waiting. Not in the third-floor corridor. Not in the challenges below. In the final chamber, standing before the mirror of Erised. "I wondered when you would come," Harry said without turning around. Quirrell's footsteps faltered. When he spoke, his voice had lost its stammer entirely. "You knew. It wasn't a question. From the first day. The parasitic signature wrapped around your core, I could see it clearly." Harry turned to face him. "Voldemort. He's on the back of your head, isn't he? Hiding under that ridiculous turban." Quirrell's face twisted with conflicting emotions. Behind the ordinary features, something darker looked out. "Perceptive child," a high, cold voice said. It came from Quirrell, but it wasn't his voice. "I underestimated you. Most people do. Yes. They see a famous name and a lightning scar and assume they know everything." The voice became silkier, almost seductive. "But we know better, don't we, Harry? We know that you're something special. Something unique. The combination of my genius and your mother's sacrifice, we're connected in ways you're only beginning to understand." "I understand enough." Harry's voice was flat. "You want the stone. You think it will give you a body again. It will. And more than that, it will give me true immortality. Freedom from this parasitic existence, this dependence on weak vessels." Quirrell's body shuddered. "Look at what I've been reduced to. Drinking unicorn blood. Possessing a pathetic academic. Hiding in the shadows while my followers scattered and my name became a curse. You made yourself this way. No one forced you to create Horcruxes." A flicker of surprise in those borrowed eyes. "You know about those too." "I know about everything." Harry stepped forward slowly. "The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. The piece in my scar. 6 anchors keeping you tethered to life. 6 wounds in reality that scream every time someone with alchemical sight looks too closely." Voldemort was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, less theatrical, more genuinely curious. "Nicholas Flamel's student. Of course. I should have realized." A pause. "He must have told you about the stone's true nature. Its connection to the Hallows. The possibility of genuine transcendence rather than mere immortality. He told me some things. Others I discovered on my own. Then you understand why I need it. Not just to survive, to evolve. To become something greater than human, greater than wizard, greater than the petty distinctions that constrain ordinary minds." Voldemort's voice dropped to a whisper. "Join me, Harry. With your knowledge and my power, we could unlock secrets that have been hidden since the world began." Harry laughed. It wasn't a pleasant sound. It echoed off the chamber walls, cold and sharp. "You think I want what you want? Power? Dominion? The ability to crush anyone who opposes me?" Harry shook his head slowly. "You really don't understand at all. Then enlighten me." "You're broken, Tom." Harry used the name deliberately, watching Voldemort's reaction. "Your soul is in pieces. Your mind is fractured. You've spent 50 years pursuing immortality and you still don't understand what you've lost." "And what have I lost?" "The capacity to see beyond yourself. The ability to connect with others as anything but tools. The fundamental humanity that makes life worth living." Harry's voice was almost pitying. "You'll never transcend anything, Tom. Not because you lack power, but because you lack perspective. You're trapped in a prison of your own construction, and you don't even know it." For a long moment, Voldemort said nothing. Then Quirrell's face twisted into something like a smile. "Pretty words. But words won't protect you when I take what I came for." He raised his wand. The stone, Harry. Get it for me, or I'll kill you where you stand. No. Harry's voice was calm. You won't. You think I'm bluffing? I think you're desperate. And I think that desperation has made you careless. Harry gestured at the mirror behind him. Do you understand how this works? The stone appears only to someone who wants to find it but not use it. Your whole soul is oriented toward use, it will never give you what you're seeking. Then you'll get it for me. No. I won't do that either. Quirrell's wand slashed through the air. Avada Kedavra. The green light streaked toward Harry. And stopped. Not reflected. Not absorbed. Simply, stopped, hanging in the air between them like a frozen bolt of lightning. What? Quirrell's voice cracked with disbelief. That's not possible, it's not a spell, Harry said. He walked toward the frozen curse, studying it with clinical interest. It's alchemical conversion. I'm transmuting the curse's energy into a stable form before it can discharge. That's not, alchemy doesn't work on curses, it does if you understand what curses actually are. They're not fundamentally different from any other magical effect. They're just energy shaped by intent. Harry reached out and touched the frozen curse, and it dissolved into golden light. You've spent your whole life thinking about magic in terms of domination and control. That's why you never discovered what I've discovered. You can't see the truth because your perspective is too narrow. Voldemort's borrowed face had gone pale. What are you? I'm the person you tried to kill 11 years ago. Harry's eyes were cold. I'm the person who grew up carrying a piece of your soul in his head. I'm the person who learned everything you knew and then went further. He stepped closer, close enough to touch. I'm what you could have been, Tom, if you'd made different choices. Quirrell stumbled backward. Stay away from me, I'm not going to kill you. Not tonight. Harry stopped advancing. I'm going to let you run. Go back to your forests and your parasites and your half-life. And while you're there, think about what I've said. You're letting me go. Disbelief warred with suspicion. I'm not ready to face you yet. Not fully. There are too many Horcruxes, too many variables, too much I still don't understand. But I will be ready, eventually. And when that day comes, Harry's expression hardened. I'm going to give you a choice. Surrender and be transformed, or fight and be destroyed. Transformed. Your soul is in pieces. It doesn't have to stay that way. There are alchemical principles that could reintegrate what you've torn apart, make you whole again, if you chose to let them. Harry's voice softened slightly. That's the difference between us, Tom. You see death as the enemy. I see it as a threshold. You want to defeat it. I want to understand it. You cling to fragments of life while I'm working toward genuine transcendence. The silence stretched. Then Voldemort laughed. It was a terrible sound, cold, bitter, impressed despite itself. You're more dangerous than I ever imagined, he said. More dangerous than Dumbledore, more dangerous than Flamel. You actually believe you can change what I am. I believe in transformation. It's what I've dedicated my life to. Then we'll see, Harry Potter. We'll see whether your beliefs survive contact with reality. Quirrell's form began to shimmer, some sort of escape magic activating. I'll be watching. Learning. And when we meet again, I'll be ready. Voldemort's presence faded, taking Quirrell's body with it. The chamber was suddenly empty except for Harry and the mirror. Harry turned to look at his reflection. It showed the same vision as before, the older version of himself, triumphant, surrounded by allies, holding the work of his life. But there was something new. In the reflected Harry's eyes, there was a weight that hadn't been there before. The weight of a choice made and a path committed to. Harry reached into the mirror, not physically, but with the alchemical perception that saw past surfaces to essences, and felt the stone respond. It appeared in his hand, warm and pulsing with power. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he put it in his pocket and walked away. Dumbledore was waiting outside the chamber. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. "I saw everything," the headmaster said quietly. "Through means I'd rather not explain. I assumed you were watching. You let him go. I wasn't ready to finish it. There are Horcruxes to deal with first, and I need more time to develop my techniques." Harry paused. "And I wanted to give him a chance. To hear what I was offering." "You offered to heal him." Dumbledore's voice was strange. "To reintegrate his soul." "Yes. That's not something I ever considered." The headmaster looked at Harry with an expression caught between wonder and sorrow. "In all my years, all my planning, I never imagined that the solution might be mercy rather than destruction. It might not work. He might refuse. He might be too broken to heal even if he wanted to." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "But I had to offer. Because if there's any chance of saving him, of transforming him into something better, then I have to take it. That's what alchemy teaches. That's what I believe." Dumbledore was silent for a long time. "I've been wrong about many things," he said finally. "About how to protect you. About how to defeat Voldemort. About what kind of person you would become." He bowed his head slightly. "I apologize." "Apology accepted." Harry started walking toward the exit. "But we have work to do. The stone is safe, but Voldemort is still out there. The Horcruxes are still intact. And there are other threats I'm only beginning to understand. Grindelwald." Harry stopped. "You know about that?" "I suspected. The dreams you mentioned to Nicholas, the symbol, I recognized the pattern." Dumbledore's expression was troubled. "Gellert has been reaching for you since you arrived at the Flamel estate. He believes you're the key to achieving what he never could. The Hallows. The mastery of death. Yes. He spent his entire life seeking it. He believes that if you unite the Hallows, if you unlock the stone's true potential, you'll become what he always dreamed of being, immortal, invincible, beyond any constraint. And you're worried I might listen to him." "I'm worried about what he'll offer you. Not power, he knows that wouldn't tempt you. Truth. The answers to questions you've been asking for years. The knowledge that Nicholas refused to share." Dumbledore's voice dropped. "He'll tell you things that are accurate. Insights that are genuine. And he'll use those truths to lead you toward conclusions that serve his purpose." Harry considered this. What is his purpose? What does he actually want? To be free. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. Not free from prison, he stopped caring about that long ago. Free from the limits of human existence. Free to become something that transcends death and life and every boundary in between. That sounds like what I'm working toward. No. Dumbledore's voice was firm. You're working toward transformation. Evolution. Something better than what came before. Gellert is working toward escape. Dissolution of self into pure power. He doesn't want to become something greater, he wants to stop being anything at all. Harry absorbed this. And he thinks I can help him achieve that. He thinks you're the only one who can. The combination of your natural gifts, your alchemical training, the Horcrux in your scar, you're uniquely positioned to do what he never could. To unite the Hallows. To unlock the stone. To open the door between life and death and step through it. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The question is, what will you find on the other side? And what will it cost you to get there? Harry thought about the mirror, about the vision of his future self. The weight in those reflected eyes. I don't know what I'll find, he said. But I know what I won't do. I won't sacrifice other people's lives to get there. I won't lose myself in pursuit of power. And I won't let Grindelwald use me as a tool. I believe you mean that. I do mean it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then perhaps there's hope after all. He gestured toward the corridor. Come. The year is ending. Your friends will be wondering where you are. Harry walked beside him, the stone a warm weight in his pocket, the cloak folded in his bag, and a future full of uncertainty stretching ahead. But for the first time, uncertainty didn't frighten him. It felt like possibility. The end-of-year feast was bittersweet. Gryffindor won the House Cup, thanks largely to last-minute points awarded for services to the school. Harry suspected Dumbledore's involvement but didn't object. Hermione sat beside him, her face bright with pleasure at their house's victory and something deeper, the satisfaction of a year survived, of challenges met, of friendships forged. Neville sat across from them, transformed almost beyond recognition from the anxious boy who'd chased a toad through the train. His back was straight, his gaze confident, his magic flowing freely for the first time in his life. This summer, Harry said quietly, under the cover of cheering, things are going to accelerate. The training we've been doing, it's going to intensify. I'm ready, Hermione said. Me too, Neville added. Good. Harry looked around the great hall, at the hundreds of faces celebrating the end of another year. Because next year is going to be harder. Voldemort is still out there. Grindelwald is still reaching for me. And there are things coming that I can't predict. We'll face them together, Hermione said firmly. Together, Neville echoed. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Not the calculated expression he wore for politics, but something genuine. Together, he agreed. In the corner of his vision, he saw Draco Malfoy watching from the Slytherin table. The blonde boy's expression was unreadable, but when their eyes met, he gave the slightest nod. I'm still thinking about it, the gesture seemed to say. I haven't decided yet. Harry nodded back. Take your time. When you're ready, you know where to find me. The feast ended. Students filed out, heading to their final night in the castle. Tomorrow they would board the train back to London, back to their families, back to the ordinary world that most of them still believed was all there was. Harry lingered, looking around the great hall one last time. The floating candles, the enchanted ceiling, the ancient magic soaked into every stone. I'll be back, he thought. And when I return, I'll be stronger. The fragment in his scar stirred, as if sensing his determination. Far away, in a tower built by his own hands, Gellert Grindelwald smiled. And in a forest in Albania, a shade stirred restlessly, thinking of a boy who had offered mercy instead of death. The first year was over. The story was just beginning. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, the weight of gold summer at the Flamel estate felt different now. Harry stood in his workshop, the philosopher's stone resting on the bench before him, and tried to understand why everything had changed. The room was the same tools, the same books, the same faint hum of protective wards. But he was different. The year at Hogwarts had transformed him in ways he was still cataloging. You're brooding, Perenelle said from the doorway. Harry didn't turn. I'm thinking. In my experience, those are often the same thing. She crossed to stand beside him, her presence warm and familiar. Nicholas tells me you let Voldemort escape. I wasn't ready to finish it. That's not why you let him go. Harry was quiet for a moment. No. It wasn't. You offered him redemption. Perenelle's voice was careful, neutral. Transformation instead of destruction. Is that wrong? It's unprecedented. She picked up one of Harry's tools, examining it absently. In 6 centuries, I've never seen anyone offer mercy to a creature like Voldemort. Most people would consider it naive. Dangerous. And you? I think it's remarkable. She set down the tool and turned to face him. I also think it's going to make everything harder. You've shown him that you're not what he expected. That makes you unpredictable. And unpredictable enemies are the most dangerous kind. He was already dangerous. Yes. But now he'll be thinking about what you said. Wondering if you're right. Questioning things he's never questioned before. Perenel's expression was complicated. That could make him more willing to change. It could also make him more desperate to destroy you before you can change him. Harry finally turned to look at her. You think I made a mistake? I think you made a choice that reflects who you are. Whether it's a mistake depends on what happens next. She reached out, touching his cheek gently. I'm proud of you, Harry. Whatever comes. Even if I fail. Especially then. Failure in pursuit of something worthwhile is still better than success at something trivial. She smiled. Nicholas taught you alchemy. I'm trying to teach you something harder. What's that? How to be human. How to make difficult choices and live with the consequences. How to care about people even when it would be easier not to. Her smile faded. Those lessons are going to matter more than anything else, in the end. Harry absorbed this. The fragment in my scar, it stirs when I think about mercy. About connection. It doesn't like those thoughts. That's because it's part of someone who rejected everything that makes life meaningful. It understands power and fear. Kindness is foreign to it. Sometimes I wonder if I'm really capable of kindness. Or if I'm just calculating the optimal strategy and calling it compassion. Perenelle laughed, the sound unexpected and bright. Harry, that question is itself proof of capability. People who lack compassion don't worry about whether their compassion is genuine. They simply don't feel it. She squeezed his shoulder. You're kinder than you know. You just hide it behind analysis because vulnerability frightens you. Everything frightens me. Good. Fear means you're paying attention. She moved toward the door. Dinner in an hour. Nicholas wants to discuss your research plans for the summer. She left, and Harry turned back to the stone. It sat on the bench, ordinary-looking, unassuming. The greatest alchemical achievement in human history, and it looked like a rough red rock. What are you really? Harry thought. What secrets are you keeping? The stone didn't answer. But he felt something, the faintest pulse of awareness, like the echo of a heartbeat. It was waiting. For what, Harry didn't know. But he intended to find out. The research began the next morning. Harry had brought back notes from Hogwarts, observations about the castle's ancient magic, analysis of the challenges guarding the stone, records of his confrontation with Voldemort. He spread them across his workbench, looking for patterns. The mirror of Erised, he said to Nicholas, who had joined him in the workshop. It's not just an enchanted object. It's something more fundamental. Explain. The mirror shows your heart's desire. Not your surface wants, not your conscious wishes, your deepest, truest desire. That means it's reading something beyond ordinary thought. It's perceiving the essentia of the viewer's soul. Nicholas nodded slowly. That's consistent with what I know of its origins. The mirror was created by a wizard named Erised, probably a pseudonym, sometime in the 13th century. He was attempting to create a divination tool that would reveal true intentions. He succeeded. But the implications are broader than he realized. Harry picked up the stone, feeling its familiar weight. The stone translates between states of being. The mirror reveals the true state of the soul. What if they're connected? Different applications of the same underlying principle. The principle being essentia perception at the deepest level. Not just seeing what something is, but what it wants to become. Harry set the stone down, his mind racing. The Hallows, the cloak, the wand, the resurrection stone, they're supposed to make someone the master of death. But what if mastery doesn't mean control? What if it means understanding? Perceiving death's true nature, the way the mirror perceives the soul's true desire. Nicholas was quiet for a long moment. That's a significant leap. Is it wrong? I don't know. It's possible. I've never thought about the Hallows that way. He moved to the window, staring out at the garden. Grindelwald believed the Hallows were tools of power. Dumbledore believed they were dangerous temptations. Neither of them considered that they might be keys to perception rather than control. That's because they approached them as wizards, not alchemists. Harry's voice was certain. Wizards think about magic as force, something to be wielded, directed, commanded. Alchemists think about magic as relationship, something to be understood, cooperated with, transformed through mutual consent. The Hallows might respond differently depending on how you approach them. And how do you intend to test this theory? Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. It shimmered in the morning light, ordinary fabric that was somehow infinitely more. I have one Hallow already. I'm going to study it properly. Not just wear it and disappear, actually examine its structure, its essentia, the way it interacts with reality. He ran his fingers over the fabric. If my theory is right, the cloak isn't just hiding me from sight. It's changing my relationship with perception itself. Teaching me to see differently. Nicholas approached, examining the cloak with the careful attention of a master craftsman evaluating a colleague's work. This is extraordinary craftsmanship, he murmured. Far beyond anything I could produce. The enchantments are layered so deeply they've become part of the fabric's essential nature. It's not enchanted in the usual sense. It's transformed. Someone took ordinary material and convinced it to become something else entirely. Transmutation of purpose rather than substance. Exactly. Harry folded the cloak carefully. I want to understand how they did it. What principles they were working with. Because if I can learn those principles, you could apply them to other things. I could apply them to the stone. To the fragment in my scar. To the fundamental relationship between life and death. Harry's eyes were bright with possibility. This is the key, Nicholas. Not power, not knowledge, not even skill. It's a way of thinking that makes everything else possible. Nicholas studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Begin your research. I'll provide whatever resources you need. He paused at the door. But Harry, be careful. The Hallows have been studied by many powerful wizards over the centuries. Most of them came to bad ends. I know. That's why I'm approaching them differently. I hope you're right. Nicholas's voice was quiet. For all our sakes. The summer passed in a blur of research and experimentation. Harry studied the cloak obsessively, developing new perception techniques to examine its structure. What he found was both fascinating and disturbing. The cloak wasn't just a magical artifact. It was a piece of altered reality, a section of the universe where normal rules had been convinced to work differently. Whoever created it had reached deep into the fabric of existence and negotiated a change. This is what the stone does, Harry realized. But on a smaller scale. The stone translates states of being. The cloak translates perception itself. He practiced wearing the cloak for extended periods, noting the subtle changes it produced. His senses sharpened. His awareness of magical fields intensified. And occasionally, just occasionally, he caught glimpses of something beyond ordinary reality. Shadows that moved on their own. Whispers at the edge of hearing. A presence that watched without judging. Death. Or something very like it. It's not hiding me from the world, Harry understood. It's showing me parts of the world that are normally hidden. The implications were staggering. Meanwhile, he continued his training with Hermione and Neville through enchanted letters and occasional supervised visits. Both of them were progressing rapidly. Hermione's theoretical understanding now rivaled graduates twice her age, while Neville's practical abilities had blossomed into genuine power. You've created something, Nicholas observed one evening. A group. A movement, perhaps. Not a movement. A network. Harry didn't look up from his notes. People I can rely on. Who understand what I'm trying to accomplish. And what are you trying to accomplish? I'm still figuring that out. Harry set down his quill. But I know it involves the stone. The Hallows. The fundamental nature of magical existence. Something is wrong with the world, Nicholas. Something deep in the structure of how magic and life interact. I can feel it, even if I can't articulate it yet. Wrong how? Wrong in the sense of, incomplete. Limited in ways that don't have to be. Death is treated as an ending, but it should be a transition. Magic is treated as a tool, but it should be a relationship. Everything is compartmentalized, separated, divided into categories that prevent genuine transformation. Nicholas was quiet for a moment. You sound like Grindelwald. I know. That's what frightens me sometimes. Harry met his mentor's eyes. He saw the same problems I see. He just proposed the wrong solutions. And what solutions do you propose? I don't know yet. But I know they won't involve domination or destruction. Whatever I build, it has to be something people choose freely. Transformation that's invited, not imposed. That may be harder than forcing change through power. I know that too. Harry returned to his notes. But it's the only way that works. Everything else eventually fails. August brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was in the garden, practicing a new perception technique, when he felt the ward alert. Someone was approaching the estate, someone the protections recognized as non-hostile but didn't categorize as welcome. He met them at the gate, wand ready. Draco Malfoy stood outside the wards, looking uncomfortable in Muggle-adjacent traveling clothes. His usual arrogance was muted, replaced by something that looked almost like uncertainty. Potter. Malfoy. Harry didn't lower his wand. This is unexpected. I've been thinking. About what you said last year. Draco's jaw tightened. About choices. About becoming something different than what I was made to be. And I don't know if I believe it's possible. My father, the things he expects, there's no path that doesn't lead where he wants me to go. There's always a path. The question is whether you're willing to take it. Draco was quiet for a moment. What would it cost? To learn what you know. To become whatever it is you're becoming. Everything you think you are. Every assumption, every prejudice, every comfortable lie. You'd have to be willing to question all of it. And in return, understanding. Power that doesn't depend on birth or blood. A place in something larger than pure blood politics. Harry lowered his wand slightly. I'm not offering you easy answers, Draco. I'm offering you the chance to earn difficult ones. My father would disown me. Destroy me, probably. Maybe. Or maybe he'd see that his son had become something more powerful than he could ever have made him. Harry met Draco's eyes. Your father respects strength above everything else. Become strong enough, and he'll have to respect you whether he wants to or not. Something flickered in Draco's expression. Hope, perhaps. Or fear. I can't decide today, he said finally. I'm not asking you to. Think about it. Research what I've told you. Test my claims against reality. Harry stepped back. When you're ready, truly ready, come back. The door will be open. Draco nodded stiffly. Potter. You're not what I expected. Good. Expectations are limitations. We should all strive to exceed them. Draco turned and walked away, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Harry watched until he was gone, then returned to the garden. Interesting choice, Perenelle said from the porch. Lucius Malfoy's son. He's more than his father's creation. He just doesn't know it yet. And if you're wrong? If he goes back to Lucius and tells him everything you've said? Then Lucius will know that his son came to me of his own will. That I offered something he couldn't refuse to consider. That despite all his conditioning, Draco has started questioning. Harry smiled slightly. Even if Draco never joins me, the seed of doubt has been planted. That's worth something. You're thinking strategically. I'm thinking realistically. Every interaction is an opportunity. Every person I meet is a potential ally or a potential enemy, and often both at once. I can't afford to waste any of them. Perenelle shook her head. You're 11 years old. I'm 11 years old with an ancient soul fragment in my head, a dark wizard hunting me, and a prophecy that says I have to kill or be killed. Normal childhood was never an option. No. I suppose it wasn't. She came down from the porch, pulling him into an embrace. But you're still allowed to be human, Harry. To make mistakes. To be uncertain. You don't have to be perfect all the time. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm trying to be adequate. Adequate for what? Harry didn't answer. But his eyes drifted toward the sky, where stars were beginning to appear in the darkening blue. Adequate for whatever's coming, he thought. Whatever that turns out to be. The return to Hogwarts brought new challenges. Second year meant new classes, new professors, new dynamics. Harry had prepared for the academic aspects, they were trivial, really, given his background, but the social landscape was shifting in ways he hadn't anticipated. His reputation had grown over the summer. Stories about the troll incident had mutated into legends. Whispers of his confrontation with Quirrell, though details remained murky, added to his mystique. By September, Harry Potter was no longer just the boy who lived. He was something more complicated, a figure of power whose true capabilities were unknown. Some students were drawn to this. Others were frightened. Still others, mostly Slytherins, saw him as a challenge to be assessed and potentially overcome. The dueling club started in October. Professor Flitwick ran it with characteristic enthusiasm, transforming the Great Hall into a proper training space every Tuesday evening. Most students attended out of curiosity, treating it as entertainment. Harry attended to observe. He spent the first 3 sessions watching from the sidelines, cataloging fighting styles and identifying weaknesses. Hermione and Neville stood with him, equally observant. The Weasley twins are creative but imprecise, Hermione noted. They rely on surprise rather than technical skill. Millicent Bulstrode is stronger than she looks, Neville added. But she telegraphs her attacks. You can see them coming. Draco is watching us, Harry said quietly. The blonde Slytherin stood across the hall, surrounded by his usual entourage. His gaze was fixed on Harry with an intensity that spoke of calculation. Is that a problem? Hermione asked. Not yet. But he's going to challenge me eventually. It's the only way he can resolve the conflict between what his father wants and what he's considering. Challenge you to what? A duel. A confrontation of some kind. Something that forces me to reveal my capabilities. Harry's expression was thoughtful. The question is whether I should let him win, let him lose, or refuse to play at all. What would each option accomplish? If I let him win, he'll think he understands my limits. That could be useful for future misdirection, but it would undermine my reputation and make others think I'm weak. If I defeat him decisively, it demonstrates power but creates a humiliated enemy. If I refuse the challenge, it might seem like cowardice, or might seem like I'm above such petty competitions. You've already decided, haven't you? Harry smiled slightly. I'm going to give him something he doesn't expect. A demonstration of capability that makes winning or losing irrelevant. Something that changes the entire framework of the challenge. That sounds complicated. Everything worth doing is complicated. The challenge came 2 weeks later. Draco approached him after a potions class, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like trained guard dogs. His expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes burned with something closer to desperation. Potter. I'm told you've been avoiding the dueling platform. I've been observing it. There's a difference. Observers don't learn anything. They just watch. Draco's voice rose slightly, making sure the surrounding students could hear. I'm challenging you to a formal duel. Tonight. In front of the entire club. The hallway went quiet. Students turned to watch, sensing the dramatic weight of the moment. Harry considered his options. He'd prepared for this, but the public nature of the challenge limited his flexibility. Acceptable, he said calmly. But I have a counter-proposal. What counter-proposal? Not a standard duel. Those are boring, we both know you'd lose eventually, and that wouldn't prove anything interesting. Harry kept his voice level, almost friendly. Instead, let's make it educational. I'll stand on the platform. You can throw any spell you want at me. I'll defend without attacking. The duel ends when you successfully land a hit or when you give up. Draco's eyes narrowed. That's not how duels work. It's not how ordinary duels work. But we're not ordinary wizards, are we? Harry smiled. Unless you'd prefer the standard format. I'm happy to adapt. The trap was elegant. If Draco insisted on the standard format, it would look like he was afraid of the alternative. If he accepted the unusual terms, he'd be on unfamiliar ground. Fine, Draco said through gritted teeth. Your terms. Tonight. Tonight, Harry agreed. He walked away, feeling the weight of dozens of watching eyes. Now comes the interesting part, he thought. Showing them something they've never seen before. The great hall was packed. Word of the unconventional duel had spread through the school like wildfire. Students from all four houses had gathered, some standing on benches for a better view. Even professors had appeared, watching from the edges with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern. Harry stood on the dueling platform, perfectly relaxed, his wand held loosely at his side. Draco faced him from 20 paces away, his own wand raised, his face a mask of concentration. The rules are as stated, Professor Flitwick announced. Mr. Malfoy may cast any spell. Mr. Potter will defend only. The duel ends when Mr. Potter is hit or when Mr. Malfoy concedes. Are both parties ready? Ready, Harry said. Ready, Draco echoed. Then begin. Draco didn't hesitate. Stupefy. The red bolt streaked toward Harry. He didn't raise his wand. He didn't dodge. He simply wasn't where the spell was going. A tiny shift of weight, a minimal movement, and the stunner passed through empty air. Draco's eyes widened. Expelliarmus. Again, Harry moved, barely. The disarming charm missed by inches. Impedimenta. Petrificus totalis. Incarcerus. A cascade of spells, faster now, Draco's desperation fueling his magic. Harry flowed between them like water, never quite where the attacks landed, his movement so economical it barely looked like movement at all. The crowd was silent, transfixed. He's not even trying, someone whispered. He's not even using magic. That wasn't quite true. Harry was using magic, just not the kind they recognized. Alchemical perception let him read Draco's intentions before they manifested, see the spells forming in his core before they reached his wand. He wasn't dodging, he was anticipating. Serpensortia. Draco screamed, changing tactics. A serpent erupted from his wand, massive and black, coiling on the platform between them. It turned toward Harry, hissing, venom dripping from its fangs. Harry looked at it calmly. And spoke. Stand down, he hissed in Parseltongue. You're not needed here. The serpent's hood lowered. It turned, slithering back toward Draco, who stumbled backward in shock. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Parseltongue. The language of snakes, the mark of Slytherin's line. Harry Potter was a Parselmouth. Finite incantatum. Draco vanished the snake, his face pale. What, how, I inherited it. Harry's voice was calm, carrying across the hall. From the piece of Voldemort that survived our encounter. A gift I never asked for, but one I've learned to use. Dead silence. The Dark Lord's name hung in the air like a curse. This duel is a waste of time, Draco. Harry stepped forward, closing the distance between them. You're not trying to beat me. You're trying to understand me. To figure out if what I told you last year was true. Draco's wand trembled in his hand. Shut up. You want to know if there's really a choice. If you can really become something other than what your father designed. If the world is really more complicated than purebloods and mudbloods, darkness and light. I said shut up. Reducto. The curse was powerful, fed by genuine emotion rather than strategic calculation. Harry didn't dodge this time. He raised his wand and spoke a single word. Transmutation. The reductor curse hit his wand and transformed. Red destruction became golden light, spreading outward in a sphere that left warmth rather than damage in its wake. Students gasped as it washed over them, feeling the magical energy disperse harmlessly. Transmutation, Harry said quietly. The art of changing one thing into another. Curse into blessing. Destruction into creation. Hate into understanding. He lowered his wand. That's what I'm offering, Draco. Not power over others. Power over yourself. The ability to transform what you are into what you want to become. Draco stared at him, shaking. The duel is over, Harry said. You didn't hit me. But that's not the point. The point is that you tried. You challenged something you were afraid of, and you didn't run away. He extended his hand. That's courage, Draco. The kind that matters. And it's the first step toward everything else. The great hall was utterly silent. Every eye was on them, two 12-year-old boys standing on a dueling platform, one with his hand extended, the other frozen between past and future. Draco's hand trembled. Lifted. Extended, and then dropped. I can't, he whispered. Not yet. I'm not, I need more time. Harry nodded, unsurprised. Take the time you need. The offer doesn't expire. He stepped off the platform and walked through the parting crowd, Hermione and Neville falling in beside him. Behind them, Draco stood alone, staring at his own hands as if seeing them for the first time. The aftermath of the duel was complicated. Harry's demonstration of Parseltongue abilities had triggered a wave of fear and suspicion throughout the school. The language of snakes was associated with dark wizards, Slytherin himself had been its most famous speaker, and Voldemort its most notorious practitioner. For Harry Potter to possess the ability raised disturbing questions. They're calling you Slytherin's heir, Hermione reported. Some of the Slytherins are treating it as proof that you should have been sorted into their house. Some of the other houses think you're secretly dark. Let them think what they want. Harry continued his research without breaking stride. Perceptions shift over time. What matters is reality, not rumor. But the suspicion could affect nothing important. Harry finally looked up from his notes. The people who matter, you, Neville, the professors who actually understand magic, they know the truth. The others will either learn or they won't. That seems dangerously dismissive. It seems efficient. I can't control what people believe about me. I can only control what I actually do. He returned to his work. The Parseltongue is a tool, nothing more. I inherited it from the fragment in my scar, and I've chosen to use it rather than suppress it. Pretending it doesn't exist would be dishonest. Hermione sat down across from him, her expression troubled. Harry, I'm worried about you. Why? Because you're becoming distant. Clinical. Everything is strategy and efficiency and optimal outcomes. I haven't seen you genuinely smile in weeks. Harry paused. I smile. You perform expressions that look like smiling. It's not the same thing. The observation landed harder than expected. Harry sat back, considering. I have responsibilities, he said finally. People depending on me. Enemies watching for weakness. A destiny I didn't choose but can't escape. I can't afford to be careless with my emotions. You can't afford to lose them either. Hermione's voice was gentle but firm. You talk about transformation like it's the highest good. But you're transforming yourself into something cold. Something that calculates but doesn't feel. That's not, it is. I've watched it happen all year. You're so focused on becoming powerful enough to defeat Voldemort that you're forgetting why defeating him matters in the first place. Harry was quiet for a long moment. What should I do? Be human sometimes. Make mistakes. Let people see that you're uncertain, that you struggle, that you're not just a perfect machine of strategy and power. Hermione reached across the table, taking his hand. Let us help carry the weight. That's what friends are for. The fragment in his scar stirred, uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Harry ignored it. I'll try, he said. I don't know how to do what you're asking, but I'll try. That's all I ask. Hermione squeezed his hand. Now, tell me about your research. Not the conclusions, the process. The dead ends and frustrations and moments when you didn't know what to do. Harry found himself smiling, genuinely, this time. That could take a while. Good. I have time. The Chamber of Secrets opened in November. Harry felt it before anyone else, a resonance in the castle's ancient magic, something stirring deep beneath the foundations. He was in the library when it happened, surrounded by books, and the vibration in his perception was unmistakable. Something has awakened, he thought. Something old. The attacks began soon after. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was found petrified near a message written in blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Panic spread through the school. The legend of Slytherin's hidden chamber was well known, a secret room somewhere in the castle, built by the founder, containing a monster that would purge the school of Muggleborns. Harry listened to the rumors and the theories and the fearful speculation. He heard students whisper his name in connection with the attacks. After all, he was a Parselmouth, wasn't he? Maybe he was the heir of Slytherin. He ignored the accusations. He was busy investigating. The chamber exists, he told Hermione and Neville privately. I can feel something moving beneath the castle. Something big, something magical, something with a very specific resonance. What kind of resonance? Serpentine. Whatever's down there, it's related to snakes. Harry frowned. But there's something else too. Another layer of magic, newer than the monster itself. Someone is controlling it. Directing it. Who? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. The investigation led him through months of research, examining old school records, exploring hidden passages, probing the castle's magical structure for anomalies. He discovered that the chamber had been opened once before, 50 years ago. A student had died. The attacks had been blamed on Rubeus Hagrid, then a third year, who had been expelled for supposedly keeping a dangerous creature. Hagrid didn't do it, Harry concluded. The timeline doesn't work. And the monster that killed the girl, Myrtle, her name was too powerful for anything a student could have raised. Then who did? Someone who was here 50 years ago. Someone with the power to command a serpent and the motive to attack Muggleborns. Harry's eyes narrowed. Someone who went on to become something much worse. Voldemort. Tom Riddle, he was called then. He was head boy the year the chamber was opened. Hagrid was convenient scapegoat, a half-giant who liked monsters and had no political connections to protect him. But Voldemort isn't here now. Is he? You said Quirrell was gone, he is. But the attacks are happening anyway. Harry paced his workshop, thinking. Which means something he left behind is still active. A mechanism. A trigger. A piece of himself that doesn't require his presence to function. Hermione's face went pale. A Horcrux. Maybe. Or something similar. Harry stopped pacing. I need to find the chamber. Whatever's controlling the monster, it's there. And if I can reach it, I can stop this. How do you plan to find it? Harry smiled grimly. I have an advantage. The monster speaks Parseltongue. Which means I can track it. I just have to listen carefully enough. The hunt for the chamber consumed the winter months. Harry spent hours exploring the castle, listening for the telltale hissing that would reveal the monster's movement. He heard it several times, a cold voice whispering of blood and death, moving through walls and floors as if the stone was insubstantial. Kill, the voice said. Time to kill. Enemies of the air must die. Harry followed the voice to a girl's bathroom on the second floor. Moaning Myrtle, the ghost of the girl who died 50 years ago, haunted the place, but she had useful information. I died here, she said when Harry questioned her. In that very stall. I saw something, eyes, terrible yellow eyes, and then I died. Yellow eyes, Harry repeated. That sounds like a basilisk. A what? A giant serpent. King of snakes. Its gaze kills instantly. Harry studied the bathroom, his perception extended to its limits. You looked it in the eyes and died. Mrs. Norris saw the reflection and was petrified. The pattern fits. But how does a giant snake move through the castle without anyone seeing it? Pipes. Harry pointed at the plumbing. The castle's old, built before modern sanitation. There must be a system of tunnels, wide enough for a basilisk, hidden from ordinary sight. And the entrance? Harry approached the sink that Myrtle had indicated. He examined every inch of it, looking for something out of place. There. On one of the copper taps, a tiny serpent was engraved. Open, he hissed in Parseltongue. The sink shuddered. The entire wall began to move, revealing a dark tunnel that led down into the depths of the castle. I need to go alone from here, Harry said quietly. If it's a basilisk, looking at it will kill anyone who doesn't have immunity. And you have immunity? I have the cloak. And some theories about what it can do. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. If I'm right, this will protect me from more than just sight. And if you're wrong? Then you'll have to carry on without me. He met her eyes squarely. Hermione, if I don't come back, continue the research. Find the Horcruxes. Finish what I started. Harry, promise me. She swallowed hard. I promise. Harry wrapped the cloak around himself and descended into the darkness. The Chamber of Secrets was vast. Harry emerged from the tunnel into a space that seemed too large to exist beneath the castle, a cathedral of stone, lit by some sourceless luminescence, with massive serpent statues lining the walls. And at the far end, standing before the stone face of Salazar Slytherin himself, was a boy. He looked about 16, dark-haired and handsome, wearing Hogwarts robes that seemed to shift and blur at the edges. His smile was charming and cold. Harry Potter, he said. I've been waiting for you. Harry didn't remove the cloak. He stayed invisible, assessing. You're not really here, he said. You're a memory. An imprint. Very good. I'm Tom Riddle, or at least, I was, before I became something greater. The boy who wasn't a boy spread his arms. This is my chamber. My legacy. And soon, it will be the instrument of my rebirth. You're a Horcrux. The smile flickered, surprised. You know that word? Impressive, for one so young. I know many words. Harry moved slowly, keeping the cloak wrapped tight. I know what you are and what you're doing. You're draining life from someone, a student, probably, using their essence to become corporeal again. Ginny Weasley. Riddle gestured, and Harry saw a figure lying crumpled at the base of Slytherin's statue. A girl, red-haired, barely breathing. She's been a useful vessel. All her fears, her insecurities, her desperate need to be noticed, she poured them into my diary without even realizing what she was doing. Let her go. Why would I do that? She's almost expended. A few more hours and I'll have a body again. Then I can continue my work, finish what I started 50 years ago. Purging the school of Muggleborns. That's a crude way of putting it. But yes, removing the unworthy, preserving the pure, restoring magic to its proper heirs. Riddle's eyes gleamed. You should understand. You're a Parselmouth yourself. You carry a piece of my older self in your scar. We're connected, Harry Potter. More than you know. We're nothing alike. No. You pursue knowledge without limits. You gather power without apology. You've already begun building a network of followers, carefully chosen, deeply loyal, sworn to your vision. Riddle laughed softly. You're walking my path, Harry. Just more slowly. I'm walking toward transformation. You walked toward domination. The difference matters. Does it? In the end, isn't transformation just a gentler word for control? You want to change the world. You want to remake it according to your vision. How is that different from what I wanted? Harry let the words wash over him without reacting. He'd known this confrontation was coming, had prepared for it, mentally and emotionally. The difference, he said quietly, is that I offer choices. You impose them. He threw off the cloak. Riddle stared for a moment, surprised by the sudden visibility. Then his smile returned, sharper now. So brave. So noble. And so naive. He raised his hand. Let me show you what real power looks like. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The mouth of the stone Slytherin opened. Something vast stirred in the darkness beyond. You think your cloak will protect you from my basilisk? Riddle laughed. Invisibility won't save you from eyes that kill. No, Harry agreed. But understanding might. The basilisk emerged, 60 feet of armored serpent, its yellow eyes blazing with lethal power. It turned toward Harry, jaws opening wide. Harry met its gaze. And nothing happened. What? Riddle's composure cracked. That's impossible. The basilisk's stare kills instantly. The basilisk's stare kills mortals, Harry said. Those who fear death, who cling to life, who haven't understood what the boundary between them really means. He stepped forward, the cloak in one hand, his wand in the other. I've spent years studying that boundary. I've worn a hallow that exists half in this world and half beyond it. I've hosted a piece of someone who tore his soul apart trying to escape death. He looked at the basilisk, and his eyes held something ancient. I'm not afraid of death. I understand it. And the basilisk knows the difference. The serpent's head swayed, uncertain. Its killing gaze had failed. Its primary weapon was useless. Harry spoke in Parseltongue, his voice soft but commanding. Stand down. This is not your fight. You've been enslaved for 1,000 years, first by Slytherin, then by his heirs, forced to kill at their command. I'm giving you a choice. Serve no one. Return to the darkness. Sleep until the world is ready for creatures like you. The basilisk hesitated. In its ancient eyes, something stirred, not intelligence, exactly, but something like recognition. Master, it hissed. True master. Speaker who does not command. I'm not your master. I'm setting you free. The basilisk bowed its massive head, a gesture of respect, perhaps, or simply acknowledgement. Then it turned and slithered back into the darkness of Slytherin's mouth. Riddle stared, his handsome face twisted with fury. You can't do this. The basilisk is mine. I am the heir of Slytherin. You're a fragment. A broken piece of a broken soul. You were never the heir of anything except your own self-destruction. Harry turned to face him fully. And now I'm going to end you. He raised his wand and spoke a word that wasn't in any textbook. Transmutation anime. Golden light blazed from his wand, striking Riddle's form. The memory boy screamed as the transmutation took hold, not destroying him, but changing him. Unraveling the dark magic that gave him substance, converting it into something else. What are you doing? Riddle thrashed against the golden chains of light. This isn't, you can't, I'm transforming you, Harry said. Not destroying. The energy you stole from Ginny Weasley, I'm returning it. The coherence that made you a threat, I'm dissolving it. You'll still exist, in a sense. But as potential rather than actuality. As possibility rather than presence. No. I refuse. I am Lord Voldemort. I am, the light intensified. Riddle's form began to blur, to fade, to become something less than solid. You were a boy named Tom who made terrible choices, Harry said quietly. You could have been so many things. Instead, you became this. A fragment of a fragment, clinging to existence through stolen life. I'll return. I always return. Maybe. But not like this. Not through murder and possession and the destruction of innocent lives. Harry's voice dropped. Next time, if there is a next time, you'll have to find another way. Riddle screamed one final time, a sound of rage and terror and something that might have been recognition, and then dissolved entirely. The diary, which had been lying near Ginny's body, burst into flames and was consumed. Harry lowered his wand and went to check on the girl. She was weak but alive, the color already returning to her cheeks. The life force Riddle had stolen was flowing back into her, restored by Harry's transmutation. What? Ginny stirred, confused. Where, Tom? The diary, it's over, Harry said gently. You're safe. I didn't mean, I'm sorry, I wrote in the diary and it wrote back and I couldn't stop, it wasn't your fault. You were manipulated by magic far beyond your ability to resist. Harry helped her sit up. Can you walk? We need to get you to the hospital wing. She leaned against him, trembling. The monster, the basilisk, gone. It won't hurt anyone else. How did you? I'll explain later. Right now, we need to move. He lifted her, surprised by how light she was, and carried her toward the tunnel entrance. Behind them, the Chamber of Secrets fell silent once more. But not empty. Something stirred in the darkness where the basilisk had retreated, not the serpent itself, but a presence. Ancient and patient and newly interested in the boy who had shown mercy to a monster. Master, it whispered. True master. We will meet again. The aftermath of the chamber incident was complicated. Ginny Weasley was hospitalized but recovered fully. The diary was destroyed beyond any possibility of reconstruction. The attack stopped, and the school gradually returned to normal. Harry was summoned to Dumbledore's office. You freed the basilisk, the headmaster said. It wasn't a question. I gave it a choice. It chose to leave. A basilisk is not a creature known for mercy. What if it returns? What if it kills again? It won't. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. It's been a slave for 1,000 years. All it wanted was freedom. I gave it that, and in exchange, it gave me its trust. That's a considerable risk to take with the lives of students. It was a calculated one. Killing the basilisk would have been easier, but it would have wasted something irreplaceable. That creature is the last of its kind, a living link to Slytherin's era, perhaps the last surviving creation of the Founder's Age. Destroying it would have been a tragedy. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You continue to surprise me. I continue to be myself. Harry smiled slightly. The transmutation I used on the diary, it worked better than I expected. Riddle's essence was dispersed without being destroyed. I think, though I can't be certain, that the soul fragment returned to its source. Returned to Voldemort. To what remains of him. Which might actually help, in the long run. Help how? A soul divided is unstable. Each fragment weakens the whole. By returning Riddle's piece to the main consciousness, Harry hesitated. I'm not sure. It's theoretical. But it might make Voldemort more coherent, more whole. And a whole enemy is sometimes easier to deal with than a fragmented one. That's a dangerous gamble. Life is a dangerous gamble. I'm just trying to improve the odds. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, studying Harry with an expression that blended respect and concern. The Parseltongue. The resistance to the basilisk's gaze. The transmutation of a Horcrux. You're developing abilities I've never seen in someone your age. He paused. Some I've never seen at all. I've had good teachers. Nicholas Flamel is extraordinary. But what you're doing goes beyond what he taught you. You're pioneering new territory, creating techniques that don't exist in any grimoire. That's what alchemists do. We discover. We transform. We refuse to accept limits. Harry stood. Is there anything else, Headmaster? Just a warning. Dumbledore's voice was serious. Grindelwald has been quiet, but he's watching. Every remarkable thing you do reaches him eventually. He's building a picture of your capabilities, waiting for the right moment to make contact. He's already made contact. Through dreams, through planted books, through subtle influences I've had to resist for years. Harry met the old wizard's gaze. I know what he is. I know what he wants. And I know how to protect myself. I hope so. For all our sakes. Harry nodded and left the office, his mind already turning to the summer ahead. The chamber had been a test, not just of his abilities, but of his philosophy. He'd proven that mercy could work even against creatures of pure darkness. That transformation was possible even for fragments of Voldemort's soul. But the real tests were still coming. And he needed to be ready. The train ride home was quieter than Harry expected. Hermione and Neville sat with him, both subdued by the events of the year. They'd supported him through everything, the duel, the investigation, the final confrontation, but the weight of what they'd witnessed was taking its toll. Do you ever get tired? Neville asked. Of what? Of this. The constant struggle. The enemies around every corner. The responsibility for things no 12-year-old should have to handle. Sometimes. Harry stared out the window at the passing countryside. But then I remember why I'm doing it. Not for glory or power or even survival, for transformation. For the possibility of a world that works differently than this one. And that's enough. It has to be. Because the alternative is giving up, and I don't know how to do that. Hermione leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. We're with you. Whatever comes next, we're with you. I know. Harry put his arm around her, feeling the warmth of human connection that the fragment in his scar always tried to reject. That's what makes it possible. The train carried them south, away from Hogwarts, toward a summer full of research and preparation. Behind them, the castle stood eternal against the Scottish sky, keeping its secrets and its mysteries for another year. And in his prison in Nurmengard, Gellert Grindelwald smiled at the reports that reached him through hidden channels. The chamber, he murmured. The basilisk. A Horcrux transmuted rather than destroyed. His ancient eyes gleamed with something like admiration. You're growing, Harry Potter. Faster than anyone expected. Faster than even I predicted. He settled back in his cell, patient as stone. Soon, he whispered. Very soon now, you'll be ready to hear what I have to teach you. The summer awaited. The story continued. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the philosopher's flaw. The summer after second year was supposed to be about research. Harry had plans, careful, methodical plans involving the cloak's deeper properties, the nature of the Hallows, the theoretical framework for soul transmutation. He'd prepared notebooks, gathered resources, arranged his workshop for intensive experimentation. Instead, he spent the first week staring at walls. The chamber had changed something. Not his capabilities, those continued to grow, almost frighteningly fast. But something inside him, something he couldn't quite name, had shifted during his confrontation with Riddle. "You're brooding again," Perenelle observed from the doorway. "I'm processing." "For a week?" "That's not processing. That's avoidance." Harry turned to face her. "I looked into the basilisk's eyes and didn't die. I transmuted a piece of Voldemort's soul without destroying it. I spoke to a 1,000-year-old monster and convinced it to be free." He paused. "I should feel triumphant. Instead, I feel empty. Uncertain." He sat down heavily. "I've been so focused on developing abilities, gathering knowledge, preparing for what's coming. I never stopped to ask what I actually want. What kind of life I'm trying to build." Perenelle crossed the room and sat beside him. "That's a good question to ask at 13. Is it? Most people my age are worried about Quidditch scores and who likes whom. I'm worried about the fundamental nature of existence and whether I'll survive long enough to understand it." "You're not most people." "No. I'm really not." Harry stared at his hands, ordinary hands, capable of extraordinary things. "The fragment in my scar has been quieter lately. Since the chamber. I think it's afraid of what I'm becoming." "Should it be?" "I don't know. That's what worries me." He met her eyes. "Perenelle, what if I'm turning into something I wouldn't have chosen? What if all this power and knowledge is changing me in ways I can't see? Then you ask the people who love you to watch for changes. And you trust them to tell you the truth." She took his hand. "That's what Nicholas and I are here for. Not just to teach you, but to keep you grounded. To remind you who you are when you forget." "And who am I?" "A boy who was rescued from a cupboard. A student who learned faster than anyone expected. A young man who chose mercy when destruction would have been easier." She squeezed his hand. "You're Harry. Just Harry. Everything else is what you do, not who you are." The word settled something in Harry's chest. Not resolution, exactly, but peace. A reminder that identity wasn't fixed, wasn't determined by power or destiny or prophecy. He was Harry. Whatever else happened, that was the foundation. The research resumed, but with a different focus. Harry spent less time on pure technique development and more on understanding the philosophical framework behind his work. He read ancient texts, not just alchemical treatises, but philosophy, theology, the foundational arguments about the nature of existence. "You're studying Aristotle," Nicholas observed one afternoon, finding Harry surrounded by Greek texts in translation. "And Plato. And the Neoplatonists. And the Islamic alchemists who preserved and extended the Greek tradition." Harry didn't look up from his reading. "I've been so focused on how magic works that I never properly examined why. The theoretical foundations. And what have you discovered?" "That the ancient philosophers understood something we've largely forgotten. They didn't separate matter and spirit the way modern thinkers do. For them, everything was connected, the physical world was just the visible expression of deeper realities. That's consistent with alchemical theory. It's the source of alchemical theory. The whole discipline arose from philosophers trying to understand the relationship between form and matter, essence and existence." Harry finally looked up. "Nicholas, I think I've been approaching the stone wrong. I've been treating it as a tool, something to be used, modified, improved. But it's more than that. It's a philosophical statement. A claim about how reality works." Nicholas sat down across from him, his ancient eyes thoughtful. Go on. The stone translates between states of being. That's its function. But the deeper truth is that it demonstrates states of being can be translated. That existence isn't fixed, isn't permanent, isn't limited by its current form. Harry's voice grew more intense. The philosophers called this potentiality, the idea that everything contains within itself the possibility of becoming something else. The stone is a way of accessing that potentiality directly. You're saying the stone works because of a fundamental truth about reality? I'm saying the stone reveals a fundamental truth about reality. It works because the truth is already there. Flamel, you didn't create the principle. You just found a way to apply it. Nicholas was quiet for a long moment. I've never thought about it quite that way. That's because you approached it as an alchemist, not a philosopher. You were trying to solve a problem, immortality, rather than understand a truth. Harry leaned forward. But if I'm right, the implications are enormous. The Hallows, the Horcruxes, the relationship between life and death, they're all expressions of the same underlying principle. Potentiality. The ability of any state to become another state. And mastery of death isn't about defeating death or escaping it. It's about understanding that death is just another state, another form of existence, not an end to existence. The master of death isn't someone who never dies. It's someone who moves freely between states, choosing when and how to exist. Nicholas stared at him. Harry, do you understand what you're proposing? I understand it's theoretical. Possibly wrong. Certainly beyond my current ability to achieve. Harry met his mentor's gaze steadily. But I also understand it's the direction I need to go. Not more power, not more technique, deeper understanding. If I can truly grasp what the stone represents, what the Hallows represent, then everything else follows. And if you're wrong? If reality doesn't work the way you think? Then I'll adjust my theories and try again. That's what philosophers do. Harry smiled slightly. That's what alchemists do too, when they're honest about it. Nicholas was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was strange, hushed, almost reverent. In 6 centuries, I've never met anyone who thought about these things the way you do. I've trained brilliant students, discussed theory with great minds, exchanged ideas with the finest wizards of multiple generations. He shook his head slowly. None of them saw what you see. None of them asked the questions you're asking. Is that good or bad? I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. Nicholas stood, moving to the window. But I think, I hope, it's extraordinary. I hope you're right about everything. I hope you achieve what you're imagining. And if I don't? Then you'll have failed at something worth failing at. Which is more than most people can say. Nicholas turned back to face him. Keep working, Harry. Keep thinking. Keep pushing the boundaries of what's possible. That's all any of us can do. Harry nodded and returned to his reading. Outside the window, summer sunlight streamed through the trees. And somewhere in the depths of Harry's mind, where the fragment of Voldemort's soul lay contained, something stirred with what might have been recognition. The letter arrived in late July. It bore the Hogwarts seal, but the handwriting wasn't the standard administrative script. Harry recognized it immediately. Dumbledore. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. Your performance last year was remarkable, more remarkable than most people understand. The faculty has been discussing your development at length, and we've reached a conclusion that I wanted to share with you privately before the term begins. We believe you would benefit from advanced instruction. Not acceleration in the standard curriculum, that would be a waste of your time and hours, but specialized training in areas that match your particular gifts. Accordingly, I am offering you private lessons with myself during the coming year. These lessons would cover a range of topics: advanced defensive magic, the nature of dark curses, history that isn't taught in classrooms, and other subjects I prefer not to commit to writing. I believe they would help prepare you for challenges that are surely coming. If you're interested, please send your reply with this owl. If not, I understand, and we can discuss alternatives when you arrive at Hogwarts. With respect and hope, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he set it aside and thought. Dumbledore was offering him something valuable, not just instruction, but information. History that isn't taught in classrooms almost certainly meant details about Voldemort, the Horcruxes, perhaps even the Hallows. It was exactly what Harry needed. But there was always a cost with Dumbledore. The old wizard didn't give anything freely. Every gift came with expectations, obligations, subtle pressures toward the outcomes he preferred. Nicholas? Harry called. His mentor appeared in the doorway. Yes. Dumbledore wants to give me private lessons next year. What do you think? Nicholas took the letter, scanning it quickly. His expression tightened. He's making his move. What move? The move he's been building toward since you were born. He's been waiting, watching, letting you develop under my guidance. Now he thinks you're ready for the next phase. Nicholas set down the letter. He wants to shape you, Harry. To mold you into the weapon he needs against Voldemort. I know. The question is whether I can get what I need from him without becoming what he wants. That's a dangerous game. Everything I do is dangerous. Harry leaned back in his chair. But I need information. The Horcruxes, their locations, his plans for dealing with them, I can't get that anywhere else. He's the only one who's been actively hunting Voldemort's artifacts. So you'll accept? I'll accept conditionally. I'll learn what he has to teach, but I won't let him direct my actions. I'll listen to his advice, but I'll make my own decisions. Harry met Nicholas's eyes. I've been doing that since I was 6. It's worked so far. So far. Nicholas's voice was heavy. But Dumbledore is more subtle than you realize. He won't try to force you, he knows that wouldn't work. He'll nudge, suggest, guide. He'll make you think his ideas are your own. Before you know it, you'll be walking the path he laid out, believing you chose it freely. Then I'll have to be more subtle than him. Harry smiled grimly. Or at least more aware. He picked up a quill and began writing his reply. Third year began with an atmosphere of tension. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, imprisoned for 12 years for a crime he hadn't committed, had escaped from Azkaban. The wizarding world was in panic. Dementors, the guards of the wizard prison, had been stationed around Hogwarts. And everyone believed Black was coming for Harry. Harry knew the truth, of course. He'd researched his parents' history extensively, had pieced together the real story of the betrayal from old court records and the few people willing to talk. Peter Pettigrew had been the secret keeper, not Sirius. Pettigrew had betrayed the Potters, faked his own death, and let Sirius take the blame. What Harry hadn't known was that Pettigrew was still alive. He's been hiding as a rat, Harry told Hermione and Neville privately, a week into the term. An animagus. He's been living with the Weasley family for 12 years. With the Weasleys? Hermione was horrified. They've been housing the man who betrayed my parents. Yes. Though they don't know it. Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes were cold. I've been watching him. Scabbers, they call him. Ron's pet rat. He's missing a toe, the finger he supposedly lost when Black killed him. What are you going to do? I'm going to catch him. Expose him. Clear Sirius Black's name. Harry paused. And I'm going to do it without killing him. Without killing him? Harry, he's responsible for your parents' deaths, he's responsible for their murders. But killing him won't bring them back. And keeping him alive gives us something more valuable, proof. A living witness who can testify to Voldemort's methods, his followers, his plans. Pettigrew was his servant for years. He knows things. That's remarkably cold-blooded. It's rational. Revenge would feel satisfying for about 5 minutes. Justice will last considerably longer. Harry stood. I need to find Sirius Black before the Ministry does. Talk to him. Make sure he understands the plan. Find him. Harry, he's a fugitive, he's innocent. And he's family. The only family I have left, other than the Flamels. Harry's expression softened slightly. I owe him the chance to explain. To help. Maybe even to be free. Hermione and Neville exchanged looks. We're coming with you, Neville said. It's dangerous. Everything is dangerous. At least this time we know what we're walking into. Harry considered arguing, then nodded. All right. But we do this my way. No improvisation, no heroics. We follow the plan. What plan? Harry smiled. The one I've been developing since I figured out the truth 3 weeks ago. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Harry knew that Sirius was lurking near Hogwarts, desperate to reach Pettigrew. He knew that the Dementors made direct approach difficult. And he knew that the only way to resolve the situation cleanly was to force a confrontation under controlled conditions. So he set a trap. The Shrieking Shack was the perfect location, connected to Hogwarts by a secret passage, isolated from the Dementors' patrol routes, and already associated with werewolf transformations. Harry had discovered that Professor Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, was a werewolf, and had been a friend of his parents. Another piece of the puzzle. On the night of the full moon, Harry made his move. He stunned Ron Weasley in the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, a regrettable necessity, since Ron had scabbers in his pocket and wouldn't have cooperated otherwise. He took the rat and made his way to the Shrieking Shack. Sirius was already there, as Harry had predicted. The escaped prisoner looked like a nightmare, gaunt, hollow-eyed, his prison robes hanging off his skeletal frame. But his eyes were clear and desperate and, when he saw Harry, filled with something like hope. James, he whispered. No, you're not, you're Harry. You look just like, I know. Harry held up the stunned rat. I brought you a present. Sirius stared at the rat, then at Harry, then back at the rat. His expression shifted from confusion to understanding to pure, murderous rage. That's him. That's Peter. After all these years, I know who he is. I know what he did. Harry kept his voice calm. But I need you to listen to me very carefully, Sirius. I have a plan, and it requires him alive. Alive? Sirius's voice cracked. He killed James and Lily. He destroyed my life. He's the only one who can clear your name. Harry met Sirius's eyes, letting him see the steel beneath the surface. I want justice as much as you do. But justice means a trial, testimony, legal vindication. It means you walking free in the sunlight, not spending the rest of your life running from Dementors. I don't care about, yes, you do. And even if you didn't, I do. Harry stepped closer. You're my godfather. The last link to my parents. I'm not going to let you throw that away for 5 minutes of satisfaction. And when this is over, we'll have all the time in the world to talk about the past. A long moment. Then Sirius took his hand, gripping it tightly. All right, Harry. We do it your way. The confrontation that followed was carefully orchestrated. Harry had arranged for Professor Lupin to arrive. The werewolf was aware of his condition but had taken his potion, and Harry needed a credible adult witness. He'd also arranged for Dumbledore to be accidentally nearby, having dropped hints that something was happening at the Shrieking Shack. When Harry forced Pettigrew to transform back into human form, the effect was dramatic. The rat became a man, short, fat, balding, with watery eyes and twitching movements. He looked exactly like what he was, a coward who'd betrayed his friends and hidden for 12 years. Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy with something that might have been grief. I thought you were dead. I can explain, you'll explain to the Wisengamot. Harry's voice cut through Pettigrew's stammering. Under Veritaserum, under oath, with every member of the magical press watching. You'll tell them exactly what you did and who you did it for. They'll send me to Azkaban. Yes. They will. Harry's eyes were cold. But you'll be alive. Which is more than you deserve, and more than my parents got. The trial was held 2 weeks later. Pettigrew confessed everything under Veritaserum, the betrayal, the fake death, the 12 years hiding as a rat. Sirius Black was exonerated, officially pardoned, and restored to his position in Wizarding Society. And Harry gained something he'd never expected, a family. Sirius moved into Grimmauld Place, the ancestral Black home, and began the slow process of recovering from his ordeal. Harry visited on weekends when he could, getting to know the godfather who should have raised him. "You're not what I expected," Sirius said one afternoon, as they sat in the drawing room surrounded by dusty portraits and faded grandeur. "What did you expect?" "I don't know. James's son, I thought you'd be like him. Reckless, impulsive, always rushing into things without thinking." Sirius shook his head. "You're not like that at all. You're careful. Calculating. Every move planned 3 steps ahead. I had to be. The Dursleys weren't kind, and Hogwarts wasn't safe. Survival required strategy. But you're not just surviving now. You're building something. I can see it, even if I don't understand it. I'm building a future. A world where what happened to my parents, what happened to you, can't happen again." Harry met Sirius's eyes. "That's what I'm trying to accomplish. That's what all the planning and strategy is for. And you think you can actually do it? Change the world? I don't know. But I'm going to try." Harry smiled slightly. "That's all any of us can do. Try, and hope, and keep going even when it seems impossible." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he reached out and pulled Harry into a rough embrace. "Your parents would be proud," he said, his voice thick. "Whatever else happens, they would be so proud." Harry let himself be held, feeling something warm spread through his chest. For the first time since the Flamels found him, he had family again. Real family. Dumbledore's private lessons began in October. They met in the headmaster's office, surrounded by silver instruments and ancient portraits and the gentle presence of Fawkes the Phoenix. Dumbledore was different in these sessions, less the serene authority figure, more the scholar sharing hard-won insights. "I want to show you something," he said in their first meeting. "Something that will help you understand what we're fighting." He produced a shallow basin filled with silvery substance, memories, Harry recognized, extracted and stored for examination. The pensieve. It allows us to examine memories directly, experiencing them as if we were there. Dumbledore touched the surface with his wand. "I've spent decades collecting memories related to Tom Riddle. His childhood. His time at Hogwarts. His transformation into Voldemort. I want you to see them." Harry leaned forward. "All of them? In time. Tonight, we start at the beginning." They entered the memory together, a bleak orphanage, a young boy with dark hair and cold eyes, a conversation that revealed a child already twisted by circumstances and his own nature. Harry watched as young Tom Riddle demonstrated his abilities to Dumbledore, as he confessed to tormenting other children, as he asked with hungry curiosity about Hogwarts and magic and power. When they emerged, Harry was quiet for a long moment. "He was already broken," he said finally. "Even then. Whatever made him Voldemort, it was present before Hogwarts, before formal training, before any of the choices that came later." "Yes. That's one of the hardest truths I've had to accept." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Tom Riddle was not made by circumstance alone. There was something in him, something fundamental, that couldn't be reached by kindness or guidance or opportunity. "You tried to help him." "I tried to understand him." That's different, I've learned. Dumbledore settled into his chair. Understanding without connection isn't help. It's observation. An observation, however detailed, can't change what's being observed. Harry absorbed this. But you're showing me these memories for a reason. You want me to understand him too. I want you to understand why he became what he became. The choices he made, the paths he took, the principles he corrupted. Dumbledore leaned forward. Because someday, Harry, you're going to face him directly. And when you do, understanding him might be the difference between victory and defeat. You think understanding will help me kill him? I think understanding will help you survive him. Killing him is almost secondary. If you can find and destroy all the Horcruxes, the killing itself is just a matter of mechanics. But surviving the confrontation, keeping yourself intact through the process, that requires knowing your enemy. Harry considered this. What else are you going to teach me? History. Context. The patterns that repeat themselves across generations. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp despite his gentle manner. You're not the first person to be marked by prophecy, Harry. You're not the first young wizard with extraordinary gifts and heavy burdens. Learning from those who came before might help you avoid their mistakes. Are you talking about Grindelwald? The question landed like a physical blow. Dumbledore's expression flickered, pain, regret, something older and deeper. Among others. Yes. You were friends with him once. Before he became what he became. More than friends. Dumbledore's voice dropped. I loved him, Harry. In the way that young people love, intensely, blindly, unwisely. I believed in his vision, his brilliance, his certainty that we could remake the world. What happened? Reality. Consequences. A sister dead because of our arrogance. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Gellert and I dueled, eventually. I won. He's been imprisoned in Nurmengard for over 50 years. But the damage we did together, before we became enemies, that damage still echoes. Harry processed this. You're warning me. About power, about certainty, about letting vision override wisdom. I'm sharing my failures so you might learn from them. Dumbledore met his eyes. You're more gifted than I was at your age. More disciplined, more thoughtful, more aware of the potential consequences of your actions. But you're also more isolated. More certain of your own judgment. Those are dangerous qualities in someone with your abilities. You think I might become like Grindelwald? I think you might become something worse, or something better. The potential is there for either. Dumbledore's voice was soft but serious. That's why I'm offering these lessons. Not to control you, not to shape you into a weapon, though I won't deny that defeating Voldemort is part of my goal. I'm offering to help you understand the path you're walking, so you can walk it with open eyes. Harry was quiet for a long time. You're afraid of me, he said finally. Dumbledore didn't deny it. I'm afraid of what you could become, yes. But I'm also hopeful. More hopeful than I've been in a very long time. Why? Because you ask the right questions. Because you chose mercy when destruction would have been easier. Because you're building connections, genuine connections, with people who will keep you grounded. Dumbledore smiled slightly. And because you're having this conversation with me at all. A truly dangerous person wouldn't bother listening to warnings. Harry absorbed this. What do you want me to do with what you're teaching me? Whatever you think is right. I've learned that trying to direct people toward specific outcomes usually backfires. All I can do is provide information and hope you use it wisely. And if I don't? If I make the same mistakes you made, or worse ones? Then I'll do whatever I can to stop you. Just as I stopped Gellert, 50 years ago. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but unflinching. But I don't think it will come to that. You're not him, Harry. You're something new. And I believe, I hope, that new can mean better. The lessons continued through the year. Harry learned about Voldemort's rise, his methods, his twisted philosophies. He learned about the Horcruxes, their creation, their locations, the challenges involved in destroying them. He learned about the First War, the resistance, the sacrifices made by those who fought the darkness. And he learned about Grindelwald. Not just the historical facts, but the personal truth, Dumbledore's own memories, shared reluctantly but honestly. The brilliance and the seduction. The vision that seemed so right until it revealed itself as catastrophically wrong. The moment when Dumbledore realized that the man he loved had become a monster. He still writes to me, Dumbledore confessed in one of their final sessions. Letters from Nurmengard, smuggled out through means I've never been able to trace. He speaks of regret, of transformation, of wanting to make amends before he dies. Do you believe him? I believe he's capable of genuine reflection. Whether that reflection has led to genuine change. Dumbledore shrugged. I don't know. And that uncertainty is why I've never replied. He's been reaching for me too. Through dreams, through subtle influences. He thinks I'm the key to something he's been pursuing his whole life. The Hallows. It wasn't a question. Yes. He believes I can unite them. Become what he wanted to become. Can you? Harry considered the question carefully. I don't know. Maybe. The cloak accepts me fully, I can feel that much. The other Hallows. He shook his head. I'd have to study them to be sure. And would you? If you could unite them, become the Master of Death, would you? That depends on what Master of Death actually means. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I've been developing a theory. That it's not about conquering death or escaping it. It's about understanding it. Transforming the relationship between life and death from opposition to something else. Partnership? Maybe. Or recognition that they're not really separate. Just different expressions of the same underlying reality. Harry paused. If I could achieve that kind of understanding, yes, I would pursue it. Not for power, but for truth. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You are remarkable, he said finally. Truly remarkable. And I hope, I pray, that you're right about what you're pursuing. Because if you are, you might actually change everything. And if I'm wrong, then you'll fail at something worth failing at. Dumbledore smiled, echoing Nicholas's words from months ago. Which is more than most people can say. The year ended with an unexpected confrontation. Harry was walking the grounds at dusk, processing everything he'd learned, when he felt a presence approaching. Not hostile, but not exactly friendly either. He turned to find Draco Malfoy standing behind him. Malfoy. Potter. Draco's expression was complicated, a mixture of determination and uncertainty. I've made my decision. Oh. I want in. Whatever you're building, whatever you're planning, I want to be part of it. Harry studied him carefully. That's a significant change from, I need more time. A lot has happened this year. The Pettigrew trial. Your godfather's exoneration. The way you handled everything, Draco swallowed. My father is furious. He thinks you're a threat to everything he's worked for. He's probably right. And you want to side with the threat? I want to side with the future. Draco's chin lifted. You told me once that the pure-blood world was dying. That the question wasn't whether it would fall, but what would replace it. I've been watching, thinking, trying to see what you see. And I think you're right. That must be difficult for you to admit. It is. But I've decided I'd rather be uncomfortable and right than comfortable and wrong. Draco extended his hand. I'm not asking to be your friend, Potter. I'm asking to be your ally. Teach me what you know. Let me prove I can be trusted. And when the war comes, because it's coming, we both know that, let me fight on the side that's going to win. Harry looked at the extended hand for a long moment. Then he took it. "All right, Draco. Welcome to the team." Draco's expression flickered, relief, perhaps, or the beginning of something like hope. "What happens now?" "Now we go back to the castle, get some dinner, and start planning your education." Harry smiled slightly. "You've got a lot of catching up to do." They walked back to Hogwarts together, two former enemies taking the first steps towards something neither of them could fully imagine. Behind them, the sun set over the lake. And somewhere in the darkness of Nurmengard, Gellert Grindelwald felt the shift in magical potential and smiled. At last, he whispered to the cold stone walls. "At last, Harry Potter, you're ready to hear what I have to teach." He closed his ancient eyes and began to dream. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Heir's Choice. The summer before fourth year was different. Harry felt at the moment he returned to the Flamel estate, a shift in the air, a tension that hadn't been there before. Nicholas moved more slowly. Perenelle's laughter came less frequently. And when they looked at Harry, their eyes held something he hadn't seen before. Fear. Not of him, for him. "We need to talk," Nicholas said on Harry's third day home. They sat in the garden, the same garden where Nicholas had first demonstrated his magic 8 years ago. The summer light was golden, the air warm with the scent of roses, but the conversation that followed cast shadows. "Perenelle and I have made a decision," Nicholas said. "About the stone. About the elixir. About our future." Harry waited, already knowing what was coming. "We're going to stop taking it." "The elixir." Nicholas's voice was steady but heavy. "We've been alive for over 6 centuries. It's been a remarkable journey, a privilege beyond measure. But it's time for us to move on. You're choosing to die. We're choosing to complete our transformation." Nicholas's eyes held an ancient peace. "Death isn't an ending, Harry. You've been teaching us that, in your own way. It's a threshold. A transition to something else. We've been standing at that threshold for 600 years, refusing to step through. It's time we found the courage." Harry absorbed this without expression. He'd known it was coming, had seen the tiredness in their souls, the readiness for rest that no elixir could address. But knowing something and hearing it confirmed were different things. "How long?" he asked. "A year, perhaps. Maybe less. The body grows accustomed to the elixir over centuries. Without it, the aging will be rapid." Nicholas reached out, taking Harry's hand. "I'm sorry to burden you with this. You have enough to carry without mourning us too. You're not a burden. You're my family." Harry's voice cracked slightly, the first sign of emotion breaking through. "You saved me. Raised me. Made me everything I am. I don't know how to, you don't have to know how. You just have to keep going." Perenelle had joined them, sitting on Harry's other side. "That's what we've been trying to teach you all along. Not alchemy, not magic, not power. How to keep going when everything seems impossible. And the stone? What happens to it?" "It passes to you," Nicholas said. "My heir in all but blood. Everything I've built, everything I've learned, it's yours now. The estate, the library, the knowledge accumulated over centuries. All of it. I'm not ready. No one is ever ready. We just become ready through the doing." Nicholas squeezed his hand. "You'll make mistakes. You'll fail at things that seem crucial. You'll wonder if you're worthy of what you've inherited. That's normal. That's human. The important thing is to keep working, keep learning, keep trying to become better than you were." Harry looked between them, these two ancient beings who had chosen him, raised him, loved him, and felt something shift in his chest. Not grief, exactly. Not acceptance. Something deeper, something he couldn't quite name. "I have so many questions," he said finally. "Things I still need to learn, experiments I haven't finished, theories I haven't tested, we have a year. More or less. Perenelle smiled gently. Let's make it count. The year that followed was the most intense of Harry's education. Nicholas held nothing back. Every secret, every technique, every hard-won insight from 6 centuries of practice, he shared it all. They worked through the night more often than not, racing against time that suddenly felt precious. Perenelle focused on the human elements. Philosophy, ethics, the emotional intelligence that Nicholas's technical focus sometimes overlooked. She taught Harry to recognize his own blind spots, to understand how others perceived him, to navigate the complex territory of human relationships. "You're so focused on transformation," she said one evening, "that you sometimes forget preservation. Some things shouldn't be changed. Some things are valuable precisely because they're consistent." Like what? Like loyalty. Like love. Like the core of who someone is, beneath all the roles and masks and adaptations. She touched his cheek gently. "You've been so busy becoming powerful that you haven't thought enough about what that power should protect. Find your anchors, Harry. The things you'd never sacrifice, no matter what. Those are what make power meaningful." "What are your anchors?" "Nicholas. Our work. The hope that what we've learned will help others." She smiled. "And you? You've become an anchor too, these past 8 years. The child we never had. The future we'll never see. I don't know if I can be what you need me to be. You already are. You just don't see it yet." The lessons continued, week after week, month after month. Harry absorbed everything, the technical knowledge, the philosophical framework, the emotional wisdom. He felt himself growing, expanding, becoming something more than he'd been. But beneath the growth, a question gnawed at him. What was he becoming? And would he recognize himself when the transformation was complete? Hogwarts beckoned in September, and Harry returned to find a castle buzzing with excitement. The Triwizard Tournament had come to Hogwarts. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived in spectacular fashion, flying horses, a ship emerging from the lake, and the Great Hall transformed to accommodate the additional students. The Goblet of Fire was installed with great ceremony, and students of age began submitting their names. Harry watched it all with the detached interest of an observer. He was 14, too young to enter, supposedly protected by the age line Dumbledore had drawn around the goblet. He should have known better. On the night of the champion selection, the goblet blazed with blue fire 3 times, spitting out the names of the chosen: Victor Krum for Durmstrang, Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons, Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. Then it blazed a 4th time. The parchment that emerged bore a name that sent the hall into chaos. Harry Potter. "No," Harry said flatly, not rising from his seat. "I didn't enter. I don't know how my name got in there, but I'm not participating." "The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract," Dumbledore said, his expression troubled. "Once selected, a champion must compete or forfeit their magic. That's a convenient rule. One that someone clearly exploited." Harry's eyes swept the hall, assessing. "Someone wanted me in this tournament. Someone who knows how binding magical contracts work and how to manipulate an ancient artifact. I'm suggesting that whoever put my name in the goblet did so for reasons that almost certainly involve killing me." Harry stood, his voice carrying clearly. "I'll compete, since I apparently have no choice. But let's be clear, this is an attack, not an opportunity. And I intend to find out who's responsible." The hall was silent. Harry walked toward the antechamber where the other champions waited, feeling hundreds of eyes follow his progress. In the crowd, unnoticed by most, a man with a wooden leg and a magical eye watched Harry with an expression that blended approval and something darker. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this through a combination of research, reconnaissance, and a helpful hint from Hagrid, who seemed incapable of keeping secrets. Each champion would face a nesting mother dragon and have to retrieve a golden egg from among her clutch. Most people expected Harry to struggle. He was 14, smaller than the other champions, supposedly outmatched in power and experience. They didn't know what he could do. On the day of the task, Harry walked into the arena to face a Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous breed, because of course the goblet had been manipulated to ensure he got the worst draw. The dragon roared, flames billowing toward him. Harry didn't run. Didn't dodge. Didn't raise his wand for a conventional spell. He spoke. "I'm not here to hurt your eggs," he hissed in Parseltongue. The language of serpents, and, it turned out, close enough to the dragon's own speech that she could understand him. "I need the golden one. Not your children. Just the fake." The horntail hesitated. Her head tilted, eyes narrowing with something like intelligence. "You speak," she rumbled, her voice like grinding rocks. "Human who speaks the old tongue. Strange. I'm a strange human." Harry stepped closer, slowly, keeping his movements non-threatening. "Will you let me take the false egg? It's not yours. It was placed there by the other humans." A long moment. The crowd was utterly silent, watching something they didn't understand. Then the horntail shifted, exposing the golden egg among her clutch. "Take it. But know this, speaker, you carry a darkness inside you. Something broken, something hungry. Be careful it doesn't consume you." "I know. I'm working on it." Harry retrieved the egg, nodded respectfully to the dragon, and walked out of the arena to thunderous, confused applause. He'd completed the task in 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Without casting a single spell. The aftermath was complicated. The other champions were bewildered, the judges didn't know how to score an approach they'd never seen before, and the press was having a field day speculating about Harry Potter's mysterious abilities. But Harry's attention was elsewhere. "The person who put my name in the goblet is still here," he told Hermione, Neville, and Draco in their private meeting place. "I can feel them watching. Someone at Hogwarts, probably in a position of authority, who has access to powerful magic and a motive to see me compete." "Who benefits from you being in the tournament?" Hermione asked. "Voldemort. This is his style, manipulating events from a distance, using proxies to achieve what he can't do directly. Someone here is working for him." "But who?" "The professors have all been vetted, not all of them." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Moody. The new defense professor. Something's wrong with him." "Moody? He's an ex-Sorcerer. One of Dumbledore's most trusted, I know his reputation. But the man teaching our classes doesn't match it. His mannerisms are wrong. His magical signature is wrong. And he's been watching me with an intensity that goes beyond academic interest." "You think he's an imposter?" "I think he's someone pretending to be Moody. Using Polyjuice Potion or something similar to maintain the disguise." Harry stood, pacing. "I need to investigate. Carefully. If I'm right, whoever's impersonating Moody is dangerous, and they're playing a long game. What do you want us to do?" "Watch him. Note anything unusual. But don't confront him or let him know you're suspicious." Harry's expression hardened. "When I'm ready to move, I want it to be on my terms." The Yule Ball provided an unexpected opportunity. Harry attended with Hermione, a practical choice that sparked considerable gossip. They made a striking pair, she in elegant robes, he in formal black that emphasized his increasingly imposing presence. But Harry's attention wasn't on dancing. It was on the man who slipped away from the Great Hall during the third waltz. "Cover for me," Harry murmured to Hermione. "I'll be back." He followed Moody, or whoever was pretending to be Moody, through the castle's corridors, using the cloak to remain unseen. The impostor moved with purpose, heading toward the dungeons, toward what Harry recognized as Snape's private stores. Polyjuice ingredients, Harry realized. He's running low on supplies. He watched the impostor collect vials and packets, noted which containers he accessed, then retreated to a safe distance. He had what he needed. Now he just had to decide when to act. The second task came first. The golden egg, when opened underwater, revealed a riddle about hostages in the lake. Harry spent the necessary time solving it, preparing for the challenge, ensuring he'd have what he needed to succeed. But his real focus was on the impostor. He'd identified the man now, Barty Crouch Jr., a Death Eater supposedly dead in Azkaban. The real Moody was imprisoned somewhere, alive, hopefully, but incapacitated. Crouch was maintaining the disguise for a purpose Harry was beginning to understand. The tournament was meant to deliver Harry to Voldemort. The third task, the maze, would provide the opportunity. Harry would be isolated, surrounded by chaos, with no witnesses. If the Triwizard Cup was modified into a portkey. Harry smiled grimly. Two could play that game. The third task arrived on a warm June evening. Harry entered the maze knowing exactly what awaited him. The hedges twisted and turned, magical obstacles appeared and were overcome, but Harry moved through it all with the focused efficiency of someone who'd already planned every step. He reached the cup at the center just as Cedric Diggory arrived from another direction. Potter. Cedric was breathing hard, scratched and singed from his own journey. We could share it. Take it together. The cup is a trap. Harry didn't move toward it. Someone modified it. Anyone who touches it will be transported somewhere else, probably into an ambush. Cedric's expression shifted from confusion to wariness. How do you know that? Because I've spent the entire year trying to figure out who put my name in the goblet and why. The answer is Voldemort. He wanted me in this tournament so he could kidnap me at the end. But, listen carefully. Harry kept his voice low. I'm going to touch the cup. I'm going to let it take me wherever it goes. But I need you to do something for me. What? Get out of the maze. Find Dumbledore. Tell him what I told you, the cup is a portkey, Moody is an impostor named Barty Crouch Jr., and I've gone willingly into the trap. Harry's eyes met Cedric's. Can you do that? You're going willingly? Potter, that's necessary. The only way to end this is to confront it directly. But I need to know that if something goes wrong, people will understand what happened. Cedric stared at him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right. But if you don't come back, I'll come back. Harry smiled grimly. I have too much to do to die in a graveyard. He reached out and touched the cup. The world dissolved into spinning color. The graveyard was exactly as Harry had expected. Ancient tombstones, overgrown with weeds. A cauldron bubbling with dark magic. Peter Pettigrew, somehow escaped from Azkaban, waiting with something bundled in his arms. Bind him, a cold voice whispered from the bundle. Use his blood. Complete the ritual. Harry didn't struggle as Pettigrew approached. He'd prepared for this moment, planned for it, arranged the pieces so they'd fall exactly where he needed. Hello, Peter, he said calmly. I'm surprised they let you out. Pettigrew flinched but didn't respond. He tied Harry to a headstone with magical cords and began the resurrection ritual, bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. Harry watched the cauldron roil and transform, watched the skeletal figure emerge and take shape, watched as Lord Voldemort returned to physical form for the first time in 13 years. Harry Potter, Voldemort breathed, his red eyes gleaming. You've kept my Horcrux company all these years. How thoughtful. Tom. Harry's voice was steady. You look terrible. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted into something like a smile. Still defiant. Even facing your death, you can't help but challenge me. I'm not here to die. No. Then why did you touch the cup willingly? Oh yes, he gestured at Pettigrew, my servant saw everything through his dark mark. You knew it was a trap. You came anyway. Because this confrontation was inevitable. Because running would only delay it, not prevent it. And because, Harry smiled slightly, I wanted to make you an offer. Voldemort paused. Around the graveyard, Death Eaters who had been summoned by the Dark Mark stirred uneasily. An offer? The same one I made to your fragment in the Chamber of Secrets. Transformation instead of destruction. Harry's voice carried clearly in the silent graveyard. Your soul is in pieces, Tom. Scattered across objects and living beings, torn apart by murder and dark magic. That's why you're hollow. That's why you can't feel connection or joy or peace. You've amputated the parts of yourself that make life worth living. I've made myself immortal. That's worth more than, you've made yourself eternal. That's not the same thing. Harry's eyes held Voldemort's without flinching. Immortality means continuing to live, to grow, to change. Eternity means existing in the same state forever. You're not immortal, Tom. You're frozen. Trapped in the moment of your own worst choices. Silence stretched between them. And what would you have me do? Voldemort asked, his voice dangerously soft. Surrender? Repent? Seek redemption like some pathetic, I'd have you consider the alternative to what you're doing. That's all. Harry shifted against his bonds. You want to conquer death. But death isn't something that can be conquered. It's a threshold, a transformation, a transition to something else. The masters of death in legend didn't defeat it, they learned to move freely between states of existence, choosing when and how to live or die. The Hallows, Voldemort breathed. You know about the Hallows. I have one of them. The cloak of invisibility, inherited from my father, descended from the Peverils. I've studied it extensively. And what I've learned suggests that your approach to immortality is not just wrong, it's backwards. Backwards? You tear your soul apart to prevent death from taking it. But the soul isn't meant to be static. It's meant to transform, to grow, to eventually move on. By anchoring yourself with Horcruxes, you've prevented the natural process of development. You're not living eternally, you're dying eternally, frozen in the moment before death without ever completing the transition. Voldemort was silent for a long moment. Around him, the Death Eaters stood frozen, unsure what to do with a confrontation that had become philosophical instead of violent. You speak with great certainty, Voldemort said finally, for a child who hasn't yet faced death himself. I faced your fragment in the chamber. I faced the basilisk's gaze. I've looked at death directly and not flinched. Harry's voice hardened. I'm not afraid of dying, Tom. That's the difference between us. You're so terrified of the end that you've made yourself into something that can neither truly live nor truly die. I've accepted that death is part of existence, and that acceptance has freed me to actually live. And if I refuse your offer? If I kill you here and now? Then you'll have proven that you can't change. That you're exactly what you've made yourself, a creature of fear and violence, incapable of growth. Harry shrugged slightly. You'll also trigger a cascade of consequences you haven't anticipated. What consequences? If I die, the Horcrux in my scar dies with me. That's one more anchor gone, whether you want it or not. Dumbledore will intensify his hunt for the others. And the people I've trained, the network I've built, will continue my work with or without me. Harry smiled slightly. Did you think I came here without preparing for the possibility of failure? I've left instructions. Contingencies. Everything I know about you has been documented and shared with people who won't stop until every Horcrux is destroyed. Voldemort's expression flickered, the first sign of genuine uncertainty Harry had seen. You're bluffing. Test me. The silence stretched. Harry could feel the tension in the air, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone present. Then Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light blazed toward Harry. And stopped. Not reflected. Not absorbed. Simply stopped, hanging in the air between them, exactly as it had when Harry faced Quirrell years before. Impossible, Voldemort whispered. No. Just difficult. Harry's voice was strained, the transmutation was costing him, but he maintained his composure. I told you, Tom. I've spent years studying the boundary between life and death. The killing curse works by severing the connection between soul and body. But I've learned to reinforce that connection, to make it resistant to the kind of crude severance the curse employs. No one can defend against the killing curse, no one until now. Harry released the transmutation, and the suspended curse dissolved into golden light. I'm not doing this to humiliate you. I'm doing it to demonstrate that your assumptions about magic, about death, about power, they're all wrong. You've spent decades pursuing a path that was fundamentally flawed from the start. Voldemort stared at him, something new in his crimson eyes. Not fear, exactly. Not respect. But something like recognition. What are you? He asked quietly. I'm what you could have been. What you might still become, if you chose to. Harry met his gaze steadily. I'm the person who saw your darkness and didn't flinch. Who understood your brokenness and didn't despair. Who believes that transformation is possible for everyone, even you. And if transformation isn't possible? If I'm beyond redemption? Then you'll destroy yourself eventually. The Horcruxes are being hunted. The Death Eaters are scattered. The Ministry is weak, but not helpless. You might win battles, but you can't win a war against the fundamental nature of reality. Harry's voice softened. But I don't think you're beyond redemption. I think you're afraid of it. Afraid of what you might feel if you allowed yourself to heal. The silence stretched again, deeper this time. Then Voldemort lowered his wand. Go, he said quietly. Take your cup and return to Hogwarts. This isn't over, we'll face each other again. But tonight I need to think. Harry inclined his head slightly. I'll be waiting. Pettigrew released the bindings. Harry collected the Triwizard Cup, still functional as a port key, and activated it. The last thing he saw was Voldemort's face, caught between fury and something he couldn't quite identify. The return to Hogwarts was chaotic. Harry emerged from the maze to find Cedric had done exactly as asked, Dumbledore was waiting, Auror surrounded the grounds, and the imposter Moody was already in custody. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was grave. What happened? Voldemort is back. He's got a physical body again. But, Harry paused, organizing his thoughts. I talked to him. Made him an offer. He didn't accept, but he didn't refuse either. You talked to him. I offered him transformation instead of destruction. The same thing I offered his fragment in the chamber. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. He let me go, Headmaster. He had every opportunity to kill me, and he let me go. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was strange, hushed, almost reverent. You offered mercy to the darkest wizard of our age. And he accepted? He didn't accept the offer. But he accepted the conversation. He's thinking about what I said. Harry allowed himself a slight smile. That's more than I expected, honestly. Harry, do you understand what you've done? I've planted a seed. Whether it grows or not depends on him. Harry straightened, suddenly feeling every second of the exhausting evening. I need to rest. Can the debriefing wait until morning? Of course. Dumbledore's hand rested briefly on his shoulder. Rest well. We'll talk tomorrow. Harry walked to Gryffindor Tower, surrounded by students who stared and whispered and wondered. He found Hermione, Neville, and Draco waiting in a quiet corner, their faces tight with worry. You're alive, Hermione breathed. I am. Harry collapsed into a chair. Voldemort is back. The third task was a trap. But I turned it into an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? The kind that might end this war without more bloodshed. Maybe. Harry closed his eyes. Or the kind that just delays the inevitable. I won't know for a while. What did you do? Harry told them. The confrontation, the offer, the killing curse suspended in midair. By the time he finished, all three of them were staring at him with expressions that combined awe and concern. You let him go, Draco said slowly. The Dark Lord. You had him vulnerable and you let him go. I showed him something he'd never seen before. A possibility he'd never considered. Harry opened his eyes. Maybe it matters. Maybe it doesn't. But it was the right thing to do. How can you know that? Because destroying him would have been easy. And the easy path is rarely the right one. Harry stood, swaying slightly from exhaustion. I need sleep. We'll talk more tomorrow. He made his way to his dormitory and collapsed on his bed without undressing. Behind his closed eyes, he saw Voldemort's face again, that moment of recognition, of uncertainty, of something that might have been the first stirring of hope in decades. Maybe it matters, he thought. Maybe it changes everything. Or maybe I'm just a fool who gave a monster time to think. Sleep claimed him before he could answer. The summer that followed was the hardest of Harry's life. Nicholas died in August, peacefully, surrounded by 6 centuries of accumulated wonders. Perenelle followed a week later, as if she'd simply been waiting for her partner to go first. Harry stood at their shared grave and felt the weight of their absence settle on his shoulders like a physical burden. They'd prepared him as best they could. They'd given him everything they knew. But nothing could prepare someone for the loneliness of truly standing alone. Sirius came, of course. And Hermione and Neville and even Draco, carefully maintaining the pretense of animosity in public while offering genuine support in private. They loved you, Sirius said, his arm around Harry's shoulders. Whatever happens next, remember that. They believed in you completely. I know. Harry's voice was steady, though his eyes were bright. That's what makes it so hard. I don't want to disappoint them. You won't. You couldn't. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. You're remarkable, Harry. The most remarkable person I've ever known. And I knew your parents. Harry managed a small smile. Thank you. He spent the rest of the summer working. Processing the grief through action, channeling the loss into purpose. The stone was his now, truly his, in a way it hadn't been before. He could feel its presence constantly, humming in the back of his mind, waiting to be understood. And the cloak. And the Elder Wand, which Dumbledore had agreed to loan him for study, recognizing that Harry's research might reveal things no one else could find. 2 Hallows in his possession. Only the Resurrection Stone remained. Harry wondered if it was time to start looking. 5th year began under a cloud. The Ministry, led by Cornelius Fudge, refused to acknowledge Voldemort's return. They launched a campaign to discredit Harry and Dumbledore, installing Dolores Umbridge as defense against the dark arts professor with a mandate to restore order to Hogwarts. Harry watched the political machinations with the detached interest of an observer who already knew how they would end. They're scared, he told his inner circle during their first meeting of the year. Fudge and his faction. They've spent so long believing the war was over that they can't accept it might be starting again. Can we change their minds? Neville asked. Eventually. When the evidence becomes undeniable. Until then, we work around them. Harry outlined his plans, secret training sessions, the formation of what would become known as Dumbledore's army, preparations for a war most people didn't believe was coming. And Voldemort? Draco asked carefully. Has he responded to your offer? Not directly. But he's been quiet. No attacks, no major moves. Either he's planning something big, or, Harry paused. Or he's actually thinking about what I said. You really believe he might change? I believe change is possible for anyone. Whether he'll choose it is another question. Harry's expression hardened. But I'm also not counting on it. We prepare as if war is inevitable while hoping it isn't. The year proceeded according to that philosophy. The DA trained in secret, developing skills that would serve them in the battles to come. Harry continued his research into the Hallows, making progress that would have been impossible without the stone's presence amplifying his perceptions. And Umbridge, despite her best efforts, found herself outmaneuvered at every turn by students who were far more organized than she expected. The confrontation came in June. Voldemort, whether motivated by Harry's offer or simply by strategic necessity, orchestrated a trap at the Department of Mysteries. He knew about the prophecy, the full prophecy, which had been stored in the Hall of Prophecy, and he wanted it. Harry went, knowing it was a trap. He brought his inner circle, knowing they'd insist on coming anyway. And when they faced the Death Eaters who waited, they fought with skill and coordination that shocked everyone. But the battle was only the beginning. Voldemort appeared personally, drawn by reports of the fighting. He faced Harry in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, surrounded by witnesses who could no longer deny his return. "We meet again, Harry Potter." His voice echoed through the vast space. "I've been thinking about what you said. And I still don't believe you. Transformation. Redemption. These are fantasies for people who've never faced the abyss." Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. "But I'm curious. You spoke of the Hallows, of mastering death rather than fleeing it. Show me what you've learned." Harry felt the weight of the cloak in his pocket, the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's hand nearby, the stone that awaited him somewhere in the world. "Not here," he said. "Not in front of witnesses. This isn't a performance." "Then where?" "Somewhere private. Somewhere we can speak honestly, without posturing or politics." Harry met Voldemort's gaze steadily. "You came here looking for the prophecy. I'll give you something better, the truth about what it means. But not like this." A long moment of silence. Then Voldemort nodded slowly. "Nermangard," he said. 1 month from now. Alone. If you're serious about what you claim, meet me there." "Nermangard? Grindelwald's prison. He's been reaching for you too, hasn't he? Whispering in your dreams, offering knowledge." Voldemort smiled coldly. "Perhaps it's time we all had a conversation. The 3 people in the world who've touched the Hallows and survived." Harry considered the implications. It was obviously a trap, or possibly a test, or maybe genuinely what it appeared to be. There was no way to know without going. 1 month, he agreed. Nermangard. Alone. Voldemort inclined his head slightly, almost respectfully, and disapparated. The Ministry atrium fell silent. The month that followed was a blur of preparation. Harry told only Dumbledore about the meeting, knowing that the old wizard would both object and ultimately accept that Harry had to go. "You're walking into a trap set by 2 of the most dangerous wizards who ever lived," Dumbledore said quietly. "You understand that?" "I understand it might be a trap. I also understand it might be something else, an opportunity to address both of them at once, to understand what they really want, to find a solution that doesn't require more death. And if they simply kill you? Then my contingencies activate and you continue without me." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "I've prepared for every outcome I can imagine. But some conversations can only happen face to face. You're braver than I was at your age. I'm foolish in different ways." Harry smiled slightly. "I've learned from your mistakes, Headmaster. Now I get to make my own." The day of the meeting arrived. Harry traveled to Nermangard alone, as promised, though alone was somewhat flexible when you carried a cloak that existed half in another realm of existence. The tower rose from the Austrian mountains like an accusation, its dark stone absorbing the summer light. He entered through wards that should have been impenetrable but somehow recognized him. "Of course," he thought. "Grindelwald has been waiting for me." The interior was sparse but not primitive, a prison designed by its own inhabitant, containing just enough comfort to make eternity bearable. Harry climbed stairs that seemed to go on forever, past cells that had once held followers but now stood empty. At the top, in a chamber that overlooked the mountain peaks, he found them. Voldemort sat on one side of a simple table, his snake-like features composed into an expression of careful neutrality. And across from him, ancient beyond words but still burning with terrible intelligence, sat Gellert Grindelwald. "Harry Potter," Grindelwald said, his voice rough with disuse. "At last. I've been waiting for you for a very long time." Harry took the seat between them, completing the triangle. "Then let's begin." The conversation lasted 3 days. Harry didn't sleep. Neither did Voldemort or Grindelwald. They talked through dawn and dawn again, exploring ideas that had never been spoken aloud, challenging assumptions that had shaped decades of conflict. Grindelwald spoke of the Hallows, his lifelong obsession, his theories about their true purpose, his belief that Harry was the only person in history positioned to unite them. "The cloak you inherited," he said. "The one that Dumbledore holds, and which responds to you, I suspect, more than to him. The stone is somewhere in the world, waiting to be found. 3 artifacts, 3 aspects of the relationship between life and death. Separately, they grant power. Together." He smiled, a strange and unsettling expression. "Together, they grant understanding." Voldemort spoke of immortality, his fear of death, his desperate measures to escape it, the hollowness that had grown within him as he tore his soul apart. "You were right," he admitted, the words clearly costing him. "In the graveyard. I'm not living. I'm not even surviving. I'm just, continuing. Existing without purpose, without connection, without anything that makes existence meaningful." "And you want to change that?" Harry asked. "I want to understand if change is possible." "That's different from wanting it." Voldemort's red eyes held Harry's. "You speak of transformation as if it's always available, always an option. But some things are broken beyond repair. Some damage can't be undone. The Horcruxes. The Horcruxes. The murders that created them. The decades of cruelty and calculation." Voldemort's voice was quiet. "Can any of that be transformed? Or is it just, what I am now?" Harry considered the question carefully. "I don't know," he said finally. "I believe transformation is always possible, but I've never tried to transform something as damaged as your soul. The theory suggests it could work. The practice." He shook his head. "I'd be inventing the process as I went. You've done that before. For smaller things. Transmuting a killing curse, containing a basilisk, reintegrating a Horcrux fragment. Your soul is orders of magnitude more complex. But you're willing to try?" Harry looked at him, really looked, with all the perception his training had developed. Beneath the snake-like exterior, beneath the layers of dark magic and accumulated evil, he saw something unexpected. A void. A desperate, aching emptiness where a human soul should be. And at the edges of that void, something stirring. Something that might be the first seeds of genuine hope. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm willing to try." Grindelwald laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "You're both fools," he said. "Idealists playing at redemption while the world burns around you. Do you think it matters whether Voldemort transforms? There will always be another Dark Lord, another war, another cycle of destruction and rebuilding. Then what do you suggest?" Harry asked. "What I've always suggested. Power. Absolute, unchallengeable power. Not to rule, that was Albus's misunderstanding of my vision, but to protect. To ensure that the cycles end, that the wars stop, that humanity finally evolves past its endless self-destruction. And you would wield this power?" "I would have, once. Now." Grindelwald gestured at his withered form. "I'm dying, Harry. I've been dying for decades, kept alive by nothing but the magic infused in these walls. I don't have much time left. But you could do what I never could. Unite the Hallows. Become the master of death. Take your place as the guardian of this world. At what cost? Everything you are now. Your relationships, your principles, your humanity. Power at that level doesn't come free. Grindelwald leaned forward. But you could save the world. Permanently. No more wars, no more Dark Lords, no more children growing up orphaned and afraid. Isn't that worth the sacrifice? Harry was quiet for a long moment. No, he said finally. Grindelwald blinked. No. What you're describing isn't salvation. It's just another form of tyranny. Benevolent tyranny is still tyranny. Harry's voice was firm. I won't trade my humanity for power, no matter how good the intentions. That's exactly the mistake you made, and exactly the mistake Voldemort made. You both started with noble goals and ended up becoming monsters because you thought the ends justified the means. Then what's your alternative? Let the cycles continue. Watch the world tear itself apart generation after generation. Transform the cycles. Not by imposing power from above, but by changing how people think, how they relate to each other, how they understand magic and death and existence itself. Harry stood, pacing the chamber. The Hallows aren't meant to be weapons. They're meant to be teachers. To show us something about the nature of reality that we've forgotten. And what have we forgotten? That death isn't the enemy. That power isn't the goal. That connection, genuine, vulnerable, transformative connection, is what makes existence meaningful. Harry turned to face them both. I'm not going to unite the Hallows to become a guardian or a tyrant. I'm going to unite them to understand what they're trying to teach. And then I'm going to share that understanding with everyone who's willing to learn. The silence stretched. Then Voldemort spoke. You really believe this? I really do. And you think it will work? That people will listen, will change, will become better than they are. Some of them will. Not all, not immediately. But enough to make a difference. Harry met Voldemort's eyes. Starting with you. If you're willing. Another long silence. Then Voldemort did something Harry had never expected. He smiled. Not the cold, cruel smile of the Dark Lord. Something different. Something almost human. Show me, he said. The process took 3 years. Harry worked with Voldemort in the depths of Nurmengard, using the stone's principles to slowly reintegrate the scattered fragments of his soul. It was difficult, painful work, not just the magic, but the psychological process of confronting decades of evil and choosing, deliberately, to become something else. The Horcruxes were destroyed one by one, their essence returned to the main soul rather than simply annihilated. With each reintegration, Voldemort became more coherent, more stable, more capable of the emotions he'd suppressed for so long. The fragment in Harry's scar was last. This will hurt, Harry warned. For both of us. I know. Voldemort, Tom, as Harry had begun to call him privately, met his eyes steadily. Do it. The transmutation was the most complex Harry had ever attempted. He reached into his own soul, found the dark fragment that had lived there since infancy, and gently separated it from his essence while maintaining its coherence. The pain was extraordinary. Both of them screamed. But when it was done, the fragment was gone, returned to the soul it had come from, making Tom Riddle whole for the first time in 50 years. The man who opened his eyes looked nothing like Voldemort. He looked human. Tired, scarred, burdened by guilt, but human. Thank you, he whispered. I don't deserve, no one deserves anything. We just choose what to do with what we're given. Harry sat back, exhausted beyond words. What will you do now? I don't know. I have centuries of crimes to answer for. People who'll never forgive me, communities I destroyed, lives I ruined. Tom's voice was heavy. I can't undo any of it. No. But you can spend the rest of your existence trying to balance the scales. That's what transformation means, not erasing the past, but choosing a different future. Tom nodded slowly. And you? What will you do? Finish what I started. Harry looked toward the window, where dawn was breaking over the mountains. The Hallows await. The understanding they offer. The change I've been working toward since I was 11 years old. Will I see you again? Possibly. The world is large, but the people who matter to me have a way of staying connected. Harry smiled slightly. Take care of yourself, Tom. You have a long road ahead. He left Nermangard and didn't look back. Behind him, the former Dark Lord, now just a man, broken and healing, watched the sunrise and wept for the first time in decades. The final piece of the puzzle came 6 months later. Harry found the resurrection stone in the ruins of the Gaunt family home, exactly where Dumbledore's research had suggested. It was set in a ring, unassuming, radiating a quiet power that spoke to something deep in his soul. He took it. And with that, he held all 3 Hallows. The cloak wrapped around his shoulders. The wand rested in his hand, transferred willingly by Dumbledore, who recognized that Harry was ready. The stone gleamed on his finger. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world shifted. Harry found himself standing in a space that wasn't quite real, a threshold between existence and its absence. He could see both sides at once, the living world behind him, full of color and noise and movement, and something else ahead, vast and peaceful and utterly beyond description. You've come, a voice said. Not a human voice. Something older, something that had been waiting since the first consciousness emerged from the primal chaos. I've come, Harry agreed. I want to understand. Understanding is what I offer. The presence, death, Harry realized, or something very like it, seemed to smile. What would you know? Everything. The nature of existence, the relationship between life and death, the truth that the Hallows were created to reveal. That's a significant request. I'm a significant person. Harry smiled slightly. Or so I've been told. Death laughed, a sound like the wind through autumn leaves, like the last breath of a dying man, like the first cry of a newborn child. Very well, Harry Potter. Here is the truth you've been seeking. And death showed him. Harry emerged from the threshold changed. Not visibly, he still looked like a young man in his late teens, dark-haired and green-eyed and bearing a lightning bolt scar. But something fundamental had shifted. He understood, now. Really understood, in a way that could never be put into words. Death wasn't an ending. It was a transformation, one of countless transformations that consciousness experienced across the vast span of existence. Life and death were just phases, stages, different expressions of the same underlying reality. The Hallows had been created to teach this truth. To show that death could be approached without fear, could be partnered with rather than fled from, could be understood rather than conquered. And now Harry knew what he had to do. He returned to the wizarding world and began to share what he'd learned. Not through conquest or compulsion, but through teaching. Through example. Through patient, persistent effort to help others see what he'd seen. It took decades. Centuries, eventually. The stone's gift of extended life served him well, though he never used it to flee death entirely, just to have enough time to complete his work. He taught Hermione, who became the greatest magical theorist of her age. He taught Neville, who transformed magical education with his emphasis on connection over control. He taught Draco, who rebuilt the pureblood houses into something that valued all magical beings equally. He taught Tom Riddle, who spent 300 years making amends before finally choosing, willingly, to pass through the threshold he'd feared his entire existence. And when Harry's own time came, when the stone whispered that his work was done, that the understanding he'd gained was now part of the world's collective wisdom, he went willingly. Not with fear. Not with regret. With peace. The threshold opened before him, and death waited like an old friend. "Well done, Harry Potter," death said. "Well done indeed." Harry smiled and stepped through. Behind him, the Hallows crumbled to dust, their purpose finally fulfilled. And the world, transformed by one boy's refusal to accept the way things were, continued on its path towards something brighter. In a workshop in Devon, a young witch named Rose worked on her latest experiment. She was trying to transmute something, to change one thing into another through understanding rather than force. It was difficult work, requiring patience and precision and a kind of magical perception that most wizards never developed. But she had good teachers. The best, really. People who'd learned from the legendary Harry Potter himself, who'd passed down knowledge that stretched back through centuries of accumulated wisdom. She looked up from her workbench, smiling at a portrait on the wall. An old painting, enchanted to preserve the memory of a man who died before she was born. "How did you do it?" she asked the portrait. "Change everything? Make the world different than it was?" The painted Harry Potter smiled back. "One step at a time," he said. "One person at a time. One transformation at a time." Rose nodded and returned to her work. Outside the workshop, the sun was setting. The world was turning toward night, toward rest, toward the threshold between one day and the next. But it would turn back toward day again. It always did. That was the nature of existence. That was the truth the Hallows had taught. That was what Harry Potter had understood, all those years ago, when he'd chosen transformation over destruction. And it was enough.